Hello, everyone, and welcome to the International Esports Federation America's Qualifiers. We've had a long and arduous road going through Africa, Asia, as well as Europe, but now it's time for the America's Qualifiers. I'm your host, Stoltrus, and I'm joined here today by Plate. Plate, how are you doing?
I was miserable yesterday, and then I got the call, hey, we need you for IESF Americas. And I said, absolutely. So my entire life has been made by this exact moment. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you for everybody watching. And I was going through some of the rosters. I know a couple of people on Team Canada. Zor is somebody I've played with a few times, and they're incredibly talented. So for the second series today, it should be pretty good.
Well,
I'm pretty excited, actually.
Blade, we'll speak about the series in a bit. Don't
Yeah,
worry. I
of
know
course.
I know that you've had plenty of experience in Americas. I know that you have been pretty involved in some of these circuits going around, and not just North America, but also about in South America too. But I think it's if you need to mention a bit about what IESF is and what exactly it stands for, right? It's essentially, in a way, it's the Olympics of esports, right? If you want to think about it that way, just every single country, I think more than 100 countries out there participating, and then at the end of it all, you will have that international LAN. And I think giving the opportunity and actually giving a national platform to your some of those players who want to represent their flag and actually raise it up high is, in my opinion, a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very unique tournament in that you're getting a lot of players that wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity otherwise to be able to compete at the highest level. And some regions do struggle a little bit more than others. At the tier 1 in Dota specifically, we have seen a little bit of a drop off for Americas. And TI is a great example of that. But here we've got the groups, obviously, Venezuela, Colombia, Panama, Cuba for the Americas AA, and so on and so forth. Tolchus, what do you think of this group?
I think I like this group. Colombia definitely has some strong players going beside it, but I think Group BA is the one that is going to be the one to look out for, and of course BB, right? It's Peru and
Yeah.
it's Brazil. Those two countries are stacked with some of the best Dota 2 players out there. And you spoke about the biggest tournament of the year, as South America actually made it into the top 6 in that tournament. It was the first
They
time
did.
that Brazilians made it into the top 6, first time that Nicaraguans made it into the top 6. And essentially that will create some hype, that will create some opportunity for a lot of those players to be making it on forward. But it is time to take a look at the schedule and which matches me and Plate will be covering. Coming up will be Venezuela versus Colombia, and then will be Canada versus Ecuador. Plate, you have costed some players from Colombia. I believe you have costed Iesf, who will be playing today. Do you think that Colombia will straight up destroy Venezuela, or do you think that Venezuela has a shot?
Um, it's a tough question, right? Like, it's speculation at this point, but I do think that Colombia has a little bit more in terms of that just upfront firepower and skill level that you would expect. But this is Dota, right? It's not an individual game. It's about the team play. It's about coming together and overcoming the obstacles that are thrown your way throughout the game. And if you get enough practice, we've seen upsets before. It's not like you come in as the favorite and you win the series. I mean, you take a look at TI, for example. It's just not the way it works. Nobody's bracket was right then. So, you could say, hey, Colombia, easy. But, there's a lot to play for here. And I think Venezuela, they've got a lot to prove themselves. And that could be a big motivator for them in this upset.
And that's a very interesting point that you're bringing up, right? Because I remember for IESF Asia, it was two groups that were playing in a round robin format, which had we were going at it in best of ones, right? And so there you have that potential of an upset. You can come in with some kind of a cheese strat, try to catch the other side off guard, and you had some teams taking off games of bigger players because of that best of one. But both of these two series will be best of threes, so I do think that, at least in my opinion, experience does triumph in that case. But then again, you still have that opportunity opportunity to at least demonstrate what you are made of, at least have a good time. Because a lot of those teams in ISF Asia, they knew going into it that they were never going to win, right? You had the likes of Bangladesh going against Indonesia, and you know that Indonesia was going to come out ahead. Everyone knew. But they still chose to commit and play. Some teams chose to give forfeits, which I didn't like, right? I appreciate the underdog trying it out, battling it out, and just giving it their all, which is what just is a true representation of sportsmanship at the end of the day.
And the thing is too, right, if you go in and there's no expectation for you to win, then there's no expectations for you to go below those expectations, right? I mean, you definitely have much higher ceilings to go for and to play for in that point. Venezuela in particular, the things that I would like to see Venezuela do is something, to talk about a little, talk a little bit about the meta of the game right now. Get those triangle stacks done, right? You want to get the stacks, you want to put your team ahead, you want to be able to focus on core players on your team that you think are going to be able to win, and then put your eggs in those baskets. I think there's a lot to play for here. Colombia, obviously, we think they're the favorites. I would say that they're the favorites, but you could be caught off guard by, again, some cheese strats that can come out, some team play that can come out. It's a little bit up in the air for me. It's not as clear cut as I'd imagine it to be.
Here we have the best of three that will be before us. Similar colors all around, even though I do think that the player disparity is going to be there. Unfortunately, for a lot of these players, there are no established Wikipedia profiles. So going into it, there isn't going to be a lot of material available. But here's the thing, Plate. That means that when you're preparing against the other, you may not have all of that material. For Venezuela, you will have Arakiz as that position 1, Ryoma, Arcana will be their other 2 cores, and then you will have Retsu and Shai as the support duos. And I believe I've seen Ryoma played. This name seems recognizable. I could be mistaken, but I do think that he is someone that has competed in the South American circuits before.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen any of these names, and that's exciting, right? I mean, we get the new birth of talent into this sort of ecosystem for esports, and I think being able to give these players, as I said, the opportunity to be able to play here would be really good for them. And for Team Colombia as well, it would be comprised of Iesf, Aldana, Mapu, Arbolito, and Yangi. Again, names that I'm not entirely familiar with personally, but Iesf, as you did say, is probably the standout name for me. And I'm pretty excited to see these two teams come together and really show us what America's Dota is made of.
I see something very interesting, Plate. It's the fact that 3 of these players have the same first name, which is not something that you see every so often. But again, like you mentioned, Yeezus, I do believe these names aren't according to the positions. They're just the names of the players on the roster. Yeezus is, in fact, their position 3 player. But taking a look at just, I mean, there is a lot of disparity, right, in the South American scene as far as the countries go. Some countries, like just at the top of my head, Peru and Brazil, really strong competitors, not just for IESF, but also for some of the biggest tournaments of the year, including IESF, right? At the end of the day, it is going to be a major land that these players are going to be competing for. But now that the meta has been sorted out, right? We were talking about potential upsets. We were talking about what teams could be doing, bringing out cheese strats. But the meta is very well defined because we just came out of Germany. We just came out of Hamburg. And we're seeing a lot of the same meta play out in some of the lower tier tournaments out there, right? In the close qualifiers that are happening right now as well. Do you think that there should be a shakeup being brought in by these players, or do you think that we will still be sticking to that sort of zoo meta out there?
I think when you look at the meta, and especially post-TI meta, feels like the TI patches of Dota 2 are the ones that are most solved. I mean, we've had the best players, the best teams ever possible this year competing at that highest level for the best prize to some in Dota. But ultimately, you either beat the meta you come up with a strategy that can overcome it, or you play the meta yourself and you do it better than your opponents. And it's pretty binary in the way that I think you can approach this current patch, right? Are we going to be seeing the Hamadam on the carry plus that position 3 that can set up fights and play more of that zoo role, or are we going to be seeing some more cheese with like that Ursa offlane that has been coming up a little bit more in these past couple of weeks? It's kind of hard to tell, and again, without entirely knowing the tendencies of these players, maybe we could see something completely different. And they're saying, meta, okay, we play Dota our way. We're going to beat anybody that way. And, I fear the person that masters one technique 1,000 times over a person that's done 1,000 techniques one time, right? So maybe there's some stylistic options here for both of these teams that we're not going to be able to see quite yet.
And I think that's a really good important point, because when you talk about stylistic options, right? I think in Hamburg, South America was the team to come out with what wasn't the meta, right? They came out with their Podge, they came out with their Broodmother, and they came out with just picks that really had no place in the current meta, but they ended up dominating with those heroes, right? So if it's any team, or if it's any players from a region that is going to be doing the unconventional, I do think that it's supposed to be from the South American scene. Not to mention, it's also just a sheer amount of passion, right? And this is something that I bring about. I mean, esports, I think, matches the kind of passion that traditional sports bring in, particularly when you add in nationality to the mix, right? When you are going to be having Peru going against Brazil, you will have those rivalries naturally coming about from both of these two sides. So I do think maybe unconventional, if there's any region that can make it work, it will be South America. And maybe, just maybe, we don't say this all too often, that perhaps the unconventional meta is going to prevail.
Yeah, and that was a really good point, because what we were seeing from teams in China, for example, was that really slow meta, right? You try to sit back on rest on getting in there with advantage and farming. And in Americas, you just play for tempo, man. If you get a Blink Dagger, you're using that thing off cooldown to look, to find kills around the map. Your smokes are always off cooldown. You're going to be placing that aggressive deep vision. You're going to be running around the map. You're going to be attempting the very best in terms of trying to shut your opponents down through aggression. And even when you're behind in Americas, you still push for that tempo. You still push for that aggression. You look for those pickoffs. You look for those plays. And it can turn into some pretty snowbally games, but it can turn into some really close matches that are very back and forth, and hopefully we get the latter here in this series. But, I'm pretty excited overall to see some of those kind of off-meta heroes that the Americans like. As you said, the Pudge, for example, is one of them. I mean, when was the last time I saw Techies 4, right? I mean, that seems to play very well into the hands of these players. I'm curious what you think. Was there going to be a standout here for you think, in the series?
I think there should be a Pudge coming out. But again, you normally play heroes like that when you know you are superior to the other side, right? So we will have the draft coming about soon, but as far as talking about it goes, maybe you come out with the Pudge, maybe you come out with the Broodmother, and I think it's going to be a bit of a trigger finger contest, right? Who comes out with that pick first, perhaps that team will have the advantage. And even now, you see some very unconventional bans. Sure, the Queen of Pain, Lycan, Mars, and the Dawnbreaker are pretty conventional heroes to ban out, but that Tinker does not deserve that top ban spot unless you're expecting someone on the other side to be a master of that hero.
First ban Tinker, by the way. So, the order of the bans in the first round don't really matter. That first ban, though, I feel like that's a statement ban, right? That's like, we are never going to play against this. And then they just straight up ban this Tinker hero. Has not been very popular so far in the minutes. And I think the reason for that, a little bit too slow, a little bit too reliant on, splitting the map and getting farm. And you can get punished pretty hard for doing that. The map is not as big as people think it is with portals. The fact that TP boots are actually a pretty meta item right now as well. We're going to see the Bristleback ban out here as well, and that's kind of interesting to me. A lot of these offlaners, these position 3s, are getting taken out of the pool. I wonder if we're going to be seeing an early offlane pick here. We will. The Beastmaster is going to be able to come out, so Colombia are embracing the zoo.
And there's no Lycan available. right? They did it twofold.
Nope.
They banned out the Lycan and they picked the Beastmaster up for themselves. But Venezuela, they will go for the axe, so they do have some kind of a counter push. The only question is if you can actually achieve that blade mill plus the blink dagger timing. And as far as the bristleback goes, I really just think that it's a ban against Jesus. It is one of his, as far as I know, it is one of his more played heroes out there. But then again, it's a very diverse hero pool. And I think the offlane has one of the most diverse hero pools out there as well, as far as the matter. It really just seems like any hero works on the offlane, right? Previously, you had an offlane centric pool, but now you have carries that can be played on that offlane as well. It wasn't so long ago, played, that we had a Medusa going on the position 3 as well.
Yeah, and I remember playing against that for the first time, and I got rolled. It was like a 23-minute game. The Medusa didn't die a single time, and it was like, well, what if the Meteor Hammer walking down my towers? What am I supposed to do? Axe Beastmaster first pick, so I think the Beastmaster is a little bit stronger for first pick. It's a little bit less susceptible to getting punished in lane, like if a Jakiro comes out for Colombia, now the Axe might really struggle into that. And additionally, the BKB piercing stun on the Beastmaster, point and click, I'm going to kill you. Very, very simple to execute. And Axe, again, does have BKB piercing abilities as well, but he's way more committable. Silencer follow up with that global silence on the axe calls, that's pretty devastating.
It does seem like they're very heavily relying on their team fight, right? I mean, right now, Colombia can just go all in towards their push. What's really stopping them from picking heroes like the Pugna or for that mid lane, so to say? They can't choose not to fight this axe, right? That is one way you could go about it, but we will see what they pick up. What do you think Venezuela should be doing for the counter push, right? Because the push is going to come in.
There's a few options, right? You can just go for Omega high ground defense, get a ranged carry. That's one of the things that we often see, and the ranged carry can do pretty well into the Beastmaster. My first thought is actually earlier. Does lane against the Beastmaster pretty well, has a pretty decent time with that. Hoodwink coming out here for Colombia, so they're just following very basic meta stuff right now for them, going with what's worked in the past. Maybe a Bane Disruptor is going to be coming out. Oh, that's a little bit unique. The Tusk is not necessarily played at tier 1, but I think I really like it into a hero like a Silencer. You can punish them very easily in the lane, trap them in the ice shards, tag team, bada bing, bada boom. Juan's your uncle.
I think a big benefit of the Tusk here is that potential for that snowball save against the Axis Berserker's Call. So I think the Blink Dagger will be a priority for this Tusk. But you mentioned the Silencer earlier, right? So that global silence, when the Berserker's Call comes out, followed up with the global silence, that Tusk save is not really going to be a reliable way to actually provide a buffer for your team. So I am not too sure about this Tusk. At the same time, they do have a lot of laning phase potential, right? But at the same time, it's a bit confusing for me because both the Tusk and the Hoodwink are position 4 heroes unless Colombia want to be playing a position 5 Tusk.
Carry Tusk.
It's
not carry Tusk.
No,
it's not a carry Tusk. But I will say, Tag Team and Acorn Shot destroys worlds. Early lane, you get level 3. You bring both supports into the mid lane for that level 6, that minute 6 rune time, and then you just kill the enemy mid with the tank team and the Acorn Shot combo, plus your mid, whoever that is. Shadow Demon's coming out as a save. The Hoodwink as well, I did want to take a brief moment to mention the break against the Axe Call, so you don't necessarily save with the Tusk itself. You can also Hoodwink ulti the Axe when they blink call, and then, that really puts a damper on a lot of the damage output. Shadow Demon, in my opinion, would have been a little bit better for Colombia. You get the Aghanim Scepter, you can break the Axe as it calls in, but again, there's the Silencer there, so that makes it a little bit hard to pull off. Shadow Demon for Venezuela does give a very obvious save to something like the Tusk or the Beastmaster Initiation. Disruption on whoever gets roared, and you're going to be turning the fight around pretty easily.
Ooh, wow, they come out with the Swen as well. This is... Okay. I will say that the Swen Alpha offers a lot of counter push, but you need to hit your timings in order to have that counter push. If your tier 2 towers are already fallen by the time your one comes online, then you're going to be in a tricky spot. However, if you get to that Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, BKB, then you can just push back against this Beastmaster, especially considering, like you mentioned, the saves are there, the initiations are there, and Colombia, they will pick that Terrorblade despite of seeing the Axe and the Swen on the other side.
This is bold, to put it lightly. This is a decision. And the other thing too about this Terrorblade versus Sven matchup, if you're Terrorblade and you don't get bursted from 100 to 0, you do kind of just normally in a vacuum you do kind of team up the enemy team. However, you have to deal with the silencer, so good luck ending your Sunder off. And if Shadow Demon Disruption's one of your illusions while you're metamorphosized, your supports are dead. So there's a lot of just interesting stuff that's going on here. And the other thing for Venezuela that I want to mention, Shadow Demon is probably the single best stacking support in the game, at least maybe next to Enigma. But Enigma requires so much practice, it's just not feasible for a lot of players. The Shadow Poison lets you stack up for the Sven in the triangle, and then you have, the extra farm there to get the timings on the Sven. So there might actually be some sort of weird tempo push timing for Venezuela where you get your Blink Blade Mail on your Axe, you get like a Force Staff on Silencer, or maybe a Blink or Aether Lens on Shadow Demon, and then Sven comes in with those 3 items. And then you start running over Colombia, and I really like this kind of play for a tempo-styled team like one you would find in Americas.
I can't say I like the Terrorblade. I mean, for all the reasons you mentioned, right? It's a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Right? It's not
it's a
just
ton.
one. Really seems like the kill conditions for this Terrorblade are deal with the Silencer, deal with the Axe, deal with the Swen, and deal with the Shadow Demon, and then maybe you'll be able to turn around the fight, which is no easy task. Because right now, the Berserker's Call traditionally an initiation tool, but you don't even have to use it as such. You can initiate with a stun, and you can use the Berserker's Call to make sure the Terrorblade can't sunder you down, right? Because you're going to be taunted. It goes through the BKB. What possible item is there that the Terrorblade can make to make sure he gets the sunder? There is none. It
really... Yasha, I guess? I don't know. You're not building that item on TV, though.
It really does seem like they're going in for the all-out push, right? Because that is one aspect of the Terrorblade that is going to be there, irrespective of whether or not your team fight is going to collapse on its head or not. The Beastmasters creeps are going to be pushing out. The Terrorblade will have his illusions. Maybe you'd even get a Terrorblade Helm of the Dominator for himself. Who knows?
Oh, some spice. Yeah. For me, I think Venezuela really need a high ground, just hold the line kind of type of hero where you can just sit there and kill the creep wave safely and not worry about anything. My initial thought, hero is Underlord for that kind of person, but you're not going to play an Underlord mid because you already have your Axe. So it's already a little bit difficult, I think, to figure out the kind of hero that can do that. The Quap is banned out, so you can't get that timing where you just Sonic Wave every time the wave comes up. I don't know. It's kind of hard. This last pick for Venezuela has to be incredibly accurate in order for their strategy to work.
The ban of the puck, but in my opinion, they should have been picking the puck rather than banning it out. But they actually go for the Earthshaker, so they have some kind of an AoE going their ways, and an additional stun as well. But I don't see the Earthshaker faring all that well against heroes that he will not have a great time landing the Echo right? It's the Swen and the Axe are the only 2 melee heroes. The Silencer is not going to be anywhere near those team fights. He may just even stay in the base just to make sure he can dish out that global silence. The Shadow Demon is a defensive hero, so he's going to be on that back line. But Venezuela will add in another melee hero. But I think Venezuela are going all into this team fighting oriented lineup, which if it does not work, you're just going to get pushed in too quick.
Yeah, if Venezuela really, for me, it's going to come down to support levels, to be honest. I mean, these guys really need to get their level 6s. Sand King Epicenter with the Global Silence, absolutely terrifying to play into. And then you have an Axe on top of that to keep you inside of the Epicenter. And then you have a Sven killing everybody around that's not stuck in it. there is a lot of really good team fighting potential for Venezuela, but at the end of the day, it's Colombia with this tower pressure, right? The Beastmaster, the Terrorblade coming in, Earthshaker's always going to be there to counter initiate. This is going to be a dynamic game for sure.
What are some of the win conditions for Colombia? Like, you just go for the push, but how do you itemize on this Terrorblade? I'm really scratching my head with that one.
I think with the problem is with TB, it's kind of like it's the same thing as a Sven hero. It's just a ranged version of Sven, to be honest, the way I see it. Sven is a transformative hero that farms the map incredibly fast, gets an item timing, and overwhelms their opponents. Terrorblade, transformative carry hero that farms the map incredibly well and tries to use that advantage to overwhelm opponents. So when neither can do that, the question becomes everybody else, right? And Terrorblade's matchups in this game, I think, are a little bit worse than Sven's, just because there's already a ton of problems that Colombia have to deal with here. You have to worry about this epicenter. You have to worry about the Sax Call. You can't all in the Sven with the Primal Roar, a Tusk Walrus Punch. You're gonna lose all your heroes unless you have your BKBs, unless you have your auras like your pipes, and the way you can sort of beat this overwhelming team fight is by countering it with auras. Beastmaster is the kind of hero that can do it, but it's not typical to his playstyle. He's rather the Aghanim Scepters and the Blinks and the Helm of the Overlords, for example. So this is a bit of a head scratcher for me.
Meanwhile, for Venezuela, very straightforward lineup. They want to take fights. The question is, will they be given those fights? Because their mid-game timing is pretty scary. And if you aren't able to push out against Venezuela, you are going to be losing the game. At least in my opinion, their heroes scale up really well. Even the Sand King in that late game is going to be a big problem for that Terrorblade. Just the epicenter, you can build up a refresher, you'll get your Aghanims, the Blink Dagger, and you do need your Blink Daggers. At the same time, the laning phase doesn't get any easier for Colombia either. Sure, you have a Beastmaster, but on the other side, you have your own Terrorblade that will be faced up against an Axe, and then you have the Shadow Demon, you have the Silencer. So there are plenty of ways of just making sure you don't have to contest against that Metamorphosis. Just you can use the Disruption on that Terrorblade while it's up, provide a bit of space to your Axe, just back away, wait for the Metamorphosis to run out, and then you go in against the Terrorblade. Over on the mid lane, Earthshaker and the Sand King, I believe that's an equal matchup. But again, like you mentioned, Shadow Demon, a natural hero to build up stacks with. So that means that Venezuela will have the advantage there, while Colombia, they have a Hoodwink and a Tusk, two aggressive supports who aren't exactly too great at building up stacks. I mean, that's a lot of wasted time if your Hoodwink is going in there or if your Tusk is going in there. So I do think that a lot of the early game advantage as far as tempo goes is going to be going in favor of Venezuela. However, the advantage of pushing goes in favor of Colombia. And that's an interesting dynamic between both of these two sides. One thing that I will mention is that in those tier 1 stages, there have been teams that have been able to break through the Zoom meta with those team fighting lineups, right? It has been done before. I'm not saying it's going to happen now, but it's certainly possible.
And the thing is, too, the Sand King Epicenter, the more I play with it, the more I realize just how good and frustrating it is. The facet choice as well on the Sand King is something I really want to pay attention to. The miss chance is 50% straight up at level 4 Sandstorm, and it lasts for 5 seconds when you hit somebody. So you put a Stinger onto 2 people, and then your HP pool is effectively increased by 50% against them when they're trying to right-click you. And when you have things like Tag Team, for example, which rely on you to hit the target, you're really diminishing the value of that ability. And when you have things like the Beastmaster rallying the troops, the TB rallying all those illusions around, you need that really big AoE oomph to get through all that, and Epicenter is the perfect spell to do that.
Not to mention just how much you're able to stack on that Epicenter, right? The Berserker's Call, the Swen's Cleave, the Shadow Demon as well, which is a bit of a niche mechanic, but the Berserker's Call will mean that you can at least get 2 or 3 shadow poison stacks, that's going to be 200 to 300 magical damage coming in there as well. And then you have the global silence, which means that if you're caught inside of that epicenter, you have no choice but to take those hits.
You're stuck.
Exactly.
You're stuck.
It does seem like the wombo combo. It can be possible. It really seems like we might see a reality in which Jesus is going to lose, but don't know. It is very early
Oh,
to call it.
yeah.
Who do you think is going to be the kill priority for Colombia? Now I know that you have a Terrorblade on the other side on Colombia's lineup, so for Venezuela will look to shut down that Terrorblade. But who do you shut down over on Venezuela if you're Colombia?
I think you really have to make. Oh, that's an interesting choice, because my initial reaction was, okay, well, you want to kill the silencer, because if you can't get global silence off, that's a whole facet of the team fight that's gone. But then you're going to get counter initiated by the axe, right? And then maybe you don't even kill the silencer because the Shadow Demon is there for the save, right? There are a lot of layers to this Venezuela team fight. I'd say, though, the Shadow Demon is probably the best choice to go on. Shut down the Shadow Demon, stop the saves from happening. You have pretty all-in, very committal heroes, and the last thing you want to do is commit and then have it all completely wasted because somebody is banished for about 3 seconds. So that's about my instinct, I'd say. The other thing that you can maybe play around too is just dominate the lane, right? Axe can come back, but if you're stacking the triangle, you're basically taking space away from the axe where he would normally be able to go and catch up. So maybe what you do is you just send the Tusk and the Hoodwink up top with the Beastmaster and keep killing axe over and over again. If it's a silencer in that lane, you're not doing anything to help him. So I think really it's gonna more so come down to lanes and hero priority, and that top lane is where I'm gonna have my attention.
Shutting down the axe, though, don't you think that's a bit too risky? Because you're going to be leaving your Beastmaster on the offlane all by himself. And I know that there are a lot of offlaners that can survive, but the Beastmaster, I don't think, is one of them when you have the Swen on the other side, as well as that Shadow Demon. So,
yeah.
Or maybe the Silencer, right? It's still the slow coming in from that Arcane Silence, Arcane Curse, and the Last Word. So then the Beastmaster will be forced back to go towards his jungle, some of the side camps that are going to be available to him. It really feels like, as far as the laning phase goes, there's not going to be an easy way that they will be able to approach this. I think a lot of it will come down to the Blink Dagger timing from this Earthshaker. If he gets it within that 11 to 12 minute mark, then they may be able to build up space, or at least as far as taking team fights go. Remember, they don't actually have to take team fights. They can just play it passive, farm up in your Beastmaster, and take the and just go for that all-out push.
I do like the immediate smoke up by Venezuela. Just right going. They have a game plan. They want to execute it. And to be honest, I've played into Axe Silencer lane without a purge in my lane. It's terrible. It's the kind of thing that makes me say, I want to get out. I don't want to be here anymore. Leave me alone. Arcane Curse plus Battle Hunger, and then you're taking like 300 magic damage. It sucks. Well, I guess physical damage from the Battle Hunger, so...
And you're a Terrorblade.
This is honestly pretty
right?
Dynamic. Yeah, and you're Terrorblade. You don't like it.
You're a hero that starts off at 600 health. And meanwhile, on the other side, Retsu, sure, he only has 1 bronze right now. But when he has that bracer or maybe some more stat items, that axe will quickly hit that 1k HP mark.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not fun.
I don't think they're going to do anything with this 5-man smoke, though. They might. They could, but it's actually going to be the other side plate that goes for the 4-man smoke.
Yeah, Arbolito has big weight on his shoulders here. This Tusk with the tag team at level 1 can just delete anybody that they see, assuming there's no save or stun, stopping him from keeping the gap closed. Map, who's already got that point into Enchant Totem, so you won't be seeing a fissure block. Also, no meta level 1, though you typically don't want to do that.
Interesting.
Yeah,
the Earthshaker has actually taken his Enchant Totem. He will not have a fissure. So perhaps the way that they are posturing is that they don't want to take a fight, but then why are you going for the smoke of deceit? That's a bit of a strange decision. Tusk is still holding a skill, so I guess it depends on the situation he finds himself in. But without the Fissure, you don't have a stun, and that means that the Tusk Snowball is the only reliable stun you have. The Bushwhack is there. You don't have boots on the other side, so you could potentially disable someone down, but it's going to be really risky, especially considering that there are 3 disables on the other side, as well as that Arcane Silence and that Disruption. So it's 5 controlling spells against you.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that Roma hasn't taken that skill point yet, we've seen Sand Kings go 3 Burrow Strikes in minute 1 and get triple kills. Like, it is not bad to take Burrow Strike level 1. It helps you secure the range creep as well, because you can stun the Earthshaker in the lane. Obviously, you'd rather have Sandstorm, but it's not terrible, and you get level 2 in mid after the first group wave anyway, so who really cares? Tolchus, this is a little bit difficult for me to really call here. I'm still trying to figure out which draft I like more, and I keep seeing this. It comes back to this Terrorblade. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. What about Blade? The silver lining is, right, you have a pushing lineup, right? So at the end of it all, you will be able to build up space for your Terrorblade and farm up for him. And then when you hit that Eye of Scotty timing, then you will be stronger than the Swen if you're able to keep the distance. So I think they have some early game insurance. They have late game insurance as well going into it. It's just that mid game timing that's going to be really awkward for them when Venezuela finally come online, if it happens, and they will have their power spikes at the back of those items. And I think that's something worth mentioning, because they do need their items. None of these heroes actually do anything without that itemization. The Sand King's nearly useless without that Blink Dagger, so is the Axe, and so is the Swen. So perhaps that's what Colombia will be looking to exploit.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like a valley of win probability. Early on, I think you have 2 aggressive landing supports with the Tusk and the Hoodwink. You should be able to find some easy pickoffs there. And then you get into the teamfight times with the Blink Dagger start coming out for Venezuela, and it kind of turns around. And then after that, obviously you have the Terrorblade late game, and that feels pretty overwhelming. Even if you have like some of the tools to be able to deal with that, I don't know. It might not be enough still.
The way that both of these sides are postured, though, Blade, I fear that we may, in fact, have a level 1 exchange on our hands. But as I say that, they just walk on back. No, they're actually going to walk on forward.
Begins.
Yeah, looks like Arcana wants to get the disruption down. There's also the Stormhammer on top of the rune. The right click's forward. The shards are going to connect. Now the Hoodwink's made their attention over to the Silencer. Ryoma's walking back over, and you can just see the Silencer can trade so effectively with the Arcane Curse there. It's a little difficult. Meanwhile, up top, the Terrorblade was shoved all the way down past that tier 2 tower.
And they'll even block the creeps, so that means that the creeps will push into the Terrorblade's tower, and the lane momentum will not go in his favor. Meanwhile, they were able to stack up some decent damage on this Earthshaker, so that means Ryoma will actually have a pretty good time on this lane.
Yeah, Mapu has taken so much damage in this lane, and this is just really coming down to, that level 1 Sandstorm. You cannot trade into it very effectively, and we're seeing already the Sand King coming out ahead. Bottom lane, what is this lane, Toltrus? What am I looking at right now?
It's an interesting one, right? Because if you use the Arcane Curse on the Hoodwink, then he simply can't use any of his spells. At the same time, he's trying... Hoodwink's one of the most annoying heroes out there, right? Particularly against a hero like the Swen, who doesn't like to be controlled down. So in a situation where either one of these heroes, the Swen or the Silencer, is in a precarious position, and say there are 2 boards that are stacked up against them, I think that Colombia will have the potential to actually find themselves with some kills. But we'll need to be careful, because the Swen, remember, Warcry has that movement speed advantage, and the damage can quickly be stacked up against you instead.
This top lane, seeing Terrorblade do Terrorblade things, right? You got the Metamorphosis level 2. Retsu needed a little bit more And oh my goodness, what is this inventory?
I mean, that's you're the axe. You go for the rings of protection. I can assure you that the next item he will be getting is that chainmail. You can already see that he's queued it up for himself, right? So he actually just wants armor. He knows that in this lane there is nothing apart from physical damage. Sure, the Tusk can throw in some shards, has a tag team, but even that's physical. So it's just about survivability for Venezuela, even in that early laning phase, right? Until they get their items.
And this mid matchup is going honestly a little bit better for the Sand King than I imagined. That second point in Sandstorm doing quite a bit of work. Rapu does have that bottle finished up. Now going to go for the wand next, and I don't know. It's already kind of looking like Venezuela are getting a little bit more out of it than maybe they expected.
Yeah, the last hits are pretty much even across the board for everyone. It is the Sand King Ryoma who is coming out on top. He has a full creep wave of an advantage, but at the same time, Mapu, he will constantly be able to get the last hits at the back of that sandstorm because the waves are constantly going to get pushed in, and he has enough HP to survive underneath his tower unless someone comes in for a rotation. And there really isn't anyone unless
bottom
it's
and the silencer got caught a little bit. There's a lot of slows. The root is there as well. Couple right clicks, they don't get the kill, but the silencer was close to dying in that bottom lane.
He doesn't even have any HP on him. I mean, HP items.
No.
So he will not have a tango. It is going to come out now, but it's just one set of tangos, and Jesus is playing a hero that has so many spammable abilities. The wild axes, the boars, they're constantly going to be coming out. You need more sustain. Even the hoodwink will have the bushwhack as well as that acorn shot, which he's gonna constantly dish out.
Yeah, and the acorn shot doesn't come out in time. That's a lot of damage on the hoodwink. They turned around with the bushwhack. Nice play by Shy to give armor to Silencer. Stormhammer comes out in time, but that won't be enough to get the kill on the hoodwink.
He could have gotten the kill, the hoodwink, if he went in for one more hit on that silencer, but I think he was a bit too apprehensive about the counter initiation coming in from the Swen, which, to be fair, it did come out. So I think he should have fully committed there, but I think they're playing it slow. They don't want to actually give any kind of an advantage to the Swen because they know he's the one hero that can take them down, but Jesus.
Yeah, they finally get that first blood down bottom. I feel like it was a long time coming, to be honest with you, Toltris.
It really was. Although the silencer was able to get the return kill, though, so it's not going to be massively one-sided. At the same time, though, the first blood went the way of the Beastmaster, and we all know how that will end up. He is going to have that early helm of the Dominator if things continue to spiraling the way that they are, and you are going to be trouble on the side of Venezuela. Right now, though,
I mean, they're looking at Retsu. He's going to walk up into the creep wave, gets the call down, and that'll be enough. Maybe. No, they didn't get any creeps. They didn't care. Now they turn around with the tag team. Look, the Terrorblade's even coming around as well. Snowball save, but the spin is there, and the spins will continue. These is a lot of armor to deal with. Retsu finally goes down. The rotation from the Terrorblade a little bit too much.
I'm not exactly too sure who that favors, because while the axe did go down and get a solo kill by himself, he gave the kill to the Terrorblade, but at the same time, you forced out a rotation from that hoodwink, leaving Jesus alone on this off lane, and the only thing, he's lucky because the lane momentum is not being properly managed by Venezuela. So I think it's a near even exchange there. I don't think either side is going to be particularly unhappy about that. But these stacks laid towards the Radiant Triangle, they are going to be spotted out. And the Earthshaker, he's level 6.
The Echo! Oh no, no. Oh, that is some of the worst things to come up on Ryoma's here. Earthshaker on the 2, has the epicenter. The Snowball save is going to be able to mitigate a lot of that damage, but not enough. They will get the kill on the Hoodwink. The Shadow Poison also claiming the kill on the Tusk. Ryoma had all of his stacks yoinked from his very feet.
All that effort down the drain. It just took one Echo Slam, and the fact is, they should have protected their triangle a lot better. They should have planted some vision over there. It was the side of Colombia who just sneaked it out right from under. And Venezuela were leading the last hit chart before that happened, but now it's the Earthshaker who is doing very well for himself despite being behind on those last hits initially. This is a twofold disaster because not only did your stacks get stolen, but you wanted those for yourself for your own early Blink Dagger, and you won't have that anymore.
No, instead it's going to be on the Earthshaker. It's going to have the next Echo Slam is going to be a Blink Echo Slam, and you're in danger in both side lanes at that point. It'll be, you know, up to the Earthshaker to decide what lane they want to go to, but now you have to play pretty cautious if you're Venezuela at this point.
The rotations, though, they are coming in. Someone has just teleported through the Twin Gate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
two. I mean, the TB has come
Dire's
bottom.
top
They're going to pop
tower
the
is under
Metamorphosis.
attack.
They have the level 6 on Iesf as well, so this is going to be a free
Radiant
tier 1
structures are
tower. Venezuela are not going to commit to defending this.
I mean, they can't, right? No epicenter. How do you even go for the defense? Retsu right now doesn't have anything apart from the phase boots because it's only 8 minutes in. And now I think the Terrorblade is just going to go back. This is the thing with these transformation heroes on the Dire side. You just, or even the Radiant side for that matter, pop the Metamorphosis, go through the Twin Gate, take the tower, and then go back to your lane to farm. And you've just built up a lot of space for your offlaner.
Yeah, this is I'll rub your back, you rub mine type deal where now the Beastmaster can farm so much more, so much safer. They will get this, you know, snowball to set up on the Shadow Demon. Disruption save is there, but you will be surrounded here in a second. The Axes come in, trying to find that angle. The Battle Hunger is going to get popped on the Hoodwink, but the scurries away for now. Launch comes down. They have the call. Oh, they can't get it over in time. The Hoodwink managing to get away. And bottom lane, they're chasing the Sven. I mean, Ryoma comes in, misses the Burrow Strike, but keeps the Sven alive. Rotations on both ends of the map right now. Colombia are playing with that tempo that we were worried about could happen.
Even
Top lane too, it doesn't look like Axis isn't getting any help right now. The spins aren't going to come out in time. I don't think there's going to be enough. The Snowball is going to be able to dodge the call. Couple right clicks later. Oh, there's a dunk trapped. No, the Sunder comes out. Oh, it was a good try. Oh, he got the kill anyway with the spin.
But I'm not too sure that's worth it, right? Because Colombia are just amping up the pressure and they don't seem like they're going to
they
stop.
are Blink Echo in middle. They get the Sand King. Burrow Strike on the other side of the fissure, but the pushback is there to follow it up. They don't have mana on the Shadow Demon.
Radiant structures are
I think it's Colombia who just decided to turn the stove on, right?
Yeah.
Within a minute, kills everywhere across the map. Not a single lane which didn't get pushed in. Even the Swen got pushed on back to his fountain. The Axe got taken down by that Terrorblade, and to that mid side, the Blink Dagger reveal coming in by that Earthshaker, which would not have been possible if Colombia did not steal all of those stacks earlier. This is a bit of a disaster for Venezuela, and the real disaster, I'm afraid, Blade, is yet to come, because all of this is just building up momentum for an additional and even more pushes that are going to be coming to your towers soon.
I mean, you did defend your middle tier 1 tower. That is probably the single most important objective that Colombia could be going for right now. So Venezuela have a really big opportunity to defend that. But up top, they're going to be able to find the Axe. Mapu got himself fissure blocked. That wasn't part of the plan. And the Battle Hunger will stop any Blink follow-up. So, whoopsies.
He fissured he fissured his own. I've seen Earthshakers block their allies' entry. I have never seen an Earthshaker block himself. So that was, you know, we see new things.
Yeah, you don't want to go in.
You know, new plays are being made, new strategies. Perhaps that was a warning shot. You know, sometimes those are important too. They want to push back the Axe because remember Venezuela, they're in dangerous waters right now. And the fact is, you can't exactly farm over on Colombia's side.
That's a little bit too dangerous to try to cross the river if you're Venezuela right now. And Colombia, I mean, maybe less of the same, but we be seeing stacks from the Shadow Demon again, considering what happened before, or is it just like way too late for that?
I don't think you can go for stacks anymore. But what you can go for is the fact that you have a Blink Dagger now for Ryoma. You have your Epicenter online. Sure, you don't have the Blink Dagger on your axe, but
You have Global Silence Zone. They're going to commit the Epicenter down right on top of the Earthshaker. Global Silence comes out, so there won't be that snowball save. They will get the kill on that bottom rune, but the TPs are coming in. The rotations are there. The Beastmaster Roar, nice disruption to stop it for a little bit. The Rorschach up onto the high ground. Nice save by Venezuela to stop that team fight turnaround.
And that was an impressive save. I mean, and I have to say, both of these two support heroes, the Tusk for Colombia and the Shadow Demon for Venezuela, you know, we saw the 3-man snowball grab against the Berserker's Call, and right now we just saw a play coming in from the Shadow Demon which saved the Sand King entirely. I have to say, played both of these two teams, they do seem like it's kind of an even matchup, even if Colombia are able to stack up the tempo.
Yeah, I think really the stacks was the biggest thing for me, and to be honest, it doesn't even look that bad for Venezuela. I mean, it is completely devastating if you consider what could have happened, but seeing Sand King now take up some, you know, small stacks and underneath that ward at the bottom, they're part of his jungle. He's got recovery. Axe is the highest net worth in the game. Fortress, this is looking like the Radiant are actually hitting the timings.
Imagine what the state of the game would be if they were the ones who would have taken those stacks, right?
I know, right?
But alternate reality, let's forget about that. The net worth lead is not really all that significant. In fact, it's actually in favor of Venezuela right now. And the fact is, you will have the Blink Dagger up for your axe soon. Retsu is only about 100 gold away from it. And then you will have 2 additional ways to initiate. The Sand King can go in, so can the axe, and can you come out with the snowball save at that time? I think in this game, the pressure on these defensive supports to be coming out with the saves are only going to increase as you have more and more items coming up on your cores.
Smoke up. They have the Blink Blade now. Nabu's going in, but they are going to get the call in here as well. Epicenter's getting pumped, and they're going to commit it with the Global Silence as well. We keep talking about this combo, how annoying it is. There is disruption from the Shadow Demon. Got stunned up though, and the snowball's there as well. Has to use it on himself. He's going to be able to. He's going to be fine. The axe coming in with the call onto 3 in the middle of everybody. Misses the dunk, but still got a lot done. They bring over the silencer now. Roar's going to go down on top of him, and the zoo has become welcome. Wait a second. Looks like the Sand King wants to go in. He's found himself a target, and now even the Sven has come to play. Killing some of this just stuff happening. The God Strength used. They want to get the Sand King roll, and that's 250 gold their way. And I think Venezuela, they did what they had to. They got the player turnaround ankle slam. Mappa with the haste. They want to get the kill onto the Sven. Rorschach is there for a little bit of a turnaround. The stun is going to be able to come out in time, but Liangi has that Sunder, and Ryoma pays for it.
Oh man, overextensions on overextensions there. It really did seem like Colombia would have initially come out on top, but then Venezuela seemed to have turned it around with that Swen coming about, but then just continually going for the chase, allowing Colombia to build up the tempo for that eventual Echo Slam, and all the Terrorblade really had to do was wait it out. And I think that's something that we didn't bring up late, is we were constantly talking about the fact that this Terrorblade, he can't get the Sunder off. But what we just witnessed was the fact that the Terrorblade didn't show up until Venezuela had used up all of the fuel they had in their tank. At that point, you can get off your Sunder. And then, as it turns out, Venezuela don't have anything more to offer. They just got wiped there. I think only one of those heroes made it out.
Ryoma committing it, but this is a little bit of a bait. Nice disruption save onto 1. They will get the dunk out, and another one, so it's a double kill for the axe. And they're gonna learn from their mistakes and back off this time around. Nope, never mind. They want to keep going.
Surely they're not going to keep going.
Surely.
But they do have an epicenter. It's a bit risky to play with the half HP Sand King. I mean, it's particularly because you're not pushing in any towers. But what Venezuela are really good at is making sure that Colombia can't push in either. And I think that does give them
Radiant's
some
top
credit. I
tower
think they
is
do
under
deserve
attack.
some of it, or at least a large part of it, because with Colombia, if they don't end up pushing these towers, then they're going to be relying on their Terrorblade to carry the game for them, and Venezuela will be stronger in the late game just on the basis of how much better their heroes scale.
Radiant's top
See,
tower is
Mapu
under
really
attack.
needed that last team
Radiant's
fight. He
top
really
tower
needed
has
that Echo
fallen.
Slam. I mean, there are so many times he gets epicentered plus global silenced, and what are you supposed to do at that point? Not even going for a defensive item anyway. You might, honestly, and this is a little bit, you know, what are you thinking plate, but an Aeon disc on the Earthshaker could go your way. I mean, you don't really have a natural nullifier builder on Venezuela, and the only way you've been dying is with that initial burst from all the teamfight spells. It's very tech. It's super tech, super not standard, but sometimes once in the blue moon you find it. It's not gonna happen, but I did want to say it just in case it did.
I don't actually think that it's not all that I think it might just happen late. You know, I was struggling there, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that Aeon disc could potentially be there, but the only thing you have to worry about then is that Shadow Demon who can just use a disruption on you. Just make sure that the Aeon disc doesn't actually provide you with all that much of a buffer, but what the Aeon disc actually does provide you is that initial burst of survivability, right? Then the Hoodwink can come in. It will create the space for that counter initiation to come in on top of Venezuela. And I do think that their initiations, they don't have a lot of room for error. You initiate and you make the wrong call.
Retsu? They're just walking in. They had the fissure and the roar to follow up, but the disruption is there. The global silence comes out, maybe in response. Do Venezuela want to take this team fight? The break is going to land on top of the axe. I mean, he's trying his best to get there, but they'll finally commit the Echo Slam. Where's the team from Venezuela? Do they want to fight this? I think the answer is not. They're going to back away. They only got a kill, but they did expend a lot for it.
Oh man, they would have gotten that
Like,
kill.
I want to go for more.
Tower
Oh,
is under attack.
Sand King dodging that Hoodwink play there.
They would have gotten that
Radiant's
kill at the
middle
back of the
tower
Beast
has
Monster's
fallen.
Ancient Black Dragon that was stacked up against the axe, but the Earthshaker decided to just blow up that axe anyway. Expending the Echo Slam there, it will give a bit of room to Venezuela because the Roar is right now down. I mean, sure, it's going to be back online in about 20 seconds. The Hoodwink Sharpshooter is now online again. But Venezuela can make a move because right now they will not be worried, at least for the next minute or so, about stacking up their melee heroes against Colombia. And I do think they should be making a move.
Hey, do you remember when I made a joke about Terrorblade building a Sanjin Yasha as the only way to keep themselves alive in this game?
He's actually gone for
That's
it, hasn't
crazy. That's crazy.
Oh man, I do suppose that the Manta style will just make the axe a lot stronger against you. So maybe he's skipping that one because of that, but I don't know if the Sanjin Yasha will keep you alive, man. I'm going to be really honest with you. Like,
You can be honest with me. I mean,
Scotty, sure. Heart, maybe. But a Sanjin Yasha, it's a tough life for the Terrorblade.
yeah. It's not the kind of item you want to go if you're having a free Terrorblade game, and you're even seeing more stats with the Scotty and the Dragonlance as the next queued up item. So it's straight up just, I'm getting as many stats as possible, I'm a TB, good luck killing me when I have like 5,000, 4,000 HP. That might be the way to go. I don't know. It's kind of it's a really difficult Terrorblade game, and it kind of begs the question why you picked it in the first place.
We will approach the
Radiant's
20-minute
bottom
mark,
tower is under
though, Plate,
attack.
as that means that both of these two teams might just want to contest that Tormentor. The Echo Slam will not be online for about 10 seconds while that Tormentor is up, so you have that window for Venezuela, but it's a really small window. Arrakis, didn't he get spotted out? No, what? He made it out like a bandit, or just an amateur bandit. He just walked on over and planted that observer ward right from underneath Colombia, and they have no idea he did that.
They have no idea. This is terrible for that. Colombia could very well get baited into this. And the blink up is there. They're gonna get the call onto two. So there's no snowball save. Global Silence comes down as well. Shy is here. Epicenter to follow. Right on top of the backline. The Beastmaster gets the turnaround with the proper rope, but he's dead to rights. And Retsu will chase forward. They know where the Terrorblade is. The Hoodwink is next. The blink call forward. Taunt down onto the Terrorblade. They want to find the Hoodwink. Get the dunk onto him. PP out is not going to be good. And that's 3 dead. Just because Silencer managed to get that ward down, Toltris.
Without a smoke, by the way. It's not as if he came in with the invisibility. It's not as if he did any kind of special tricks in order to do that. It was just Colombia bungling it, and they will lose their Tormentor for this. That was perhaps the easiest initiation that Venezuela will find in this game, or may have found in any game, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is like a gift. You know, it kind of comes back to, you know, Colombia, they stole the stacks from Venezuela, and then Venezuela said, okay, we'll give it to you, but later on, we want one back. And they got it.
And now this lead is slowly starting to build up, right? 3,000 of a network advantage. Sure, the Tormentor is a large reason for that,
Radiant
but
are scanning.
it didn't go to the Silencer. Right, the Silencer shard upgrade would perhaps have been extremely useless, but it went to the Shadow Demon instead, and now you have the Demonic Cleanse. He literally just got another spell to use.
Yep. And Shadow Demon is probably one of the best scaling supports in Dota 2. I mean, position 5 specifically, you put Disruptor into that bucket as well. The Aghanim Scepter on the ultimate, but for Shadow Demon, BKB Piercing Break is very, very hard to come by. And he might be one of the few people in Dota that has it. And the break, I guess a Beastmaster Aghanim Scepter is pretty useful, but we're not actually seeing that build up. I will say, not having Aftershock on Earthshaker is miserable.
The Aghanim, I agree with you. I do think the Aghanim Scepter, in particular, this game would be really good. Because you have so many stuns on the other side, you have so many heroes that can control you, even the Shadow Demon can use a disruption on you, that you may just require the repositioning. Colombia have a way in, but they don't exactly have a way out. That Aghanim Scepter would enable the Earthshaker to do just that. The Terrorblade, though, Lian is very close to his Aghanim Scepter. Or rather, no, sorry. I tripped for a second there. He's very close to his Eye of Scotty. He almost has it.
Oh, there we go. I was about to say, Aghanim Scepter on TB? Is this what we're just gonna team fight?
Well, to be fair, I mean, the reason I said the Aghanim Scepter as a mistake, but I was thinking about the Aghanim Scepter for the Terrorblade. That Terror Wave just means that Venezuela have to run back, right? Sand King initiates on you, or the Axe goes in with a Berserker's Call, you throw the Terror Wave out, and suddenly the Axe is not going to be following it up with anything. The Sand King, instead of chasing you down with the Epicenter, is just going to be running in the opposite direction. So perhaps we may see that, perhaps we won't. It isn't exactly a standard item for the Terrorblade, but this isn't a standard game for the Terrorblade either. If it's a time for innovation played, it should be this one.
Well, I mean, we are already seeing the Sanjin Yasha build up from the TB, which is unstandard. It's doable. It's an item you see once every maybe 20 games, 15 games or so on the TB, but yeah, this is definitely going to require some nuance. But we're already seeing the team fight coming out from Venezuela right now, and it does seem like Colombia don't have many answers to it. Maybe you start with purges for the global silence. I'm not sure how to approach this.
I mean, it's tricky. The Terrorblade is going to be going for the BKB now, and I don't see how that helps you all that much. It will mean that you can dispel that global silence, right? You will not be getting hit by the stuns, which is great, but there is that Berserker's Call that pierces through your BKB, and you're not doing much against that Swen with that item. I suppose it's a necessity, but it's one of those catch-22s for your carries, right? You need two things at the same time. You need damage and you need survivability, but the calling. The timing requires you to have both at the same time, and really you're just gonna have to pick one and hope it works. Still though, one thing that I am pleasantly surprised about is the fact that both of these two teams are pretty evenly matched. Something that I was not expecting.
Yeah, this first pick Axe has definitely, the fact that he's not feeding relentlessly is a little bit surprising to me.
Scanning.
Sven is still just hitting creeps, and so is the TB, but when you get that data list on the Sven, you start one-shotting, the Hoodwink and the Tusk. It might become a really big problem. These are pretty greedy supports that rely on staying alive to... I mean, every hero relies on staying alive to do stuff, but it's not like a Warlock where you drop ulti and then you're like, okay, cool. That's it for me. My life is over. You kind of need to live a little bit longer than the burst potential of this team fight.
But, Blade, the problem is, after the burst potential, you still have the God Strength. So you need something to counter that out too. Maybe a Halberd. I mean, the Tusk can build that one up if he wants to, but they're both going for aggressive items. The Hoodwink is going for a defensive item. He will have that use against the Axe, but the Tusk, he's got that blink. The Beastmaster is going for a BKB. He has the pipe against the epicenter, so they do have that going for them. But I don't see much enabling of the Terrorblade. Right, we don't have a Solar Crest, we don't have a Glimmer Cape, we don't have a Forced Off, we don't have those key items that the Terrorblade ideally wants to make sure he can dish out the hits. So perhaps Colombia, they're not really relying on the fact that they... I think the way that they're playing is that, okay guys, let's assume that our Terrorblade may not survive the team fight. How do we win the team fight even then?
Yeah, that's a question you do not have to ask yourself very often when you have a TB on your team, let me tell you.
Oh yeah.
Big smoke play though, from Venezuela. Goodbye. We'll be saying hello to them again soon, don't worry.
The only problem is this smoke play, Plate. It's best case scenario, you take a Tusk down. But likely scenario is that Arbolito just goes through the Twin Gate. And then you can't transition this into a tower either.
Maybe this is a smoke to secure Roshan. If you look at where the wards are, there's the ward on the high ground on the Radiant side and the ward on the Dire high ground. So you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, maybe if we get a pick off here, it's fine. But we want to force everybody from Colombia back and then go for the Rosh fight. But Rosh fighting into an Earthshaker is not always ideal.
And the Hoodwink.
You have $1 million Echo Slams in Dota for a reason.
I mean, there's the Bushwhack as well. There's the Acorn Shore, which also plants a tree down. There's plenty of information that can be gained because you can throw the Ice Shards in, you can throw the Wild Axes in, you can throw the Fisher. But the Fisher doesn't exactly tell you anything, but plenty of ways to take a drawn-out fight. But I think it will come down to the position of the Sand King and that Axe. I don't think they will join this one inside of the pit. But then you have to ask yourself, if the Sand King and Axe are inside of the pit, who is? The Shadow Demon and Silencer can't be. Right? So it's a very heavy, it's a very risky commitment to take down Roshan at this stage. Perhaps they're going for it. But I do think that you will need the Swen to have his data list before you do that. I don't think you have the damage output otherwise. Unless you want to commit your God Strength. So it's a lot of questions that need to be answered for the side of Venezuela. And there's no right answer.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think it's risky either way. It's risky if you do, and it's risky if you don't, because there is a Beastmaster on the enemy team. At any point, Iesf could just walk into the pit and kill the Roshan with a Helm of Overlord creep, plus a Tusk probably would be enough with the tag team. So there's already like a sort of pressure to run this Roshan, and this Roshan is going to be critical for whoever wants to win this game. There's already that Terrorblade illusion in the pit that's going to expire in a couple of seconds that'll give some information and say, hey, Shadow Demon is here, but yeah, Tolchus, I'm not convinced that this Terrorblade build is the right way to go, just because it kind of feels like you're down a carry right now.
Unfortunately for Colombia, They're 27 minutes too late to turn back that decision. Yeah, and it will be inside of the Roche pit that Venezuela will head into. And surprisingly, this Roche actually, this 1,000 damage critical strike, I was underestimating how much this damage this one actually does. Coupled up with the battle hungers that are stacking up on him as well, this is going to end up being a dead Roshan. Unless Colombia make their way now, they will go for a smoke, but I fear that it may just be too late.
I mean, they're completely committing into this. They will get the Aegis, pop the BKB to secure picking that up, and the smoke might continue, but you are fighting underneath the vision. They will find the silencer probably up top. The Force Staff is out. Doesn't look like they're getting anything. Mapu walking forward. Okay, going for that Wisdom Shrine is very risky in this situation. TP out for the silencer, so they'll lose the Wisdom Shrine, but they get the Roshan, and they get out with all their lives. So, pretty even exchange, to be honest.
Clean up middle lane, thank you.
Except one side does have the Aegis, right? And I think that's going to be the big key advantage. I think Venezuela right now, they pick these heroes to take team fights. They have everything by their side to do just that. At the side of Colombia, they don't seem to be too bothered about this. They're still going in for the pushes. They will use Iesf's creeps to just stack up damage and pressure towards that tier 2 tower. And I think that's how they're going to play this. They will continue to pressure Venezuela to just make sure that Aegis sticks out without their own towers getting pushed in. And so far, their plan of action is succeeding. Ryoma is there towards bot side, but that bot side tier 1 tower is pretty healthy. So one of the things that Venezuela have been pretty weak at is going in for objective pushes. They've been very happy to contest Colombia and try to get some kills, but at one point or the other you have to go in. It's defense of the ancients. You have to attack the other side's ancient, and the side that has the Aegis and all of their ultimates up is giving up towers plate.
It is the nature of the lineup they're playing into with the Beastmaster and the Terrorblade. The tower push is pretty tough to deal with. They do bait the axe here in mid. The going forward Walrus Punch is there to follow up. They are going to get the turnaround call onto one though. Missed the dunk, but that is a full epicenter committed for a position 5 Tusk. You get the stuns through once again. Force step forward. The silencer will try to get another one. The buyback on the Tusk is there. They blink on the back line. The Beastmaster is trying to find the Sand King, but he can't get the angle. Turn around with the Roar on top of the Sven, and now that's a lot of damage. They get the Global Silence through, but this buyback might come in handy. Now the Echo Slam is turned around. They can't get the Axe Hunt in time. Stun is there. Sven walks away. Walrus Punch up, but he's stuck in the shards. They need to get on top of this TV somehow. Sven walking forward. Need some help. They get the blink in with the axe, but the silence is there on top of the Terrorblade. Maybe all these stunts are worth it. Maybe he's got enough. No! Ryoma with the BKB. The Sandstorm is too much to deal with. The Snowball is there on top of the creeps. The blink out is good. And now Ryoma will continue to chase. Walrus Punch up into the air. Has himself a negative center, but the shards aren't going to be able to block all the ramp. A blink is available in 3 seconds. The Forest Strike is down, and that'll be enough. Oh, hold on. He's got himself another opportunity here. Oh, gets the neutral creep deny. The Tusk will find something in all of that, but a very easily won team fight. Excuse me, Hoodwink. What are you doing there?
It's a full team wipe. And even though it looked like Colombia would have gotten out on top, it was Ryoma coming in with the buyback, but still, it was Colombia who took the Aegis down. And this time around, fortunately for them, their Earthshaker came out with such a good Fissure. Divided the Swen's entry against that Terrorblade, allowing that Metamorphosis to just stack up that Scotty against that Swen, and that first Aegis went by without Venezuela being able to do anything about that. The Sand King went in, but they committed so hard to get that kill down that right now Colombia's Terrorblade is looking super scary. Something that perhaps I was not expecting, but Venezuela are not able to initiate on him. They're giving away so much tempo towards Colombia that they're allowing the pace of this game to be dictated by the other side. You see Colombia going for these tier 2 towers. You see them taking fights at a time and place of their choosing.
The massive thing to me is the fact that that was a literal 6 for 3. and the game is still dead even. Like, it doesn't feel like that fight really did anything to sway the outcome of the game, right? You already had the Aegis. That was your Aegis fight. You got a lot out of it, but at the end of the day, it's the Terrorblade that's doing too much work. Hurricane Pike finished up now, so Sven is going to have a hard time sticking on top of his target.
They will find another Tormentor, and this time around, it's actually going to go the way of Ryoma. Okay, so no shard. Yeah, that's a great shard. No shard for the Silencer. So Venezuela actually being very lucky with that Tormentor pickup.
Yeah.
An additional Stinger, an additional Pulse of the Epicenter. It's the Iesf now that has the Blink Dagger, or did he have that before? I can't actually tell. I don't know what his most recent item is.
I think he had it. I think he had it for that fight. I'm pretty sure the BKB is new.
But it's an 8-second BKB. It might be something is definitely new, but I think that last team fight had that BKB going into it.
Yeah.
The big question will be, now that you have that Daedalus on that Swen, do you choose to initiate on your turret? Because I do think you're stronger than...
The Axe has found the Tusk. You will get the point forward, and the Promulgate is there. Red Suit gets another stack of the Coat of Blood. And Iesf now has to be careful. It will continue forward. Axe maybe playing a little bit too aggressive, but doesn't get punished for it.
Still though, it's just a sport. He was coming back up online. Maybe you take a tier 2 tower down. No, they won't. They don't.
Or maybe you get the Blade Column right on top of the Terrorblade. They want to find the angle here. The TP is going to get cancelled. Okay, well, this is kind of awkward. The Epicenter's going to come down and they bring over the Sven as well. You had to roll the Silence down. And though the Earthshaker tried to come in with an Echo Slam, but the Silence came out too soon and the Stormhammer on top of him. Oh no!
A bit of a disaster. No, it's gonna continue to be a
they're
disaster.
Not stopping. They're not stopping. They will get the Disruption Stave on top of the Iesf. Roar there, the Axe. Trying to get that point forward, has it. No, it's cancelled. Are you gonna go forward, my friend? You have the ward down. My friend, you have vision. There you go. They find him. They're gonna get the call down. That's enough damage. Snowball save. Just for a little bit, but the points aren't there. And that'll be one kill, another Dunkaroo for the Axe. And Colombia have fallen apart in this last 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a 9,000 net worth advantage that Venezuela were able to build up. It is 1 by 1 that Colombia went into it. And they should have given up the Terrorblade. It was so unfortunate, the coincidence there with the Global Silence and the Earthshaker blinking in at the exact same time, but that will give Venezuela a lot of breathing room. Perhaps it's gonna puncture your own lungs if you're Colombia, as you do not have the capacity right now to take Venezuela when they're the ones to initiate. And I think that Venezuela took their sweet time coming to that realization, but now that they saw just how quickly they were able to take the Terrorblade down, perhaps they're just going to go on repeating that same rhythm.
Right now, the rhythm for Sven is get this Satanic in my inventory.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Blade, what do you think the Terrorblade should be making? I mean, he's going for that Revenant's Brooch.
I don't know. This is, again, just one of those situations where you would not want to be playing this hero. I think maybe, you really hate to see it, but a BKB probably is one of your only options, like BKB Satanic. And then if you get called, you just hope that the Satanic lifesteal heals you through, and then you pop the BKB after Global Silence, right? Like, you try to keep yourself alive that way.
He's going for more damage though. That's so strange.
Yeah, you're already having survivability issues, but if you keep going for survivability, you won't have the damage, right? Kill people. They do find the Sven on a stun, but he's got everybody around him.
He has a
And how many
satanic as
times,
well.
Toltrus, how many times have we seen the Shadow Demon save somebody from the Primal War?
Regeneration.
I think I've seen
Four?
it at least 4 to 5 times. Yeah, but a lot of those times were also in the early game, right? So
The Roar is spotted. Ryoma
피시키시 몇 명.
blocking that smoke play. This is an awkward Roche smoke on smoke action. Tusk, Paul, whiff. The ward is down up onto the high ground, so they're going to be able to have that advantage here. Axe needs some help. The break is their disruption. You're in trouble here. Nice blink out by the Axe there. But they find the silencer. They will have the buyback global silence. If they need it, no, they don't even get the kill off in time. But there's no follow-up for this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Venezuela
given
crumbling at their...
a new lease on life play because I do not know what he was doing on that low ground. Colombia though, they know the low planet is down, they're gonna go in.
And they're gonna get the blink in onto 2. The snowball save is there. Earthshaker, when you come out, you're dead to rights, and so is the Tusk. Now they turn their attention over to the Terrorblade. Sand King, walking forward, the Hoodwink is there. They're gonna get the buyback now on top of the Tusk. They want to find some angles here, but the Sven cleaving through Jesus needs some help. Disruption save is there, and now they get the call in on top of the Terrorblade. Stun is there. TB left on an island, surrounded by water, drowning in sorrow. Blink forward, will find the Hoodwink once again. There is a blink save there from the Tusk if he wants to use it, but that would be a dieback if he gets caught himself. And he won't even try it. Ryoma gets the kill.
I hate to say it, but for Colombia, this game may just be a bit over. You're going to be forced to go for a buyback if you want to defend this Rax, or perhaps they just don't go for the buyback right now and hope Venezuela don't start pushing into your 4s. They can't get mega creeps, but again, that fight happened at the back of not having your global silence. Venezuela are so far ahead that they don't even need that one ability, and we saw just how quickly the Terrorblade melted. Gone within a second, not being able to do anything. I do not think there is a single item out there in the game that can help him in that situation. BKB, you can build up 5 Hearts of Tarask and it will not matter. They simply need... I think the motto for this game, for both of these two teams, has been whoever initiates first. If you get an initiation on your terms and it's a favorable one in the situation, you can come out ahead. But right now it's Venezuela with all the tempo in the world, and they will use the fact that the Terrorblade is down to be able to take Roshan, and it is, I believe, the second Roshan of the game, and that's
they get the roar on top of the silencer this time, but the destruction save is there once again. Now the epicenter to follow, and the call. Jesus, you're stuck, you're dunked, you're dead. Refresher used on the Sand King. The BKB is there, but the Axe needs some help. And there comes the global silence once again. Epicenter right on top of the Terrorblade. But the turnaround Knuckle Slam. The Angie will get the Sunder, but it's nowhere near enough and nowhere near soon enough either. Snowball in for what purpose, my friend? A fish out of water. And I mean, that's a full team wipe for nothing.
couldn't even take the Shadow Demon down. Just simply forcing these fights. I mean, this one wasn't a force. This one was forced out by Venezuela, who were going inside of that Roshan. But I think for Colombia, they should have waited on their high ground to go for a defense. Now, though, they do not have a buyback played. I think it's going to be all over. I think Colombia will have to surrender game number 1, as they will not be left with a choice. Despite of their stubbornness of not wanting to call GG, they will have to face up with reality soon.
Yeah, and they're going to call it Iesf with the GG. That's it for them. They've decided that this game is a little bit too far gone from their point of view. And Toltrus, that was a masterclass in team fighting from Venezuela.
Oh yeah, it was something that I wasn't expecting, but a pleasant surprise. It's not every day you see a player like Iesf lose, but this is what we were talking about, right? You have a tournament like Iesf, you have some stars that shine through, some players that you do not expect to be making it out and taking the big boys down. And this time around, it's going to be Venezuela coming in with the place time and time again. Even towards this very first team fight where they were behind, they were still able to turn things around. And I just think that by the time that the game ended up in that mid to late game mark, they were too far ahead. They had the right way. And Plate, it all came about when they realized, hey, why are we letting Colombia initiate? What happens when we initiate on them?
Yeah, and that's really the big thing here. I mean, this Aegis fight really just, that you're seeing on your screen right now, the Earthshaker coming in a little bit too late, and it looks so good for Colombia at this point. You have the Terrorblade free hitting, everything's looking good, and then it just kind of falls apart there. And they get the global silence, right? This Aegis is done, but, you know, it's so hard to fight into this, and the Axe call there as well. Poatress, there's so much going on in this team fight, but at the end, it's Venezuela comes out on top.
Just really, I think a lot of it comes down to your heroes. Maybe it was a Terrorblade specialist, but you can be really good on a hero, but if the circumstances don't allow it, you're not going to be doing all that much. And Venezuela actually managed to play against a team lineup that is designed around the pushes. But another thing to note, Plate, is that those pushes never came. Colombia may have made a Helm of the Overlord, but they didn't actually decide to go for all of these towers. They just decided to go for team fights again and again and again, and it never really worked out for them.
I do have to highlight the disruptions in this game were absolutely phenomenal. This Shadow Demon was a problem and was the only person in the game that didn't die. Arcana was just positioning himself so well, and you know, all of those initiations from Colombia really start with the Blink Roar, and they completely got shut down every single time.
Oh man, we can see it on the scoreboard. Just the fact that all of these heroes, they have 23, both of these supports have 23 assists each, right? And
yeah,
Arcana, he didn't die a single time, Plate. Not a single time.
I know. As a Shadow Demon.
That's insane.
It's ridiculous. That feels a little illegal, I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't feel like you should be able to do that, especially in a game where there's a Tusk that can snowball on top of you, a Hoodwink scouting around in the tree line, right? Like an Earthshaker just echo slamming you, but he managed to do it in this game, and yeah, the net worth advantage and the experience per minute from Venezuela there, you can see just really carried them to the brink. And Colombia, you got to look back at the draft, I think, really in this game too.
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone else was fine. I just think that the Terrorblade should have been switched around. I think you should have gone for a different type of carry. Maybe even someone that helps you push in. Maybe you go for a Faceless Void. Who knows? But I know that if there's one carry that I know you shouldn't be going for, or rather two carries, is that Phantom Lancer and is that Terrorblade. You see an axe against you, why would you want illusions to be coming out of yourself? Why would you want to play that kind of a game? And you can even see the fact that he, like you mentioned in the very start, he went for the Sanj and Yasha. Why did he do that?
Yeah.
Because he realized that he couldn't go for the Manta style. That he realized he had an axe against him. It was just imagine when that light bulb lights inside of your brain, right? How awkward it must have been coming to that kind of realization.
And the other thing too, to highlight the drafting of Venezuela here, that last pick, Sand King, just seemed like it was the perfect fit for them. The epicenters were down on top of the key targets. The burrow strikes to get out of the disruptions once you were initiated on were a little bit too much to deal with for Colombia. And we saw just a dismantling of this Colombia draft piecemeal. I mean, one after another. So,
well,
yeah,
of course,
I really like the way they played it.
A lot of back and forth team fights, right? But to figure out whether or not Colombia can manage to come back, and I think they have what it takes, but whether or not they will is only going to be something that time will tell. We will be back for that second game between Colombia and Venezuela, so don't go anywhere, and we will resume right after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the International Esports Federation America's Qualifiers, as we just saw a very feisty best of three between Colombia and Venezuela. It really went back and forth up until that mid-game mark where Venezuela were able to mount up a comeback. I don't know if I can call it a comeback. Do you think it was a comeback, plate?
Well, when I first see the stack being taken in the triangle and the, second Echo Slam coming down on top of the Sand King, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, you're pretty behind at that point. But it like, the numbers don't lie. You weren't really that far behind on Venezuela. I don't know if it was a comeback so much as there was a battle for equality, and it was Venezuela that wrestled out of that position.
And just the fact that, the Shadow Demon did not die a single time. You pointed out just how many times the Shadow Demon came out with those saves. I do think that if we were to give an MVP to a single person in the game, well, I mean, that's what the MVP is. It should be that Shadow Demon.
I mean, it's not very common that you don't die on a Shadow Demon, let alone have the impact that he had while doing it. And I wonder if there's going to be a draft, change here where you do ban out that SD and leave something else out on the table. That's kind of my question going into this right now.
And if you perhaps if you want to be playing a Terrorblade, then you may want to be banning out that axe, right? It really does seem like Venezuela had the better draft going into it. But this time around, again, they want to ban that Tinker. What is up with the Tinker? I really do not understand it. I think it does come down to the other side being really good with the Tinker more than it being good in the meta, because I don't see it anywhere. I don't see it in Asia, I don't see it in Europe, and I do not see it in Americas either.
I used to play amateur Dota, for fun, and some of the things that we used to do in practices, we'd play against a lot of Legion Commander, and we never won a single game. I think it was like 8 games we scrimmed against the Legion, and we did not win. So we started banning the hero, even though it wasn't meta. Could be that Venezuela just can't win against a Tinker, and it's worth the ban if your win rate against it is like not good, right? Maybe there's a Tinker specialist on the other team that you're worried about, but ultimately, right, if it comes down to comfort, and if you don't want to play against the hero, that's what the bans are for, right? So you don't play against certain heroes. Now, Venezuela will steal the Lycan, and they leave the Beastmaster in the pool. Will we see Zoo versus Zoo this game? That's my big question.
I think Colombia have to, right? Because Lycan just pushes out heroes all too well. And in that previous game, Colombia actually banned out that Lycan, but this time around, they will not be able to do so. And right now, Venezuela can actually just ban out that Beastmaster if they want to. They will have the upper hand if they choose to do so. Or perhaps this could be a bit of a statement. This could perhaps be Venezuela.
The Beastmaster's already banned.
Oh, the Beastmaster's banned.
Yeah, it is already banned. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now, okay. Yeah, sorry. Even with my glasses, I don't see anything.
Well, I should be wearing glasses, but I'm not. Perhaps that's why I didn't see it. But I mean, Colombia will pick up the next best thing. They will have the Enchantress. But still, I mean, it's not a contest between these two, right? The Lycan is going to be stronger with the bushes. No questions asked. Venezuela, they will still ban the Terrorblade, despite of the fact that they were able to fight so well against it.
I don't know if I agree with that ban in the slightest. I feel like that Terrorblade was a little, a little bit too underwhelming in that first game, especially with the item build that it was forced to go. Maybe they're just thinking, we don't have the axe anymore. That was our answer to the TB. In game 1, we have the Lycan instead, so we're going to get rid of the TB anyway and then go for something else here. But the Enchantress pick is very annoying. Can take those wolves, really stifle the Lycan progression throughout the game, and maybe you go back to that Shadow Demon, right? The Aghanim Scepter break on the Enchantress melts her completely. There are options for the big burst that the Disruptor, that the Shadow Demon can do. On top of that as well, I think it's an option.
Radiant team pick.
Ooh, Colombia actually banned out the Silencer. So heroes that did work out, because I recall in that previous game the Silencer did do his job properly, despite sometimes being in a shaky position. I remember once the Silencer was actually on that low ground and it was just an awkward spot, but Okay, that's
Yeah.
that's some decent anti-push coming in. That's Snapfire. You can just drop down the Mortimers as the push is coming in from Venezuela, and perhaps you'll have a bit of a buffer. But what will Venezuela actually go for? Will they pick up the Pugna? I think that's going to be something
10
that
seconds
might be key
remaining.
to going in for the early game pushes. At the same time, though, when we
5
talk about the
seconds remaining.
team fighting capacity of that Lycan, you will be able to take out that backline. The Snapfire, either you
Yeah.
dish out the Mortimers or you keep yourself safe. Those are going to be your two decisions.
And the other thing too is that Venezuela haven't committed a support pick yet, so you could actually pick up the Oracle into the Snapfire. Is something that we see a lot of the time. You can purge off the Enchantress slow as well, which is honestly really helpful. I think there's a lot of value in it. I don't know if there is a Oracle type player, but if you're listen, if you're Arcana and you have those same kind of saves from a Shadow Demon that you do on an Oracle in this game, I'd be terrified of an Oracle pick.
Not to mention just the heal amplification that you do get, but Venezuela, they will pick themselves up the pain, so they will have that BKB piercing ultimate again. This time around, it's going to be that Fiend's Grip. Not to mention, you have that Enfeeble coming about, reducing the creating that debuff for the reduced damage output, and then you also have the Lycan's Howl. So it's a lot of damage reduction debuffs that they will be able to apply, even though on the other side you don't actually have anyone that's revealed that is coming in with a lot of physical damage. But perhaps they're just predicting a hero like the Swen that Colombia did go for.
Yeah, and I mean I'm pretty happy with that decision too. If you want to triple Omega double down on it, you could pick a Rubik here too, and just Fade Bolt plus the Roar plus the Enfeeble, and you're literally doing like maybe negative damage. Like it's gonna be terrible until you get your BKBs, until you get your purges.
Maybe a Razor as well.
There's a lot of reserve. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Tide Hunter mid. Why not? Just go all in. But you know, it's a pretty solid Earthshaker pick. I think that is very committal though. Opening up with the core like this.
It does have the
Let this
benefit
pick,
of you know, a very long range stun. So perhaps you can disable the Snapfire's Mortimers at the back of that Fissure. And at the same time, you also disable Colombia's ability to pick up the Earthshaker for that anti-push against your Lycan, right? So I think it fulfills multiple objectives for your team. But again, they have committed to their mid pick, like you have mentioned, and right now you can counter it out. But the question is, who are you going to be picking on the side of Colombia to actually counter this? You can't go for a disruptor because you have already picked up your two supports, unless you want to play a Snapfire on the core. And interestingly enough, it was in a recent South American tournament where I saw a Snapfire mid, but I have never seen a Snapfire mid actually win, is the problem.
Yeah, it just is counterintuitive to the way I think the hero plays. If you, as a support on a Snapfire, you kind of just use your rotation of spells and then you wait around and not do anything. It's a little bit more difficult to justify the waiting period between your spell cooldowns as a core. And, you know, unless you burst somebody down from 100 to 0 as a core Snapfire, you're probably going to die because it requires a lot of commitment from your hero as well. You know, you kisses from far away and then you're not actually close. While you're kissing, you're not using your net worth, right? You're just using your levels, and that doesn't seem like enough justification. Unlike something like a Quap who uses both the net worth and the experience that they get with the Sonic Wave level 20 and just blinking, killing everybody with the Aghanim Scepter as well. So it's a really, really difficult to justify a core snap. Snapfire with Ursa in the lane will kill anybody, including very much including a Lycan.
But what do you think happens when that Lycan scales up into the mid game, right? Because that is when the Ursa is going to be pretty weak against the Lycan. Just unable to actually run after the Lycan. Not to mention, you'll have those ancient creeps coming in at the back of the Helm of the Overlord. So it does seem like Ursa, who hates control, is going to be faced up against not only a hero that he can't actually match in terms of movement speed, but also a Bean who is going to be coming in with a Nightmare, the Fiend's Grip, the Enfeeble, and an Earthshaker who's going to be stunning you down.
Dire team
Uh,
ban.
oh,
Okay. Interesting.
that's
So the last picking a support, or is this Earthshaker a flex?
I think it's an Earthshaker mid.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So they're last picking their 4 here.
10 seconds.
The thing that I will
remaining.
say about Colombia, and the reason why I think there's a little bit more justification to the Ursa,
5 seconds
they're
remaining.
picking for lanes, right? Snapfire plus anybody will dominate a lane.
Team ban.
Enchantress plus anybody will dominate the lane. Ursa is a pretty lane dominant carry as well. And Tiny, you know, you get a couple of levels and then you're tossing people back in Avalanche and killing them with the tree toss. So I think it really just comes down to Colombia. The way they want to win this game is by getting a lead early and then snowballing that into the end game. When we talk about the Troll Warlord pick,
5 seconds remaining.
is how I feel.
It's really good against the Ursa. You know, that's I think what the Troll offers here in this kind of a scenario, because you can't die. No matter, it doesn't matter if you have 1 Fury Swipe or 1,000 Fury Swipes on that Troll. As long as he has that Battle Trance, he is going to end up surviving, and also comes in with that additional control at the back of those nets that he throws out. So if this Ursa gets caught in, he will be brought down, and the only way to actually battle against the Troll is to be able to control the Troll instead, and you do have the Tiny for that. You can start tossing the Troll around inside of his Battle Trance and wait his ultimate out, and potentially able to kill him after it has ran out. But just taking a look at both of these lineups,
10 seconds.
control is not something that Colombia are favored with in
5
this game.
seconds remaining.
Sure, they have the Snapfire, the Enchantress coming in with a slow, the Avalanche toss combination, but the other side just has so much more of it.
Dire team
Yeah, and you know, you want to pair the Snapfire with something that can keep people locked down as well. Like the Tiny is just not enough. Enchantress doesn't have a stun. Ursa doesn't do that very well. And I like the Axe Band, right? That just covers the boxes very well, ticks them all. Maybe you go for like a Centaur, so you can run away from the Troll Warlord with Stampede and bait the ultimate out, and then, you know, you
5
can actually
seconds
match the
remaining.
speed of the Lycan as well. That could be an option that they go for.
Dire team pick.
I'm not sure. The Enigma's pretty. That was actually a really clever ban. That could have been the thing that switches the tide, even though there's a Bane. If you kill the Bane off with like the Tiny hunting them down, and then you know, get the Lycan, Earthshaker, Troll, and a Black Hole, it's over. So not bad. Not a bad ban.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the Black Hole plus the Ursa is just, I think,
5 seconds remaining.
the second most hype combination with the Ursa, right? The first one would be that Magnus, in my
Yeah.
opinion. As far as the position 4 goes, like you mentioned, they will. Ooh, okay, I was not expecting that. And as it turns out, Blake, you're right. I think this will be a flex on that Earthshaker. They will play it as a support, as I think this is going to be a keeper of the light on the mid lane. They just want to control that Ursa and maybe even control that Tiny.
10 seconds remaining.
This is a baller coddle pick. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty cool.
5 seconds
We
remaining.
we like these picks here. The camera has decided to blur on me. Very good stuff.
It's ooh, the other
Choose
side.
your hero.
Colombia, they will actually go and pick the Doom up. So it's going to be a Doom on the off lane. It's going to be an Ursa as the carry and a Tiny on the mid lane. And meanwhile, you will have the Keeper of the Light. I don't know what to make of this Keeper of the Light. It is going to be on that mid lane, but against a Tiny and an Ursa and a Doom, I mean, sure, in the early to mid game, you are a lot stronger than the Ursa, and even a Tiny, right? Melee heroes suffer against the Keeper of the Light because you will get slowed down to a halt. But let's see, if the Keeper of the Light doesn't get off to the great game that the Keeper of the Light needs to have, then I think they're going to have a problem with
10
scaling.
seconds
But at the
remaining.
same time, they, like Colombia, have the opportunity to build up
5
space at the
seconds
back of
remaining.
going for those all-out pushes. Let's see, though, if they will be able to successfully do that. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
it seems like we're in kind of like game number 1, except the flags have been switched around. Because the team fight from Colombia this time around coming in is going to be a lot stronger. Like, imagine if Jesus is able to get the Doom off. Imagine if you find the toss combination you are looking for, and if this Ursa is able to latch onto someone. I don't see Venezuela surviving from that.
Triple melee core into a coddle is a decision of all time, and I've seen teams get dismantled by coddle mid. I mean, this is something that has been around since 3 years ago, even 4 years ago maybe was the first time you would start seeing this picked up, right? You just go Dagon and then walk around and blow people up from 100 to 0 basically. There's no stuns to keep this coddle locked down. You're a steed on a stag, and you're gonna be walking around doing whatever you want in fights. It's gonna be very difficult.
Do you think the Keeper of the Light should be going for a Scepter this game for that additional control?
I don't know if you really need it, to be honest, but you do have really good ways of killing it with the Ursa, right? You just overpower, hit it, and then that's it, right? So like maybe you want to think a little bit more about your implication in terms of your damage potential, and using just using blinding light to keep people away from whoever is getting gone on is the way that I would view this call. It's more of like a utility damage type mid in this, as opposed to something like that's a pure support that might want to go for that Aghanim Scepter. I don't know. That's kind of my read so far.
I do think that if he goes for the Dagon, this Ursa should die. I think the Doom and the Tiny can survive against that. But at the same time, I think to the benefit of the Keeper of the Light as a pro is the fact that you will have that great early game. Like, there's really no way to stop your early game, right? He will find the farm.
Yeah.
He will find the control. Let's see what he can do with it as Colombia and Venezuela. Game number 2 now on our screens, and it's going to be Colombia. Or rather, it's Venezuela on the high ground. How did they make it all the way here?
Oh, they just
The battle
smoked.
begins.
They just smoked and walked. A very untraditional place to go, but the runes are still going to be 2-2 anyway.
I do think that
There's
it's
nothing-
the flags are switched around. I think the team names are in the opposite direction. I'd love to take a look because Jesus is in Colombia.
Yeah, I did mention that. I did see that too. I was like, whoopsies. That's a little silly, but that's okay. This mid matchup should be going very well in the way of the coddle. Bottom, you have obviously this Enchantress who could have a decent time just taking those Lycan Wolves and then doing whatever they want.
Let's see how many lost hits both of these sides will be able to get in the early game, because last time around it was Colombia that was the big winner of the lost hits, right? But this time around it's the Keeper of the Light that has that natural advantage as far as lost hits go. Top side,
I mean,
it's
this-
the Snapfire
yeah.
that's taking in quite a bit of damage. You may actually end up falling. No, he's going to be safe. But we don't actually see this kind of a matchup too often played.
Which one?
The Keeper of the Light versus the Tiny. It's.
Oh yeah, no, this is very not normal for this meta. I really just think for both of them, it's going to be okay. Well, I have Avalanche Toss up top. There's going to be that kill onto that Snapfire, and Jesus. We'll get a bunch of solo XP from this double wave, triple range creep wave. That'll be good for him.
Who got the first blood last time around? I don't actually remember. I think it was
I believe
Venezuela.
it's the silencer that died.
So it was Venezuela that got
The
the first blood
Hoodwink.
last time around
Yeah.
as well, right? Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Venezuela actually coming out ahead twice in a row now. as the Earthshaker is actually going to bring in the creeps, allowing Redster to farm up, knowing that there is an Ursa on the other side. This is what you want to be doing. Just take the creeps, bring them to your Lycan, because there's no way the Lycan actually stacks up against your Ursa, and Arbolito needs to be better in contesting this. He can't get that the creeps go by like this because he wants the Ursa to dish out the Fury Spites. But again, Arcana is just, I feel like, too good with his position, just able to grab the creeps up. And he'll, in fact, grab himself up with a double wave. And all of this is happening at the back of that one observer ward that he has planted down. So he knows where the Ursa is. And he will be, I think, a big factor into what this Lycan will be able to do. And in particular, how much push they'll be able to generate. And when that Dominator comes about.
Yeah, this polling is saving the lane for Venezuela. I mean, a Lycan into an Earthshaker and an Enchantress would normally be completely unplayable, but up top they're finding another kill on top of that Snapfire. The Bane Brain Sap is too much to trade into. Snapfire typically can out-trade anybody, but when you walk into a Bane, you realize how futile that attempt is.
I don't think this should be happening at all.
Yeah,
the Snapfire has the cookie. He has the Shredder. He has the Blast, and it's surprising that Iesf is not trying to contest Venezuela as they're going in for the kill again and again. This is going to come back to haunt them as the Troll Warlord. I mean, you ideally, both of these carries want to be making that Battle Fury, right? So it's the one that gets that Battle Fury first who will have that advantage, and it should be Shy with the way that things are going for him.
Personally, I think you probably should have just gone Cookie level 2 instead of the Scatter Blast, just so that you can get out of those situations when you do get caught by the Nightmare. But it doesn't happen, and look at the bot. I mean, this bottom lane is crazy. I can't wait until we get to see that. Nightmare up top. Iesf is trying to get some pressure down. The Blood Grenade is down as well, but that's a lot of damage. And I think this Doom is not long for this world. Shy is on a killing spree on the Troll Warlord. This Troll carry is honestly a lane dominator.
I mean, they've turned him into one. This is not exactly what I would expect how the lane should be going for the Doom. You have the Scorched Earth, you have the Infernal Blade, you have a Snapfire. This is supposed to be a lane that Colombia play aggressive in, but they are completely disabled by this Troll Warlord and that Bane. The Nightmare isn't the strong plate, I assure you. It's just Venezuela outplaying the other side.
I'm playing. I'm using my eyes right now. I'm giving it the old eye test, and it looks like it's working for me.
Oh man, and they're doing it right on the cusp of Colombia's own tier 1 tower. It's not as if they're drawing Colombia into their side of the map. This is just this is dangerous.
Ryoma? Oh dude, that's a Nightmare. Again, up top though, they will get the spin down on top of the Doom, and the right clicks are there. One more route to slow. Shy is dominating. 4-0 at 6 minutes on the enemy carry.
Don't worry, Mortimer. I'm still
And it's not just the fact that you will now have an early Battle Fury. It is also the fact that you will disable that Doom from having that Hind of Midas early on. And the Lycan almost has a Dominator. It seems like everything's working out for Venezuela. It's really...
Venezuela are just doing so well right now.
And the Troll's coming in. He's coming in right now. No, do not give him a mega kill, guys. It's pause so both teams, have this sort of time to think.
There's a cornucopia on this courier at the secret shop. So, he can get that for that fight that happens. But just to highlight the coddle here, almost got killed by the Tiny in his own jungle, but managed to live. But yeah, this top engagement here is this is awkward because it's so close to the tier 1 tower. Toltrus, as you mentioned, you could strategize TPing people in.
But who do you TP in, Plate?
I don't know. We're gonna find. I guess we're gonna find out. The Nightmare does hit the Snapfire. Down to the low ground you go, but you do have a cookie to get back up if you want to use it. Instead, they're gonna go in, and Shy has the rotation, not from the Radiant, it's from the Dire. Nice play from Ryoma. Iesf trying his best to get away, cannot do so, and now it's gonna be this Tiny walking forward, but the Nightmare go back into the pit. Nope. Not where you belong. You're good to get out of there, and this game is just not going Colombia's way.
Not the rotation you were expecting, I'm guessing. I didn't expect it either.
Didn't expect that.
You know, and the reason I mentioned the rotation was that you have an Enchantress played, so it's not as if they can bring in anyone else. It has to be the Tiny. But every single time these rotations, these skills attempts happen, the Tiny has such low mana because he's spamming out those spells to secure himself with these last hits, and so he can't go in with the TP even if he wants to. Or one other way to put it is that if he really wanted to, he would save his mana so that he could go for the TP. But clearly, that top lane is a lost cause for Colombia, and I think that Iesf should just fall back to that jungle.
You need level 6 on Doom to start doing anything in this game, I think. And he's going for the Hand of Midas. I mean, you do normally do that because you have Devil's Bargain, but it is typically greedy. They will find the Earthshaker, but the Fissure's there, no cookie follow-up present.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's a support Earthshaker, or something that we don't actually see all that much anymore. And it's something that I haven't seen in a really long time.
Snapfire is making his way bottom, but the Tiny is getting run down by the Lycan. The Fissure block is there, and Shy is going to be able to get a couple more right clicks. Mega kill for the Troll Warlord. And this is before Wolfbite is present. Liangi? Oh no, the Fiend's Grip is there. Is there any way to cancel this thing? I mean, yes, but it's going to come out a little bit too late. Another Troll Warlord is still going to be able to chase down the Ursa here. They need some movement speed slows, and they will get it. I mean, the Snapfire is just dead to rights here as the Ursa is getting chased down. The damage is done onto so many people. So much is going on, and the Snapfire, well, nice cookie. Grandma's got a couple tricks up her sleeve still. You can see the creeps are hunting. I don't know if they're going to get the catch here, though.
I don't...
Or maybe they do.
Oh, they might actually just because that...
Oh my goodness.
Dark Troll has a burst here, but only one wolf. I think Granny's going to be doing just fine.
Yeah.
They did take down a tower, though. And that team fight was so messy for Colombia because it really seemed like when they were caught out, they were just staring at each other, thinking about what they wanted to do, and they had no real way to counter-initiate. And it's Venezuela who keep coming out with the rotations. This time around, they even brought their Troll Warlord towards that bot lane, and it's really not a good look for the side of Colombia.
And this is something that we've actually seen Ame do at TI, is get that level 6 on your carry, walk through the portal, get the enemy tier 1 tower, and then just go back to your lane and farm. And the Coddle? Okay, well the Coddle might have been farming a little bit too aggressively. The Fissure will come out, not in time. But it will here now just to secure that amplified damage rune.
They take the rune away at the very least, but surprising that Arcana didn't actually just throw down that Fissure to at least try to buy Ryomo some time. And that's the big problem with the Keeper of the Light. If you catch him, he's going to die. He has no survivability. Yeah. And perhaps now that Colombia have that Doom online, like you were mentioning, it's an important spell to have. Perhaps they take this troll down. Because even if the Battle Trance makes that troll invulnerable, it still means that he can take in damage, at least until his HP falls to that perhaps that 1 HP mark. But then, if he has that Doom stacked upon him, he's still going to die after that Battle Trance runs out. It's a worthwhile kill to get. Perhaps Colombia should take a page out of Venezuela's playbook and rotate the Ursa from that twin gate towards the top side. Just go all in, because that is a very big bounty on that Troll Warlord right now.
5 kills and 2 assists at 10 minutes. And Coaches, I played a game today as an anti-mage where I had a pre-10-minute Battle Fury. Shy is about to have an 11-minute Battle Fury with Threads. This is insanely fast.
He's 1200 net worth above the Ursa. He has 6 creep waves above the Ursa, essentially.
Dire's middle tower has been
And again,
Middle tower will get denied.
ooh, so that's additional gold that will be taken away from Colombia. There's a 3000 net worth lead up for Venezuela at that 11-minute mark. It's really the state of the game. It doesn't seem like it's going to get better unless Colombia make moves. But right now, they are just content on farming. Yeezus wants to be creating that hand of Midas. Meanwhile, the Tiny wants to have that Blink Dagger. But Mapu isn't anywhere even close to it. He has about 300 gold plate. And he wants to be making his phase boots.
Yeah. Feels like he needs it a little bit more. Kisses come down and the toss is there, so they will find the Wombo combo on top of that Earthshaker.
Okay, so they'll delay his Blink Dagger at the very least, I suppose. But
And
it's
it's level 6, so, you know.
they're not going for the kills that really matter. Because right now, you just use your Mortimers to take down a support. And your Troll is going to be very happy on the side of Venezuela. They realize that, hey, there's no huge ultimate now. The only thing they need to be afraid of is that Doom.
And the Battle Fury is on the courier now for the Troll Warlord. This is the point where, you know, as a carry, if you just spend the next 20 minutes free farming and not dying a single time, I don't know how you lose. It's Shy has put himself into the best position possible. And it's going to have to be up to some pretty clever moves from Colombia to be able to stop this guy from just farming every part of the map now with this Battle Fury timing.
And there's going to be a bit of a window before the Ursa has his own Battle Fury. In fact, oh, rather, does he have it now? Or
The Battle Fury?
he should have it. Yeah, he is going to come out right now.
Yeah, he has it now.
So at the very least, this Ursa should be able to farm up now, but you can't farm up on the Doom and the Ursa, right? It's too greedy. Venezuela are just going to punish you for it. The Keeper of the Light, Ryoma, has that vessel, is going to be going for the boots of travel now. Meanwhile, Earthshaker, 1000 gold away from his own Blink Dagger, and Retsu almost has the Helm of the Overlord. So these are big power spikes coming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Once the Overlord comes out, that's going to be Tier 1 towers, middle and top, gone.
They will go for a smoke play. This is right when the Tiny almost has a blink. So I'm not sure how well this will work out for them. It's actually not going to do anything, as they're not going to catch anyone. It's just going to be wasted time for Mapu, as he will not go on farming for his Blink Dagger, essentially delaying it. And again, with the lead that Venezuela have built up for themselves, I think they are going to be happy about this. But when do you think the turnaround window will be? I think surely it has to be that Blink Dagger from the Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big question for me, is when can you get this blink timing and when can you start to really help everybody out here. But unfortunately, the Snapfire cannot deal with the Ancients or the movement speed slow. The control from Venezuela here is a little bit overwhelming, and now this tower properly it's destroyed. Even before I can finish that sentence, Toltris, this game is not going the way that Colombia drew it up.
Well, Venezuela will have all the opportunity to draw around the map, as they can go for whichever objective they want. Right now, it's Roshan and Blade. Unless you bring in everyone from Colombia, you cannot contest this. But even then, it may not be enough. The Mortimers are up though, and they are making a move towards it.
You can see the Bane eating this initiation. They will commit the Lycan ult as well. Nightmare Kits drop down as well. Troll is coming in full force. The Snapfire is dead to begin with. The Croaker will be the next thing to fall likely here. TP out. They don't want to go for the Roshan, so they're going to push out top and then probably join back at that again. But the Lycan uses ultimate. He wants a little bit more than just a Snapfire kill. Won't get it.
They have time though, but the good thing is for Colombia, their Blink Dagger now is up for the Tiny, and he will have that. Perhaps he makes a play.
Yeah. They will find the Bane, but the wolves are there, and the harass from this ancient creep is way too much.
Is the tiny dying to the ancient creep? Is the tiny dying being pushed
Yes.
back by?
Radiant's
What?
top tower is under attack.
Oh, this is
Yeah, it's
awkward.
literally two wolves.
It's
Two wolves and an ancient creep.
to be fair, it's the petrify, but he goes in anyway.
Oh, they find a Bane who manages to live anyway. Nightmare Save is there, and now they get the Fissure on the back line, but the Snapfire ultimate comes down, the kisses are there, the root will follow through, and the Doom comes down on top of the Earthshaker, so there's not going to be an Echo Slam. The TP is out from the Lycan, it's not going to be able to come out in time. Blink forward, they find the Coddle, toss up into the air, this is going to be a kill, but the heal comes out. Ryoma doesn't want to die yet. They will finally get the kill from the Blink on the Ursa, and the Troll Warlord was nowhere nearby.
I really think that he should have joined the fight, and the Doom, he just did such a great job actually just making sure the Earthshaker couldn't turn things around with the Echo Slam because of how many melee heroes Colombia have. And now they might be able to take Roshan down. Unless Venezuela come in with the TPs, but right now they're taking their sweet time with this, and it's just going to be too late for them, as it's going to be an Ursa with an Aegis as well as a Blink Dagger, as suddenly it's Colombia who have the lead in their favor at the back of that one team fight, and the weakness of the Keeper of the Light. Caught in by the Avalanche, you're going to die each and every single time.
Yeah. The Coddle just didn't have that Troll Warlord to body in front of them, and they pay for it. The Troll is such a critical part of this draft that, you know, Shy does need to consider making some slightly risky moves with the position that he's given himself, and if he does die, well then, that's obviously really bad, but is it worth your 4 teammates dying? I'm not sure.
And because of how many kills the Ursa was able to grab, Plate, he is neck and neck even between himself and the Ursa and the Troll. As much farm as him. Maybe even stronger than the Troll if you have the Doom coming in from Iesf too.
Well, I imagine if Troll was there, the Doom would have hit him. So this is like
Dire's top tower is under
very
attack.
awkward if you're the Troll to be able to fight.
No wonder how well Venezuela were doing in the early game, but the pace has really slowed down, and they're making a similar mistake to what Colombia did. They're not actually pushing objectives, they're going for the team fights. And maybe just pushing out those towers is the correct way to go about it. The tier 1 towards the top side is not only still standing, there's an Ursa on Venezuela's part of the map, just freely farming away without a single ally beside him. And Venezuela simply do not seem bothered by this.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if Venezuela are just going, okay, well the enemy have Aegis. We kind of flubbed that part of this game, but we still have things to play for. We have Nightmare, Echo Slam, Lycan ulti. Like, it's not terrible. They are losing a lot of tempo around the map, though. This is a little concerning for them.
And the lead is going to start building up. The Ursa, not only can he start farming, but he can actually go in on anyone he sees, right? Something that the Troll Warlord doesn't have access to. And you can already see it. Diangi saw the Lycan for a second and wanted to go in on him, but now he might be in trouble.
They will get the blink in on top of the Bane. The heals coming out from the Coddle might not come out in time, but the Fissure Block is there. Really nice Fissure Block. Actually, the Cookie comes out in time, and now the Troll is here. That's going to be a kill. He's wicked sick now. Which way are you going to go? Well, you can't stop the TP, Lycan. You need a bash for that or something. Wards are down. They are going to try to bait this part of the team fight. I don't think it's going to go their way as Liangi has that blink. Goes in, finds the Coddle. They need some help, but the death is there from the 4-shot, the Earthshaker. I don't know how he managed to get there, my friend, but that is pretty cinema.
That was a very awkward team fight. I mean, I'm not sure what the Keeper of the Light was doing there, getting caught out in that position. And they just weren't able to go in with the Earthshaker either. Really seems like when we take a look at this game played, it's just the Troll Warlord who's actually having a good time. And I think that may have been the case from the start. all of the kills from Venezuela came at the back of that troll. It seems like without the troll, Venezuela aren't really all that strong, at least not as far as the team fights go.
Yeah, and they don't have the same kind of overwhelming team fight as they did in game 1, where they could just press all their ultis and then walk away scot-free. I haven't really seen an Echo Slam as well. I don't know if that... Have you seen one? I genuinely don't know.
He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, and that's the problem with the support Earthshaker now. It's 21 minutes in, and he is a position 4. He's not a position 5. So he should have had it by now, but still unable to actually find the farm for it. And the resources around the map are being eaten by his very greedy cores, right? It's the Lycan who's farming, it's the Troll who's farming, and it's the Keeper of the Light who is constantly shoving out lanes so that there's no real place to farm for you if you are this Earthshaker. But I think that Venezuela should prioritize that Blink Dagger, as it can create a lot of a buffer in some of these team fights. Can give them the opening that they want.
What kind of opening do you want if you're Venezuela right now? I mean, do you just want a farming opening where you just ignore the enemy team? Do you want to...
I think you need Moss Blink Daggers. I think you need a Blink Dagger not only on the Earthshaker, but maybe even on the Bane, and you definitely need it on your Troll.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But he doesn't seem like he wants to be going for the Blink Dagger. He's actually going to be going for the Lincoln Sphere. So he's afraid of the Doom right now. And that's the big problem. Whoever he plants the Doom on will die, because you have the Ursa coming in for the follow-up, and you have that magical damage that's going to be flying in at the back of that Snapfire. Yeah. No real easy access to these team fights coming in from Venezuela. And I'm afraid it doesn't get any easier for them either.
No. And you also had the Lotus Orb on the Doom as well. So, you know, the Bane can't even go in and run interference on that hero either. And the Purge creep as well. Didn't talk about it, but that Purge ability is Omega busted.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm thinking about what they could possibly do to turn things around. The Aegis is not available, has not been available for about a minute or so. But still, Venezuela, they're forced to play passive. I mean, Lycan will be farming up for his Assault Cuirass, but I don't think that's going to buy you a buffer. I think the big window for the Ursa Warrior is right now. This is his peak. He will start falling off, but that's going to be 10 minutes from now. You may just lose all of your towers. You may just find yourself losing out some more team fights. Now that you have the Blink Dagger on Arcana, he finally has found the goal for it. I think Venezuela should go for a smoke, but it's going to be Colombia who are going to beat them to it.
Shy? You know it's actually going to be the Bane that they catch out first, but Shy did kind of stay around for a little bit, and they have the Yule Scepter up as well, so Mapu's going to toss the Troll all the way back. Where's the Doom? Is it even going to come out? They go back in, and the Lycan's giving a lot of good vision here. Where's your Echo Slam? Where's your anything? It's not being committed yet. Shy getting kited around a lot right now. They will find the Ursa. Blink in. Where's he? Again, no blink for 10 seconds like the Earthshaker, so all of this chase is just committing in. They will get the save, and this disengage from Colombia has been clean so far.
No Echo Slam up for Venezuela. I mean, like you mentioned, the Blink Dagger was on cooldown because they had to come in for that hasty counter initiation to try and save their Bane. But again, there was no Fiend's Grip used either late, and I'm afraid there's no real excuse for not being able to get that one off. You should have gotten it on at least one single target.
Well, they want to go for a little bit more here. Again, threatening that. Oh, the blink in. Tiny wanted the wave. Passivity. Passivity? Pacifism? I don't know the objective. You know what I mean. Or
I actually
Venezuela
made the same,
right now.
I actually had a twist of the tongue for the same word just today. and I still don't know. But I know one thing.
I have no
This
idea.
Bane is surely going to die, Blade.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Dude, where's the echo? There's 4 people stacked on top of each other.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I think the problem is even if he goes for the Echo, without a sure shot way of a follow-up,
Radiant's
Venezuela still
bottom
don't win the
tower
fight.
is under attack.
Your Lycan is going to be running in, your Troll
Oh,
is
they
going to be
find the
running in.
Lycan. They're trying to get on top of the Snapfire, but the 90 is there. I mean, that Ancient Creep is going to die, so you lose part of your zoo.
And a lot of gold goes their way as well. It's 250 gold for the Ancient Creep. It's a huge loss.
Yeah. Venezuela just opt to push mid and bottom where the Colombians were not.
Blink Dagger forced
Radiant's
off
bottom
up for
tower
Mapu.
is under
And
attack.
this is the thing with the Tiny. I think that
Dire's
the Tiny
top
does
tower is under
not
attack.
scale as good on the mid lane
Dire's structures
because
are
you
fortified.
don't go for
Radiant's
the
bottom
damage
tower
building
is
items
under attack.
after the Blink Dagger. You go for utility. Utility helps against
Yeah.
the troll but does not help you with scaling for yourself. And this Ursa pretty soon is going to be the only source of damage for Colombia as Venezuela. They finally find the confidence within themselves to go for a push. And again, it's that big realization that they had in that previous game. They're taking this tier 2 towers down and they're realizing that, hey, there's no response coming in from Colombia. But that's only because Colombia, they're busy with some bigger objectives. It's towards that Roshan, and this Roshan again falls very quickly because you have an Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, Colombia do take a slice out of the objective pie available on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aghanim set their build up for Shy as well, interestingly enough.
He will have the dispels, the constant dispels, so
Yep.
not exactly too sure what he's meant to be dispelling. But
Overpower.
okay, yeah, that's a good one. And some of these
You can
utility
also-
items, I'm sure. Lotus Orb is available, Crimson Guard,
Yep. Nature's Attendance.
Forced off as well if you're quick enough with your
Scanning.
axe. Just
Yep.
cancel it midway.
Radiant are scanning.
There's a lot of stuff that it helps with, but it doesn't increase your DPM, really. It just kind of keeps you alive and keeps the enemies guessing.
Clean up middle lane, thank you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They have done a great job at actually mitigating the acceleration of Colombia's net worth advantage, right? It was 3,000, slowly creeped up to about 4,000, and right now it stands at about 5,000. And I think Venezuela, they just need to hold on for about 7
Radiant's top
more minutes,
tower
7
is
to
under
8 more
attack.
minutes. That's, it's not such a hard limit as I'm putting it, but mid to late game, they will be
Radiant's
stronger.
top tower has
Let's see
fallen.
if they can at least hold on until then.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
That's
there's
kind of the
another
difficulty, isn't it?
there's another fire on the Ursa plate.
Radiant's top tower is
Uh-oh.
under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
That's not what you want to see.
yeah, it's getting rough. And you know, we were talking about the Keeper of the Light. What exactly has the Keeper of the Light offered as a mid laner this game?
TPing out a lane very close to the people that are there.
And pushing out lanes, I suppose, right? Those are the only two things that I think
Yeah.
have been happening. Has participated in a lot of team fights, I will give him that. He does get that participation trophy or medal, but that has not found much use from the Keeper of the Light. And I think that at this point in time now, you go for the Scepter, but he's actually queuing himself up the Hex. And perhaps
Yeah.
that is a good benefit of going for Ryoma. That sure, he hasn't had a great game so far, but because he's playing the Kotl, and perhaps because he can flash farm, he can go for some of these big utility items, allow the Troll Warlord, enable him, and maybe just use the Hex on the Ursa, or even use this and take them down.
I have literally seen Coddles in worse positions from this. Just take over games with the Hex. It's such an influential item and probably one of the better comeback items in Dota 2. Just hexing your opponent
Dire's
is
top
so
tower
good.
is under attack.
Interesting to see though if he'll be able to manage to pull it off because he does not have a blink dagger, so it makes it a little bit harder to get the gap closed there. But when you are running into triple melee core, it's not difficult. It just means that you're getting gone on first, and you have to be able to survive that.
Right now, there is an amplified damage rune available for a Mapu plate, and if Venezuela, I mean, I don't think they realized this. I don't think they saw it out either. They don't. There's no vision on their own part of the jungle. But Venezuela, they're going to play on Colombia's side of the jungle, towards that bottom side, and whoever teleports down here may just end up being in a bit of danger. So far, no one. I mean, Red Suit is going to be able to grab up a tower just by being able to use his creeps. Oh, Fisher
Yeah,
is
that's a
that
pretty
can
big deal.
Stun anyone.
This is, I mean, this game is on a knife's edge right now. You don't know who's going to go on who, but what we do know is that there is, although while there is a golden experience lead for Colombia, Dota win probability is still slightly in the favor of Venezuela, so they must really believe in what they're doing.
What is the percentage? 56. Have you because I have noticed the win probability being kind of erroneous as of late. I don't know if you've noticed it. Right now, though, want to be going in play.
Oh yeah, no, they get the Avalanche down onto 3 and the Doom on top of the Troll Warlord. Cannot get the ulti off in time. Instead, he's going to go out with the TV, but the bash is there from the Troll. The Nightmare comes out the Fiend's grip, but it's nowhere near close to enough. And Sky has the ultimate down. He will end up getting it off in time. Another bash is coming through. They might have gotten baited by the Troll here. Double kill for Retsu. And I think Colombia might have put a little bit too many eggs into the basket, as Enchantress will go out with the TP, but there's the Hex and the Fissure is there as well. So the right clicks, again, the Nature's Intent's coming out for a little bit longer. Okay, come on, Enchantress, hurry it up. Come on. You can, okay, yeah, you got the Fissure, there you go. Perfect, wonderful. They got the kill, nice and quick. And oh, okay, Ursa, big kill onto the Lycan by himself. That's some, you know, that's salvage. But it feels like consolation for an otherwise detrimental team fight.
It might just get worse because this Troll is now on your high ground, and this Ursa needs to get his behind back to the base to be able to defend this. Venezuela came out with quite the team fight, even though it was Colombia who found the initiation on that Troll as they wanted to go in again.
They want to keep going for more. Oh no, Venezuela. You have your ultimate on top of the Troll Warlord. He's kind of baiting it out right now. He'll be able to get it off as well, but the Yule Scepter is there. No BKB for him. So he's basically dead to rights right now, but the stuns are coming through. No BKB yet. Oh, he's so close. The Echo Slam comes out. For what purpose, my friend? All this time we were waiting for that?
That was the team fight that Colombia were looking for, and they will be able to come out with an entire team wipe. Just catch out that Troll Warlord, make sure you disable him, make sure you disable his battle trance, and you will come out ahead each and every single time. And I can't help but wonder if Venezuela overextended, going towards that tier 3 is becoming overly ambitious with getting the series win. I know they're close to it, but right now it's Colombia who are on the cusp of evening out the series. I do think this tier 3 push is going to be a lot harder for Colombia than it is for Venezuela. I mean, just the fact you have the Keeper of the Light on the other side. But that was proof of concept for both of those teams. If they have the kill conditions going in their favor, they will be ahead in those team fights. And that Echo Slam, like you mentioned, Plate, we've been waiting for it for a really long time. Surely there are moments in the team fights where you can get the Echo down. I think the problem is you're looking for the perfect Echo where there is none.
You just have to be, I mean, yeah, you have to be patient, but you have to make a commitment at some point. It's better to just throw it out there and help your Troll Warlord out instead of, you know, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and then using it after he's dead. It feels like that Echo might have been a little bit mistimed from Arcana. Going straight for the Octarine core next, so he can spam fissures, I suppose, in the team fights.
Is he actually going for an Octarine score?
Well,
Radiant are scanning.
he's got the auto buy on the Octarine core items.
He has a guy. Is this Earthshaker a support or a core?
He's, well, okay. He's having a little bit of a identity crisis right now. He doesn't know what he wants to be.
It's that mid-game crisis. Played when
Yeah,
you're far behind.
it is a mid-game crisis.
You know, in the game, you're like, wait, what if my team? What if I'm able to help the team if I just transition to a core now?
Radiant are scanning.
Look, guys, I have this brand new car that I bought. I mean, item that I bought. Very proud of it. Okay, this would be a perfect echo. There it is. Onto both supports, and that will open up at least one death. Maybe the cookie is there. Like an ultimate coming through. Now they have the nullifier down, so that's Stopfire's toast. But Shy now has to deal with the fact that the Ursa's front and center. The BKB is going to be able to come out as well as the battle trance. And now the damage is coming through. He's got himself locked on top of that Ursa, and now he turns his attention over to the Hex of Tiny. That's a triple kill for the Lycan.
This Lycan is
It
doing
will immediately
massive amount of work. Blade.
bulldoze. Oh yeah, no, this Lycan is the hero that the Radiant have to figure out to kill.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they'll even give him the tips for it. I mean, they take these barracks down very quickly. Colombia don't have this much pushing potential, and there is no buyback on your Tiny or your Doom. Your Ursa is the only one of the cores that can actually contest against this, but I'm afraid he doesn't have the necessary tools. He is playing against the Hex. Turns out that one item changed the game for Venezuela.
Radiant's top barracks.
They haven't won at the series quite just yet, but they are so close to it. And I can't help but wonder, Blade, what's going wrong with these team fights? They just need to disable that troll, but as it turns out, it's that big bad wolf that's the real worry.
Yeah. Yeah. The Lycan is a problem. I think you also have to kill the Coddle. The Coddle with the Hex is too much of a problem. Kisses are coming now inside of the pit, so that will give some vision. And Shy has the battle trance going forward. The Doom is going to come down as well, so they finally get that angle. The Troll will certainly die before. Oh my goodness, the damage. He wanted to take someone down with him, though. The 4-step up on the high ground. They will finally get the Lycan down. They're trying to get the damage through, but he gets a kill. He's still able to survive all of this. They get the buyback down. They blink forward. They can't find the Lycan. He's running around all over the place. He's going to be able to skedaddle his way out, but the Ursa's walking back into the pit. It's low. They have to blast into it as well, just for a little bit of something, but the Aegis is going to go. Ursa, pick it up. There you go. And the Bane coming in, tries to going something. He wanted to scavenge.
An impressive team fight. I don't know if it'll be enough, but it goes a long way when you grab yourself up with the Aegis. Make sure you can take that troll down and disable the Lycan from actually taking out your backline. That is what you need to be doing if you are Colombia. But right now, you need to stack in your advantage. You need to go for that high ground. Because even if though you get the Aegis and you find the team fight win, you just lost 2 lanes of barracks on the side of Colombia. And you need some win. You need an objective win. Otherwise, Venezuela will just be able to wait you out.
There's no pressure for Venezuela to close the game out right now. There's an Aegis on the enemy team. They have 2 lanes pushing in constantly. You could just sit back, get some vision down, play under your wards. Yeah, sure, let the enemy farm more than they have been in the past. Yeah, whatever. But that's not going to really change the dynamic of the game here. You can see Colombia already making that aggressive play. On the other side, they find the Earthshaker. That's a big kill.
He wants to be a core, they're going to treat him like a core.
Yep, yank him.
Still though, he respawns very quickly, right? 30 seconds and he's going to be back up. And another thing is that even if Colombia were to push, it's so hard. You're playing against a Keeper of the Light, one of the strongest heroes to be defending your high ground with. Just constantly throw out that Illuminate, hex people up.
a traditional high ground defender.
Earthshaker has an Octarine score now. That's
Yeah, he does. Yep.
oh man, he's going for a refresher plate.
He's not a support.
He's going for a refresher. I think we've only seen one Echo Slam this entire game, but he's still going for the refresher. Or rather, it's
Yeah, he is literally going
if
for.
he uses
No,
a
we've
double
seen
Echo
two.
Slam, that'll be 100% increase in the Echo Slams we've seen in the game.
I think, and position 4, Earthshaker specifically, this happens to a lot, where like you don't feel confident going for those echoes. You always need +1. It's not like that core Earthshaker where you have that level advantage. So when you pop the echo, it's going to be a kill almost every time, as they will get the pressure block on the Tiny 4-step forward. Tiny has a Dagon 5.
Let's. Oh,
Bane's grip is down, but the Bane ripped to shreds by the Ursa. Nullifier's there as well. They have the Blink Echo at some point if they want to use it. The Lycan getting caught now by the Ursa. The Kisses will stop any Blink Dagger counter initiation here, so they will get the Bane buyback.
The problem is they're making a target out of the Tiny because there's no real great target to go on. The Doom has the Cheese and the Ursa has the Aegis. So that makes the Tiny the only valuable core available.
Yeah.
But the Lycan can also go to snipe that back line, but he's just a bit too hesitant actually venturing that far forward, because you always have the threat of that Ursa blinking on top of you. You have the bashes, you have the utility, and you have the nullifier.
Well, and now Aldana has the opportunity to go for that Blink Dagger and get the saves out with the Gobble Up as well. So if the Troll Warlord starts hitting somebody that you don't want them to hit, you can come in and bail them out. That could really change the dynamic of the team fights. Troll Warlord hates saves with a passion.
Don't you think now, Plate, that the Keeper of the Light should be going for a Scepter? I mean, it just seems so great at this point in the game. It's another objective that Colombia have to take out in that team fight. Otherwise, they're just constantly going to be distracted by that Wisp.
I don't know why he's not building it, to be honest. I feel like the Lincoln's is a bit of a solo item. Like, Ryoma doesn't want to die. But, TBH?
He shouldn't
if you
ever
go
be.
Interceptor and you don't have to... Yeah.
He shouldn't ever be in a position where he is going to get hit with the Doom, right? He should be in the back line.
Yeah. I guess my question is, maybe go Blink and then the Aghanim Scepter, right? Because then you can, like, blink in and then do the ulti thing and then force type yourself out. But if you just go raw Aghanim Scepter, then you're just... It's a little bit harder to position. I don't know, actually, why he's not building it. Maybe he just doesn't value it this game against the Ursa.
Well, the Wisp can get taken out very quickly by the Ursa, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see, though. Let's see how the Lincolns will be able to do. I see several ways, dozens of ways they can actually cancel out that Lincolns, but perhaps they want to enable their Troll. That could be one way they want to go about it, as the Troll will have a Lincoln Sphere of its own, which means that the Doom will have a difficult time. Now you need 2 heroes to get that Doom down. As Iesf doesn't have any item that can actually break that Lincoln Sphere outside of
You do have Purge.
Yeah, so he has spells to be able to get it down.
Yeah.
It's getting tricky now, because as soon as the Aegis wears off, you now see the fact that Venezuela, they want to be pushing in, or at least feeling safe to leave their high ground now.
The Ursa is the strongest hero on the map, though. Liangi has overwhelming net worth compared to his counterparts, and is 6-slotted. Moonshard next. I'd be a little bit concerned if I were Venezuela here. This Ursa's 14-1 so far, really keeping the team on his shoulders.
Surprising he's gone for the 3+3 overpower attacks over the 2 charges of the Earth Shock. But I suppose he's just valuing his ability to take a hero out within one single charge of the overpower, or just maybe wants to stack in more damage because you want additional bashers to be coming out to hold the Lycan in when he has that max movement speed with the phase shift. So plenty of ways you can justify that going for that talent. But the thing is, he'll have the other one as well. They have the +2 charges in, or rather +1 charge in the Earth Shock. As we are in a bit of a stalemate late. Quite the lead for Colombia. But the problem is, and I suppose the worry and fear is for them that if they lose a team fight, they lose the game. And consequently, the series.
This is not the position that you want to be in if the series is on the line right now. I mean, you do have that tier 3 tower that keeps getting poked and prodded. It can't regen any health, so it's 400 health away from being taken away, and then you have to deal with the range racks going, and then after that the melee racks. So it's like, at some point, you have to think, like, we got to keep these lanes pushed out, and not only that, but we can't get ganked while we do it. It's very awkward to play this kind of game.
A slow burn.
Yeah.
On Colombia.
Yeah.
They will hold on to their cheese. But... and the banner. Maybe they go for the block of cheese for that 5th damage barrier.
Radiant's bottom
We'll
tower
need to start collecting up some lotuses in order to do that, but...
That's a lot of lotuses.
yeah. Surprisingly, I realized that you can actually make the block of cheese without using greater healing lotuses. You can even use 18 lotuses.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I don't actually, it says that in the tooltip, but I don't actually know how you stack up 18 lotuses in the first place.
Yeah, no, that's a lot.
Roshan is now underway, and Blade Venezuela want to contest. They are moving on in, but it's going to be too late for them.
Oh, they find the backline here. The BKB comes out from the Coddle. Oh, it wasn't a BKB, it was just the Lincoln Sphere. But yeah, this is a little bit scuffed. I mean, maybe if I was the Troll Warlord and I'm not there, I'm pushing those towers bottom, but comes out a little bit too late, and that's going to be another clean Aegis fight for Colombia here. That's a really big one.
But the only thing is, Colombia need to go for the objectives. They need to make this work. Now with the second life on the most farmed hero in the game, like you mentioned, overwhelming net worth compared to everyone else. 6 slotted, can go for the moon shard, can go for everything, has every... if you're not going when you are at your strongest, when are you supposed to be going?
I don't know. Maybe Colombia are looking for a different angle here that we just can't see. Maybe they're a little bit afraid of the Hex catch. Maybe they're afraid of the Lycan still, right?
I hate to say it, but
I'm kind of surprised.
I think the Earthshaker was onto something when he started transitioning into a core build. He foresaw this. I mean, he predicted it.
Well, we might get to that 60-minute timing. It does not feel like within 10 minutes we're going to have a conclusion to this game.
Still not going for a scepter, despite having the Lincolns. This scepter for the Keeper of the Light is on such a low priority. It requires 7 hits to actually take down. It will take a full, not exactly a full, but quite a lot of attacks coming in by that Ursa to take it down.
Yeah.
At the very least, it takes about a second to dish out all of the hits from your overpower anyway. Right, so it'll be a second of a disable. But they don't want it.
It's... No. No, he's thinking about something else. Very peculiar game so far. Just in terms of, I guess, the itemization of some of these heroes. And, you know, we talk about the Earthshaker itemization going to a full core. We talk about the lack of Aghanim stuff from the Coddle. No Aghanim Scepter on the Bane.
Oh, that is a big
very
one.
Shocking
That is
to me.
Yeah, that I actually forgot to talk about that or even think about that plate. That is huge. That could be huge. Just the ability that you cannot just cancel out that Fiend's Grip will mean that one of your cores is going to be taken out for the entirety of the team fight.
Yeah.
Learn from Arcana, I think. You know?
Don't die.
Has he not died? He has died.
Oh, he has. He's died 7 times this game. He had to make up for it from the last game.
But, you know, it's also unfair. Why does he get to be a core and the Bane doesn't?
Maybe that's the dynamic. I don't know. It could have been like, hey, one game I'm going to pop off and be a carry, and then the other game you pop off and be a carry. In this game, they're trying to make him be the carry this game. But it doesn't seem like it's really working out. 14,000 gold lead at 51 minutes isn't necessarily the biggest lead, but despite the gold lead, Venezuela are still comfortably in a lead according to the gaming graph.
64%. Nothing too insurmountable, but without a solid way to push, it just simply seems like we're going to be here all day for you, all night for me.
Hey,
but
do you have all night? You got any plans?
Iesf has plans. We're supposed, you know, Canada and Ecuador.
That's true.
You know, they
my
want to duke it out.
countrymen.
But these two teams right now, they want the spotlight, at least
They're
for the
hogging the
60-minute
limelight.
mark. You know, until you have some tier 5 neutrals, then perhaps you can go for. You know, actually, you know what I think is going to happen.
What?
Tier 5 neutrals come about. You're going to be having those Necronomicons, but I forgot what the updated name for them is. The Book of the Dead, right? You're gonna have the Book of the Deads coming about, and you're just gonna have both these teams spamming out the Book of the Deads against each other.
Holy smokes. Venezuela have 4 magnifying monocles.
It's wow.
I didn't even notice that. That's crazy. They do see Liangi up top, and he does not have the Aegis of Immortality. There's also Wolf scouting him out, but Earthshaker's not there. He's bottom. He's out with the TP. Again, just a lot of posturing from these teams. Not a lot of commitment unless the blink in. Liangi's going to get hexed up. And I think they're going to completely commit on top of this Ursa, and he's going to die through his Enrage. The biggest kill on the map they could have possibly gotten, they just got, and now the Enchantress is surrounded by everybody.
A full duration Fiend's Grip plate. A full duration Fiend's Grip. And I think the overwhelming net worth that you were talking about made him slightly feel a bit too overconfident as well. The place he was walking, he had no allies beside him apart from that Enchantress. And Venezuela grabbed him as soon as they saw an opportunity. And now with a refresher on their Earthshaker, they are going to be going on over to that high ground. Even if you force a buyback from the Ursa and go back, that's still going to be worthwhile.
At 55 minutes plus, buyback is an objective. And they will get one from the Enchantress. Meanwhile, on the sideline, the Tiny has found an angle here, but Shy's coming over with the commitment. They will get the buyback from the Ursa, but maybe not before they can kill the Tiny. That's a dead Connell, however. Stun onto 2. Wait, no, Mapu's still alive! And nothing will finally get the ultimate from the Troll World, but he's surrounded. He doesn't have any else. The buyback's from here from the other side. Echo Slam! Double Echo Slam! Comes in! And the buybacks are flying through, but the Avalanche is there! Mapu gets to kill. Everybody's coming back. A 10v10 fight! They will get the dieback of the Connell after all is said and done! But told you, we just witnessed back-to-back team wipes!
And it's surprising that Venezuela went for the buyback. I mean, they could have just waited it out because everyone from Colombia went for the buybacks themselves. I mean, we spoke about this. Getting the buybacks at 55 minutes, like you mentioned, is an objective. And Venezuela simply becoming a bit too impatient with this. And now without the buyback on your Keeper of the Light, how do you defend this? You can
But
see
this-
over here the Ursa,
Like it is the
or rather the Tiny almost dying with that Eul's buying the amount of time for them to come in on towards that Troll Warlord. He could not find the kill there, and the Ursa, everyone actually just came in. The battle traps ran out, and even though you had a beautiful 2-man, or rather 3-man Echo Slam refreshed and thrown on top of them again, these buybacks that just came in right now from Venezuela, this was unnecessary. Too
There's
hesitant,
nowhere to
too...
TP to.
And now this
See,
can
the
be
problem
anyone's
is on
game.
Venezuela. You buy back in that position, right? Like, but the Colombia can buy back and just TP in and be right there. And Venezuela, they have to TP to the outpost and then run over, and that's what the Coddle got. That's what the Coddle got killed underneath the ward as well. Colombia with that ward that is bound to expire in 4 seconds on the high ground, just
Oh,
won
man.
them that team fight probably. And now there's
but
only
again,
one person in this entire game with buyback.
Blade, it's that one question we keep coming back to. Colombia, can they push? And you don't have a Keeper of the Light on the other side, but you still do have 4 of your other heroes. The Troll Warlord is also there. And when in a situation where you're pushing high ground without any buybacks on your own team either, that is a risky scenario. Because if your Troll dies, or rather, if your Ursa dies while you're going in for the offensive, you're just going to lose the game. And the only way to finish the game right now is to take the throne down from Venezuela. And that is one hell of a task.
Both teams right now are just sitting on the precipice of defeat or victory. With their, again, I cannot stress this enough. Imagine for the next 7 minutes, buyback is disabled for everybody. That's what this game has come down to. And when your buybacks come back, is going to be when you have tier 5s. It might be too risky for Colombia to go for it, because going up high ground, even without the Coddle, even 5v4, is very difficult to do. If you pull it off, you win. But if you don't pull it off, you straight up lose the game.
And that's the comfort that Venezuela are playing with, right? Their defense at the high ground is reliant, or rather, is also comes in with the luxury of knowing that even if you lose that fight and lose your throne, you're still in the series. For Colombia, the risk is if you go to that high ground and you get wiped, or your Ursa ends up falling, you're going to be losing the series without that chance of a game number 3.
And that's why we saw Colombia play really defensively before, but that seems like they... I mean, the other thing too, if you can manage to not force or not use the Lycan buyback on Venezuela, you are the only person in the game with a buy. Now, it is on an Lycan, and I don't believe you have a refresher orb, so it doesn't super matter.
But I think he does have to go for the buyback, right? Particularly if the push does come in. I think the troll can't actually stack up without the buyback coming in for the Lycan. But they can choose to give up one lane of barracks, or maybe even a tier 3. Wait and see what Colombia do. If they go for the tier 4s, perhaps you go for the buyback. But if they don't, if they start going for the barracks, perhaps you hold it. Because then you'll get 14 seconds of a glyph. Right now, they have about 7.
The rush banner gets dropped, so this will for sure be a dead tower. And they're just trying to buy time here. 20 seconds until the Lycan's back, 37 seconds until the Coddle's back. I don't think you can go for tier 3s. You'll happily take a Rax. 2 lanes, that's pushing it. And you have to be careful if you're Liangi, because you could literally get Echo Slammed off of this wave right now. That was a lot of creeps, actually. That might have been enough. If you had Refresher, it still probably wouldn't have been enough.
The problem is if it turned out to not be enough, you would have lost the game, right? So it's
exactly.
hinging it on just one play. It's perhaps a bit of a risk for Venezuela. But now with the Keeper of the Light back up, like you mentioned, Lycan, the only one in the game that has the buyback, so he is the only one that can actually buy some information. And I think in a game like this, having these Spirit Wolves against a team that doesn't have a buyback is the ultimate advantage.
They're gonna get the blink forward. Shy? Hold on, they get the Doom down on top of the Troll Warlord. He needs help. Dude, he's dead. There's no troll. That's it. Colombia found an angle. There was no respect at all. I mean, the Doom is dead, but unfortunately, the Lycan is still getting chased down all the way past underneath the tier 3 tower. You have a double Echo Slam if you need to use it, but again, the Lycan has the buyback. X comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Another tier 3 tower is under siege. The base is under threat right now. That Ancient, those tier 4 towers on the Radiant Ancient getting hit.
Where is Arcana going?
Mid-game crisis.
Late game crisis.
It's a late game crisis. He doesn't know what his job is.
Things start becoming loopy. Late. You know? It's when you start losing. Wait, where's my base? I don't remember. Who is
Wait,
this bearded fellow? Is this Keeper of the Light? Who? Oh man. Somehow
60 seconds and he had the troll again. How are you not going for end? Blink forward, Tiny misses.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yangi will be able to come out with 2 lanes of barracks though at the back of this.
And you have the wolf bite on the Lycan. Blink forward once again. Mapu can't find the angle. 5 seconds left on Bane, 30 seconds left on Troll, so the lane racks have been equalized, but is that enough? I mean, 21,000 gold lead for them at this point, and the Gaben graph is still saying, you know what, Venezuela have an advantage. Like, what are you talking about?
So Colombia, who team wiped the other side, took 2 barracks, only got about 4% of a win probability swing in their favor. That's what the win probability graph is. It was 62% when we lost check, right? I think, if I remember.
Surely a Roshan will be like 5%.
1% if they're lucky.
Ryoma finding an angle. Mapu got stuns onto 2, and now the Doom comes in. The Lycan is there. They will find the Bane, but the Refresher, they didn't get the Troll Warlord, and that's going to be enough to get the kill onto 1. Now onto 2 they go. There is the Wolf Bite down on top of the Troll Warlord, but the Fisher's block is there. And now they won't find the Coddle, but he's able to get saved here. The Ursa's getting Omega kited, and they're going to be able to chase on the Enchantress right now, playing around the Fisher, forced out to the low ground by the Snapfire, but Shy has to man-fight somebody. This Ursa cannot die. This Ursa coming in, the Echo Slam for what purpose? They will get the stun and the damage. It's all there, and Venezuela may have done it as the Lycan chases down the one hope of Colombia. It's the Enchantress, but he got himself a double kill, and now the one person that had a buyback is coming into play. Enchantress doing everything they can at this point, buying time, but the Lycan's already riding it out inside of the base. The stuns are there, the healing, World Staff is there, but it's not close enough, and the Lycan goes in to finish the game as Venezuela take a convincing fight to win it all.
Dire victory.
I think, played for Colombia, they had at least 3 opportunities to end the game there in that late game, past that 50-minute mark. They found the vibes. They had 2 heroes on the other side on the side of Venezuela who did not have the buybacks, yet Colombia did not choose to end the game. And really, you can't play like that. And who knows what would have happened if Shy did not get off to the great laning phase start that he had, because despite of that great start, it was still Liangi on that Ursa who was able to find the farm and be the difference maker in that mid game. Colombia were doing just so well, but unable to actually put up the pressure, or rather actually fight against the pressure that was put up against them by Venezuela.
Yeah, and this Troll Warlord just tearing apart worlds in these team fights. When he got the Battle Trance off and the BKB, the commitment was a little bit too much, and it wasn't often that the Troll got doomed. But what he did end up falling. Seeing this team fight here, he got it off in time, but it, didn't really matter as Colombia did end up going there. And this last team fight, I think this was a really big turning point. This could have ended the game here, but the buybacks coming out, the Tiny surviving, makes it impossible for Venezuela to continue pushing from this point on.
This was the point, I think, where Colombia could have turned things around. I mean, Keeper of the Light down for about 120 seconds after this team fight. You couldn't have asked for anything better. But it's I think, you know, we spoke a bit about the difference of the pressure that both of these teams were facing without the buybacks, and it was huge.
Yeah, and the fact that the Lycan had one ended up coming in so clutch at the end there, but that final team fight, it just felt like Colombia weren't on the same page. They kind of got surprised a little bit, and Venezuela able to take out both cores at the beginning, and then ultimately kite around the Ursa to their heart's content, and that was basically it at that point. I mean, the Enchantress lived for so long, but couldn't get the damage done, and at that point the game was over. So, incredible game from Colombia. They had more kills than Venezuela, and that really comes down onto the back of Liangi, who just completely tore apart Worlds, but unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. Venezuela playing phenomenally that game.
And another interesting aspect is that despite of the fact that Shai got off to such a great start, it was actually Retsu who had the highest impact in most of the fights past that mid-game. On that Lycan, taking out heroes from Colombia each and every single time. And then, of course, Ryoma coming in with the Hex. It was, I think, those two that made up the difference. Shai was just enabled by his team to dish out the hits over there. And then, of course, without that two-man Echo Slam, you would not have been able, or the double Echo Slam coming in from that refresher, you would not have been able to force out the buybacks from Colombia. I think Venezuela, they played it a lot better. And one thing I was not expecting Venezuela to win in that game number 1. I really was not expecting Venezuela to actually clean sweep Colombia.
Yeah, that was incredibly surprising to me personally. I felt like Colombia game 1, just to recap a little bit, the draft was the biggest question mark for me. That Terrorblade pick was a little bit sus and it didn't work out for them. And then in game 2, it didn't even feel like a draft difference, to be honest. It just felt like that last team fight where you're going in, you have those critical moments, those clutch plays. They don't capitalize on finding the same target. You have to burst down the Troll Warlord with the Aghanim Scepter Doom. They didn't get it done. And then Ursa was left on an island by himself. And unfortunately, that was just not enough to sway Venezuela from coming in and getting those last team fight Ws.
But, I mean, for Venezuela, though, or rather for Colombia, there is good news, though. Because these are two groups, Group A and Group B, both of them are round-robin groups with... there are 4 teams in Group A and 3 teams in Group B, or I should rather say 4 countries in Group A and 3 countries in Group B. The top 2 make it into the playoffs, and so they have plenty of chances to be able to make it with some more wins. Of course, those won't be streamed. You'll have to check them out. You can check them out in the in-game client under the Iesf Dota ticket. But for now, we have another series lined up for you. It is going to be Canada versus Ecuador, and we will be back for that series right after a short break. Hello everyone, welcome back to the International Esports Federation America's Qualifiers. I'm your host Ultras, and of course joining me is the lovely Plate. That was an amazing series, very back and forth, almost just saw tier 5 neutral items coming out. Plate, do you think that one was missing? Do you think it would have been more exciting if we saw those?
I think having a 10v10 fight at the end of the game, no matter if they're tier 5 neutrals or not, is absolute hype. That's what makes Dota the best game, period, in my opinion. I think there were a lot of things that went right for Colombia in Game 2, and I think there were a lot of things that went wrong for Colombia in Game 2. Obviously, they didn't win. There were a lot of team fights where I feel like they actually just genuinely outplayed Venezuela. They got the dooms off on the right targets. They got the tiny tosses. They got the avalanche combos where they needed to. They got the pick off on the coddle. But ultimately, when that last team fight, you needed one more team fight win, you couldn't get it done. So we're now actually going to be watching Cuba versus Colombia in this upcoming series. And hopefully they have the shortest memories possible and they can move on and maybe adapt a little bit to maybe some issues that they had in prior games.
Definitely. I think that it was a bit surprising that Colombia didn't go all the way through, or at least that we didn't get to see a game number 3. I do think that the potential was there, particularly when you take a look at some of Colombia's players, in particular Iesf, who does compete in the international scene, is a prominent figure in the South American Dota scene. Surprising, to say the least. And of course, while I would have actually loved to see Canada play, I know you're from Canada as well.
I am
we
from
won't
Canada.
we won't get to see them. We will see Colombia again, and I have a lot of faith, Plate, in their ability to recover. You know, like you mentioned, they're coming out after a 2-0 clean sweep from the other side, from Venezuela. So this will be a bit of a test, and we know that the Cuban Dota scene is on the rise. So whether or not this could be another potential upset is only something that time will tell. But I know that I would love it if there is going to be another feisty back and forth best of 3 series between both of these two sides.
No, especially and you know, this Colombia stack, right? We talked about Iesf being that TI level talent. I would love to see them make that adjustment to be able to give Iesf a little bit more of the priority there. Not to say that the rest of the team, Aldana, Mapu, Arbolito, and Liangi are not worth the focus. Liangi felt like he put the team on his back in Game 2 and really carried them. You needed an extra core, and I think giving Iesf that would have been a little bit better. But, you know, for the side of Cuba team, we haven't really seen, well, I guess you and I haven't seen much of, because this is our first time around. You got Skill, KMC, DC, Senku, Mr. Lens, and Kuroko on this stack. Very interested to see how a lot of these players do. Again, haven't really seen them play before, and that's surprising, as I said in the first series.
Definitely, and I wonder what the inspiration behind Kuroko's nick is, right? Yeah.
If only there was a guy. Huh.
If only. But again,
like
you mentioned, a bit of a switch around. I'm not sure if they will switch Iesf around, as I do think that he has always played on that position 3 role as far as his pro career goes. But
yeah,
we'll be interested to see what other adjustments they make, right? That I think is going to be the big one.
Yeah.
But do you think I taking a look at it, I mean, closing the game out, I think for both of those games, right? Even the game number 1 we saw against Venezuela when Colombia were playing, it was that committing to those pushes, committing to actually go to the enemy's high ground. That was the one thing, that one common denominator in both of those games that was missing from them. And they really do need to work it out, because Cuba, I have a feeling, despite, you know, I was taking a look at their rosters, again, no Liquipedia profiles on their roster, so they haven't been in the pro scene at least for long enough to have those verified Wikipedia profiles, but they are going to be coming in from a strong region. I know that Cuba is still up on the rise as far as esports goes, and I know that there are at least 1 or 2 players out there who do perform pretty well. if not on the tier 1 stage, but on the tier 2 level. And they will give Colombia a bit of a fight. Of that, I am sure.
Yeah, America is again such that dynamic and stylistic region that we talk about. The tempo was a really big part of this. The team fighting from this region is immaculate. I mean, even from the past series we just saw from Game 1 and Game 2 from both teams, it was incredible. And hopefully we can see some more of that, right? Let's see some teams play into their strengths and try to stay away from some weird drafting decisions. I think if you can get yourself just a solid basic draft that you can execute well and then rely on your skill to outplay your opponents, that's going to go a long way. And that's what I'm going to be looking out for in this head-to-head series.
And again, we spoke about this. Do you think that Cuba will be going for the Zoom meta? And because I'm sure they were actually watching the same game we were casting, right? Because they had plenty of time to do so. They probably saw exactly what Colombia were weak at and what Colombia were strong at. So I would expect a lot of Colombia's heroes to be coming out, or at least being banned out. Colombia go for the Nature's Prophet as well as the Dawnbreaker. Meanwhile, Cuba, they will just ban out the Beastmaster and the Lycanthrope. I think they were looking at those games.
5 seconds remaining.
They don't want to play against that stuff. They're not interested in playing Dota where they have to have like 5 people around the map constantly to, you know, deal with these walls and these helm doms. Lycan is just such an influential hero with the vision that he gives. It's just not worth going for. Colombia, now, they do make a transitional ban here. The Marcy is something new that we did not see from the last series, so maybe there's a specialist from Cuba that plays it, or, you know, it is literally just Marcy. You can play it as a carry, you can play it as a 4, you can play it as a 3. Don't really see it as a 5, but it does have a lot of influence no matter where it goes, and that's a pretty solid flex for a lot of teams.
Now, I wonder if Cuba will ban out the Ursa, because normally you don't go for the Ursa ban, at least until the very end. But no, they will actually ban out that Sand King and pick the Earthshaker for themselves. And again, Colombia were playing with the Sand King in game number 1. So clearly, not only will Cuba look to ban those out, but Cuba will actually go pick up the heroes that were successful against Colombia. And will grab themselves up with the Earthshaker. Meanwhile, Colombia will pick up the Shadow Fiend, a hero that, again, can be flexed on the mid lane and can be flexed on as the carry position.
10 seconds.
I think no matter where it goes, you'd rather have this Earthshaker as a 4, because if you put it in mid, it's going to get rolled by raises. There's really not a whole lot you can do. And then if you put it as a 4, you can keep the SF stunned for whatever position 3 you put in, and depending on the matchup, your 3 can out-trade the SF. Again, really depends on the matchup, but the stuns really help with that a lot. And of course, you have blank Echo Sign later on in the future, so I mean, that's never going to be bad for you.
And you can, you know, even if you're playing as a 4, what's to stop you from playing as a 3 anyway, right? As we saw from Venezuela. Right,
just have a good old mid-game crisis.
Exactly. The Blink Dagger, Kaya, Octarine score refresher. And if you didn't watch that game and you showed someone that scoreboard and you asked them to guess what position that Earthshaker was, 9 out of 10 times people would assume that would be a core Earthshaker. That's the kind of game that he went for. But it's going to be another S tier pick coming out from Colombia. They will pick the Disruptor up. That is going to take away the ability for Cuba to go for a strong tempo-based mid laner like any of the spirits that are available in the pool.
Yeah, and the thing about the Disruptor too is that this is one of those up-tempo heroes that lanes really well with Shadow Fiend, in my opinion. The Glimpse being able to bring people back into a second rotation of raises is really, really good. And I don't think people give a lot of stock in it because it's like, okay, it's a Disruptor XD, I just kill him. Yeah, kind of hard when the SF is hitting you for a million gazillion damage and bodying for your Disruptor. So there's a lot to play for there. Snapfire coming out, so Cuba could go for the Mars pick here. It is really good into the SF as well. You just blink on him, hit him into the arena, Cookie, Snapfire ulti, Bob's your uncle, everybody's dead. So I think there's a lot, again, the team fight coming out from Cuba here is really nice.
I wonder if they go for a Mars. No, they'll actually go for a Shadow team. And again, these are all played, these are all heroes that were either with Colombia or against them. This is Cuba.
I'm getting some deja vu here, honest.
It's like if production were to just switch up the flag for Cuba and put Venezuela down there, I wouldn't. I feel like I would have just gone back in time at
Yeah.
this point. But no core actually being revealed, and you were talking about the position 4 Earthshaker with the fact that you now have a Shadow Demon as well as a Snapfire in front of us for Cuba. This will mean that the Earthshaker is going to be a core. So then the only question is, do you play this as an offlane or do you still go on that mid lane against the Shadow Fiend, which, like you mentioned, destroys the Earthshaker?
It's really tricky to go for. I'm honestly surprised they picked up both supports and didn't, keep their. I think they played their hand a little bit too soon. They could have kept it a little bit in the air, a little bit open. I do understand the Shadow Demon ban or pick, because you need a way to stop the Disruptor from, getting free glimpses all the time. Disruption is one of the few ways you can stop glimpse. And as well, you can't give them Snapfire plus Mars. It's just a little bit too much. But they're going to get this Mars Willow, which is not as detrimental, but it's still a very good combo.
Who do you think has the stronger draft right now? Because I'm taking a look at the Colombia's draft, and their team fighting capacity is a lot stronger. Just the Disruptor, the Dark Willow, 2 of the strongest supports in the game. Sure, you're against the Shadow Demon, so you do have that save, particularly against that Glimpse. And against that Requiem in certain scenarios. Maybe even if you're able to gain vision inside of that arena, you can use the disruption inside of whoever gets caught in. But can't say I like the draft coming out from Cuba, at least compared to the draft coming out from Colombia. Okay, now I really like that. I think that pick is perfect. The Life Stealer just does so well against the Requiem. Runs out of the arena, runs out of the static field. Really, he can just run out of everything.
And like the thing is, you've got an Uber for you, right? The Earthshaker is one of those classic combos. You can Echo Slime one person. It can just be a solo Echo Slime, and that'll be good enough to get the kill with the Life Stealer inside of you. So, if you're an SF, you have to be really careful about where you're positioning. If you're a Mars, you kind of have to be careful about the kinds of arenas you're throwing down. There's enough save here, and the Shadow Demon does have ways of getting vision inside of the arena to save people with the Shadow Poison as well, even if you do go for the vision denying facet. So there's again, Mars in this game might actually struggle to find an opportunity to get those good arenas down, and with Cuba's sort of counter-initiating lineup that they've got going on right now, it would be difficult for Colombia to find angles. So I think this Lifestealer pick really has a lot of value.
I agree. It's just seems like a great pick. Not to mention the Bedlam is also magical damage.
Yeah.
You have that, like you mentioned, Blink Dagger with the Ursa, or rather, sorry, Blink Dagger with the Earthshaker. The Snapfire can also pick up the Yagan and Scepter, just throw the Life Stealer inside, or maybe even throw the Earthshaker inside. And now you do have a potential combination if you still want to go for a Spirit pick. Will be risky against a Disruptor, but maybe if you get to that BKB, you have that natural Infest Bomb. But as I say that, I think the Puck is available in the pool, and the Puck doesn't care about the Disruptor's Glimpse.
No. Also, it doesn't care about Shadow Fiend or Dark Willow. Really only cares about the Mars. If you get caught in by a spear, it can be a little bit problematic. But to be honest with you, I'm looking at this draft right now, and a Puck is really good. They banned out a Brewmaster, which makes me believe that they think it's going to be an Earthshaker mid. That does seem to be likely. But you don't have to put this Earthshaker mid. You could just say carry Shaker, and then force them to have a Disruptor Shadow Fiend lane, and then see where you can go from there. I mean, that is definitely an option. I just don't think the Earthshaker is going to have a good lane no matter where you put it, to be honest. So I'd rather sack an offlaner than a mid.
Cuba will have the pick though. So that does mean normally when you have that pick, you are going to be at a disadvantage. Because that flex means that Cuba, or rather the other side, the Radiant side, can actually go for the flex, and it will end up being the Puck that comes out. They will send the Earthshaker towards the offlane, mid lane Puck, carry Life Stealer. previously where I was saying that I like Cuba's draft more than Colombia's, I seemed after the Lifestealer pick, I am getting on board. I'm on the Cuba train right now.
Yeah, this Lifestealer
5 seconds remaining.
can definitely be overwhelming. For me, it's going to come down to like if there's a minus armor hero from Colombia that we could see, my initial guess is a Templar Assassin to pair with the Shadow Demon minus armor, or sorry, the Shadow Fiend minus armor, and then you just burst him down.
Choose your
Whoa! Whoa, whoa.
That's a statement. The
I-
Morphling is
Am I
bad
looking at
against
this right?
the Morphling is bad against the Puck. It's bad against the Earthshaker. Both of those heroes initiate so quick. The Puck can come in with the silence, and the Earthshaker can come in with the Echo Slam, and suddenly you're not going to be able to adapt to your strength from your agility, and you will end up falling. And not to mention, this is so incredibly greedy because you're a Shadow Fiend and now you're a Morphling.
The Morphling in a vacuum. Let's say this is 1v1 Dota for the sake of argument, and we have infinite gold. The Morphling does beat Lifestealer on a one-on-one. You can turn into the Lifestealer and then rage yourself to purge the open wounds off, and then open wounds the Lifestealer in return. And then the Lifestealer can never really hunt you down or attack you, just keep waveforming away from him. So again, like, the one-on-one matchup for Morphling is in Morphling's favor. Again, with the amount of agility and armor that you get, the Lifestealer damage is just minimal at best. But you have a team with you in the game of Dota 2, and your team comprises of a Shadow Demon who can save or set up Disruption Illusions to kill you, the Earthshaker Echo Slam to get that instant initiation. This Morphling has the same burden of carry that the the Terrorblade does in Game 1 of the first series today.
Yeah, it really just exactly feels like that Terrorblade pick when it came out.
It does.
And there were times when that Terrorblade actually looked pretty good, but that was just in the early game, right? As soon as those team fights started kicking off at the back of those 5v5s, we saw just how weak the Terrorblade would be. And I suppose that's the point, right? 1-to-1 Morphling versus Lifestealer, great matchup because you essentially are a Lifestealer plus a Morphling when you take the form of the Lifestealer and just use the rage for yourself. But team fight versus team fight, so much magical damage on the other side. Mortimers, Echo Slam, the Demonic Purge as well coming in from that Shadow Demon, the Dream Call, Silence coming in, stuns, damage, debuffs, everything. And how are you expected to survive? In fact, it's not just the Morphling I have questions for, Blade. How is this Shadow Fiend supposed to get the Requiem off?
Really good question, Toltris, but I can't answer questions I don't know the answer to. I have no idea.
This is...
Okay,
Both
well
of
that's a
these teams-
sneaky smoke from both teams. That's very cool.
Reminds me of the Silencer when he planted that Observer Board. I think this one is sneakier because
30
the
seconds
Silencer
to
was
battle.
not even in the smoke of the seat. At least these teams are. At least this one is plausible. Okay, Blade, we can pretend this is likely.
Yeah, and they're still gonna walk up the high ground here. Act like nothing is going on. They will make their ping over to Iesf, but he's just gonna walk away. And that's gonna mean that
The battle
Shaddai can get
begins.
the banner rune up top.
They're just gonna allow him to walk away as well. It's just...
Yeah.
Two bounty runes each, so neither side going to gain a significant advantage. Let's see though how the lanes go, because the Morphling plus the Disruptor is a pretty strong lane, particularly if you're able to get the glimpse back, waveform significant magical damage early on. At the same time, the Shadow Poison, if you're not careful on the Morphling and you have your agility built up, that Shadow Poison can just straight up take you out. So you need to keep at least some strength so that you're able to survive in this lane.
The other issue too is if you get a fissured from Fog and there's follow-up, it's very difficult. So, you know, we'll have to see exactly how they want to plan on this, but yeah, you can see those Morphling illusions come out already, and they hurt.
It is hurtful for not just the Morphling, but also the Disruptor. And
Yeah.
I think you're going to be looking for an early Blink Dagger on that Earthshaker. Meanwhile, top lane, there's really nothing holding this Lifestealer. I mean, you can throw out that Spear plus the Rebuke in a kind of surprise harassment onto her Shaddai, but outside of that, the Maze isn't going to hold this Lifestealer in. You can't actually dish out damage either, as the Realm hit on that Lifestealer, he can just use the Rage for that one too. And then has a setup at the back of that Snapfire.
Yeah, you know, the mid matchup between the Puck and the Iesf is a lot better. Oh, Disruption down bottom, looking to get a setup here, and they will find the kill. There goes Arbolito.
Ooh, he just got blown up. I mean,
Yeah.
hit with the totem right in the face, as that's going to be the first blood to going the way of Cuba. Hopefully, though.
Well, they throw a blood grenade up top and pop the open wounds, but I feel like that's just a you better stay out of my lane more than a I'm gonna come and kill you.
I think they're relying on being able to overwhelm the Radiants off lane as Venezuela were able to. Still, though, it is pretty hard. I mean, the Mars is a really tanky hero, and the Lifestealer, pretty low physical damage early on, right? Isn't like a Troll Warlord. The one big thing will be his Radiance timing, but the lane momentum over on this bot lane from Colombia is really not working out in their favor, but they may be able to find the kill here, Blade.
Yeah, that glimpse back is going to be enough into an easy waveform. You talked about that combo. The Disruptor and the Morphling pairing up to find an easy kill, and the Lotus Flower or the Morphling is also a very big boon
Oh yeah,
to the hero in the lane.
just the sheer amounts of HP regeneration. Thank you. That's not your lane. That's not his lane, Blade. Tell him.
Nope.
He will. Okay, there we go. There we go. He will.
Yeah, there you go.
All the order is restored. in
He
this
is
game.
just walking away, you know.
This is 1-to-1 though. Overall, I mean, it's not a huge loss for either side because it was your Morphling who got the kill, but still, it's constant harassment on that Dark Willow. Even still though, it's Yeezus who comes out on top in terms of lost sets. Shaddai doesn't have as many compared to the Mars.
No, and the Mars is probably getting revenge for the last couple of games that he's played. He's tired of not having, you know, not being shut down. He wants to be able to have a game this time around, and with the double bracer, you'll be able to give yourself a little bit more strength here. The stun's coming through, but the Snapfire should eat enough burst damage here to fall. Shaddai is trying to walk through, but again, the body blocks there from Mars are going to be just enough, and eating a Bramble is going to be your
Radiant's
consolation
top
prize
tower
there for
is
the
under
Lifestealer.
attack.
Colombia, slowly but surely, stacking up against Cuba, and I think they're looking pretty good as far as this early game goes. Or rather, as far as this laning phase goes, the early game will be a big test for them, and the mid game, in fact. The early to mid game is going to be perhaps really big tests, as again, greedy draft. They need their lanes to work out well, and I think Yeezus should be going for that Blink Dagger early on, rather than go for any kind of a greedy item. This Shadow Fiend is destroying the buck.
Yep, that's what you get for having 88 base damage. To be fair, bottom, Earthshaker manages to slip away. They're just giving Mr. Lens complete solo experience right now, and I bet Yeezus wish he had that top.
Meanwhile,
Level 4 on the Lifestealer.
Cuba is building up stacks over on their triangle. That's why Lens is taking in so much damage.
Yeah, bottom Mr. Lens. He's the disruption save is there, but you know, it's gonna be a matter of time here by the time he goes down, and Albolito looking for some more. Kuroko takes some couple fadeaways from the Morphling.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Up top as well. I mean, there's just action happening all over the place as Scale will navigate the mazes, but the spear will impair both what is it? Axolotl? No, that's a skin. I don't know what. It's a dragon toad.
I'm not too sure. I've seen all sorts of skins. I've seen a bat rider riding a snowman. There's a skin.
Yeah,
you know?
there's a skin.
I've seen a bat rider riding a stingray. Plate a stingray. He has a flame trail. How?
Radiant's courier
It's
has been
Dota.
killed.
That makes sense. I mean, that checks out.
4-1 now,
Or,
Mapu.
sorry, in mid. Oh no, Mapu trying to get that ultimate out. There's a haste turn on top of the puck though. And this will be an easy kill for the puck here in a couple more attacks. So whether the puck will get out or not is another question. But bottom, Mr. Lun's able to get away with that
Radiant
disruption.
structures are fortified.
Nice disruptions coming out. I mean, both in this series and in the previous one. I will say
Radiant
these
are
disruptions are a lot easier to pull off. These are in the
Radiant's
laning
middle
phase. Let's
tower
see
is under attack.
if the Shadow Demon will be able to continue with these impressive saves as the pressure stacks against him, right? As the team fights start becoming more and more chaotic.
Yeah.
But this puck got a great kill. It was on that Shadow Fiend, perhaps the most valuable kill to get in this early to mid game. Because you know that the Shadow Fiend will be the one to build up tempo against you with that Mars. The Morphling's just going to farm. It's going to be passive for at least 20 to 25 minutes. So far, so
The other
good,
thing
though.
too is that you got the Requiem out of the Shadow Fiend and he didn't die to it. That's a very big deal. That first Requiem normally finds a kill no matter where you go. The bottom lane, Mr. Lens doesn't have Echo Slam, doesn't have his life anymore. This Disruptor stopping him from really playing Dota 2 at the moment.
And this is what we were talking about, right? Cuba decided to flex the Earthshaker on this off lane because the assumption was that over on the mid lane, the Shadow Fiend would have had a terrible time. He's not having that good of a time on this bot lane either. So
Yeah.
as it turns out, it was doomed either way.
There is an Invis rune for SF. That is something that could be played, but at this point the puck is already farming jungle and they're going to give skill level 6 with this experienced mid.
Dire are scanning.
14,000. So the lead is almost at that 1,000 net worth mark. I think the big opening will be when you have your level 6s up for your supports, right? And I think that the two big ones that I can see is the Disruptor Static Storm and the Mortimers. I think playing with the Mortimers is going to be key. But now you do have the Echo and you also have the Dream Coil, and you don't exactly need a Blink Dagger as long as your puck is able to use the Dream Coil. Allow the space for the Earthshaker to come in with the Echo.
Yeah, and we can see that Echo Slam creep clear on the triangle stacks. Spear up top though. This Lifestealer takes some harass, still has the Infest though, so it's not really like you're in a super amount of danger. Unless the SF okay, no, he's got Gore Storm. He wants to go for a kill here. This is a little awkward though, Toltris.
Oh yeah, he's actually pincered here, but the Shadow Fiend is just what? The Shadow Fiend. Okay, yeah, he's gonna turn it around now, Blade. But the puck's also coming in.
Is under attack.
I mean, if they get one Sentry Ward down, and Mapu's gonna rip the ult, he finds an easy kill on the puck.
The Lifestealer is still running around with the Prowler.
Yep. Yep. Well, typically Lifestealers want to go bottom with their Gore Storm and kill the enemy carry, but it's a Morphling for one, and for two, he's not even in the lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
He does exit the Prowler. I'm glad. I thought he was still running around with the Prowler. But all things considered, he should be hitting a decently timed Radiance. It's not going to be all that, but it will be around that, I believe, 15 to 16 minute mark, which is an average timing. But it's Mapu who wants to make plays all across the map plate. He's now towards that bot lane. Normally we see the Shadow Fiend at least farm up for the first 10 to 15 minutes while he, to make that Yasha and potentially Yasha and Kaya and get that Blink Dagger. But this Shadow Fiend is choosing to play so active around the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
First item, Yasha. They will get the vision for the glimpse on the snap fire. Goodbye, skill.
Wouldn't trade places with you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile,
Is there a Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker? Yes, there is. It's on the Courier.
oh, he can actually
You might get caught off by this.
only 1,000 HP on this Morph plate.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
But the
attack.
tower's already fallen, so he can't actually go in. Meanwhile, Senku tries to apply some pressure on this tier 1 tower towards the mid side. And it's actually Colombia who are pretty far ahead right now. 3,000 of a net worth advantage being built up by them.
Yep. You do have to be worried about this Echo Slam, though. They will get the Bramble down on top of the Puck. Static Storm is committed as well. Puck can't get away. Kisses are coming through, but it's well too late. Mapu will happily eat all of these kisses. You do get the blink in. There isn't best play here. The Echo Slam comes down on top of the one. Terrorize. Walking through, but this Earthshaker is still infested. Cookie forward. They're waiting to bait with this Lifestealer still. He could come out and kill the Willow, but he's choosing not to. They still want to bait here. I mean, they have a turnaround play on top of the Morphling. Disruption is down. Blink available on the Earthshaker. Are you going to commit? Where's the Lifestealer? Where'd he go? Oh, he's top now. He's gone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Was he ever there to
Slightly
begin with? Am I crazy?
Yeah, he was not there, babe.
I thought he was infested in Mr. Lens.
I believed you he was there, so I opened the client to check. He was not there.
He was never there?
No.
I'm so silly.
It's
You know what?
okay.
Oh, you know what it was? It
What?
was the disseminate. The Shadow
Well,
Demon.
to be fair, I think
Dire's
both
top tower
teams
is
got
under attack.
something out of that. Right, the
Yeah.
Earthshaker uses Echo Slam, got the Shadow Fiend, and meanwhile Colombia, they keep getting these glimpse kills played.
Yeah. Yeah. They keep getting more. And this Puck has a Dream Coil, but are you really just gonna rip a Dream Coil on a Morphling? Maybe not, but both supports in it.
Under attack.
You can convince me. Never mind. They don't want to do that.
I'm afraid for Cuba, if Colombia continue getting all sorts of these skills, I mean, look at the Mars on that top side. He's pushed out that tier 1 tower. They find the mid lane tower denied.
Yep.
They've taken down the bottom lane tower, and they're making moves. They're playing a Morphling, but this time around, they're playing a Morphling that is active around the map. You have to punish the other side instead of getting pushed in.
Yeah, and you can tell that this Lifestealer is just not able to have a lane by himself. The Mars is always there. Very annoying.
Now he
Is there a
has
blink
his
on
own
Mars
Blink
yet?
Dagger.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
It's getting tricky now, because if you are caught inside of that arena and the Requiem comes out, you will not be able to survive. But it's Cuba who go with the smoke. They have an Echo now available on that Earthshaker, as well as a Dream Coil.
They know the Morphling's here. They know the Morphling's here. They're going to get the Echo Slam down. And the kisses to follow through. They find the pickoff. That was a lot used, but nice spear combo on top of the Puck will be an easy kill for them. They walk forward now still. I mean, they do still want to make this fight happen. And there's the Lifestealer this time around. I'm not crazy. Shaddai killing everybody. Goes for one. The disruption is back, but they have the everything to follow up. And that's all 3 cores that are dead. And they might even get the last one here, the Disruptor. Stuck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Walked right into that one for Colombia. I mean, Cuba didn't even need to do anything. Sure, getting that Morph kill was the element of surprise kill going in there, but Colombia chose to take a fight on that high ground. Walked into that Shadow Fiend, and all the Lifestealer needed to do was stay infested inside of that creep. Let them come to him instead of the other way around, and he just went to work with that Gore Storm. It really was no outplay, just Colombia making a blunder.
Yeah. Yeah. That was,
And
I mean, to be fair, that smoke was beautiful.
Oh yeah. A complete wraparound. And those are the kinds of plays that Cuba need to be making. Right? This was the first time we've seen some kind of teeth being sunk in to Colombia. And they need to do more of this because they are playing against the clock. The Morphling, like you mentioned, is strong 1-to-1 against that Lifestealer. And then you also have the Shadow Fiend on the other side who will have that Requiem up sooner or later. With the Aghanim Scepter, the increased fear, refresher maybe in that late game. And that's where it gets really scary for Cuba.
And the thing is, too, that team fight starts for Colombia getting the pickoff on Puck, right? That's one of the best targets you can get the pickoff on. No Dream Coil, no orbs, no Puck that's running around the fight not doing anything. And yet, it didn't amount to anything.
I think they need damage on this Puck.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you have the Witchblade, but you either need sufficient utility like Blink Dagger to be able to take the backlines out, because the Witchblade only provides you with enough magical damage to take out supports, not cores.
Yeah.
So then you either aim for the Disruptor, but it's so risky because if you go for that backline, the Disruptor Arbolito can just throw down that Static Storm, and they can turn against you. So this is a situation where I think simply you just need to be farming on the Puck and the Lifestealer. Maybe you play for the mid game instead of the early game, but then you're risking going late. There's such a small window between the early game and the late game, which is the mid game, where you're going to be stronger, but it's risky because if you don't win those team fights, you're going to give away too much goal to the other side. The mid-game goalie swings make or break the game in most cases.
This is one of those that last team fight at the bottom area was one of those team fights that you really think to yourself, if somebody had a ward, how much different would it have been, right? Just, I feel like vision is not something we've really talked about in either of these, well, in the first series and in this game, there's not a lot of it, to be honest.
And there should be, because you're playing into a Requiem, a Static Storm, or an Arena, right? And you also have an Echo Slam that you want to ideally get down. So without the vision, you can't really do any of those things. Meanwhile, I mean, you will have a Lifestealer with the Radiance right now. So for Cuba are actually looking pretty good right now. It's I think both of these two sides will have a farmed up carry by that mid game, and that's when those few team fights and the information, like you mentioned, that is truly going to be the key for both of these two teams on who comes out ahead.
But I mean, as you can see, there's no net worth lead in this game. This is very even. Feels a lot like deja vu again. Win probability doesn't know what's going on right now. It's like, okay, it was probably 50-50. I don't know. I'm curious
it was 50-50
about this,
at that 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
Interestingly, it started off 57%. So the win probability is it determines that the Dire side have the stronger draft. I do think it's because of the Lifestealer and the Puck.
But it is Venezuela with the gold lead, or sorry, Colombia with the gold lead. Oh my gosh, I knew I was gonna make that mistake. I knew it was gonna happen. My apologies.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a similar situation. It's a. In some ways, you could argue that it is the exact same situation between both of these two teams as what happened in that first game between Colombia and Venezuela.
Colombia do not want PTSD from that. I mean, they'd rather forget. But the smoke play is coming out here. They want to find another pickoff, and look at who's farming that bottom area. It's going to be Mapu.
Radiant are
Still though, if you
scanning.
attempt to go for the Shadow Fiend near his tower, you have to take him down quickly.
Ah, there's the blank Echo Slam with the follow through. They have the kisses. That's a kill.
It's a big one because you also make sure the Mars is not going to be coming in for a pick off of his own. So you build up some space for your life stealer to farm up.
Yeah, and then get the glimpse back into the Requiem of Souls. The races come through. That'll be an easy kill for Liangi.
These glimpse plays, man. These
Dire's middle tower.
been 90% of the kills that they've had in this game.
Dire's structures.
Meanwhile, you have a Mantis style up for the Morphling. And neither side actually committing to punish the opposing side's carry. I get it's hard that to actually punish that life stealer, but it's not that hard to punish the Morphling.
Has fallen.
You can go for him.
Yep. Rage TP by the Lifestealer, getting outside of the enemy base, and team fight, I think, is what this game is going to come down to, Toltris.
Oh yeah. And I feel like it's going to be a bloodbath when it does, because neither side actually looks like they're going to be able to find a team wipe without losing, without suffering massive losses on their own side either. But then Roshan might change that. You know, the buffer of the Aegis might actually give them the edge there.
The Dire Scan will identify that the Roche Pit is being invaded.
They're not doing anything about this though. And they
Nope.
have a great Roshan fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Your Mortimers are going to be up in about 6 seconds. You have the Echo Slam as well in about 10. But it will be a free Roshan that will go the way of Colombia. And with the Aegis, I think this Morphling is no longer a viable target for the next 5 minutes. Because you can take him down once, but you can't take him down twice.
Yeah, no, they get the fissure block. That was a weird arena, but it is what it is. Blinks forward. The stun is going to latch onto the Snapfire. Has that cookie down to the low ground. Good play. TP is available, but they won't get it off in time.
A lot of ya.
Going for a tier 2 here seems
Dire's
risky,
top
even though you do have
tower
the
is under
Aegis.
attack.
Now, I mean, what's the game plan here? You got the tier 2 tower up top. This is going to go down. And you're still split farming, right? No life stealer,
Dire's top tower
farming up
has
bottom,
fallen.
getting whatever
Radiant structures
they need to
are
in this
fortified.
game.
Radiant's bottom
The
tower
puck is also
under
pushing down
attack.
mid as well. Quick item check. As the Tormentor will be taken here. This is a pretty clean Torm. That goes the way of Disruptor as well. That's not terrible. It's not the best, but
Radiant are scanning.
they do scan out the
Dire's
fact
top
that
tower is
the
under
Shadow
attack.
Demon was taking the Shrine. A lot of stress on the shoulders of these players, and there you go. There we see the smoke play with the Infest and the Echo Slam available. Which one will fall victim? As Mr. Lens blinks and Echo Slam right into the trees. That's a double kill. Very clean play. And a courier as well. But that is Echo Slam down for like 2 minutes. Into an Aegis.
Radiant's middle
Getting the
tower is
Yashikaya
under
from Mr.
attack.
Lens, that's a pretty big item. No BKB though. I feel like BKB is super important in this game for the cores. I know you don't normally buy BKB on Puck, but you can see it there. He's got Blink, and now the BKB is going to be the next item. Very unconventional. that way.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, there's a Requiem pulled up top. Hello, Shaddai, Shabang. That is,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
okay. That's surprising.
Dire's middle tower
Didn't
is
expect
under
that at
attack.
all. That's crazy. And now that you get the spear into the static storm on the puck once again, that's your number 1 and number 2 dead. The TP's coming after the Shadow Demon. They have the Yule Scepter to catch him. They want to find Mr. Lentz here, but the backline is going to be secured. Meanwhile, this Shadow Demon, disruption on themselves. How do you get out of this one, Mr. Kuroko?
Middle tower
Well, you
is
don't.
under attack.
Unfortunately,
Dire's
that's a tier
middle
2 tower.
has
Now,
fallen.
I mean, Colombia want to keep going for more. They're just going to go up out of the high ground. Lifestealer's back. They still don't have Echo Slam. They won't have it for another 9 seconds, and this means that Lianji is just free to hit the tower. Lifestealer
Dire's
only
middle
has that
tower
armlet
is
really
under
to
attack.
defend themselves. And you can see the full might of the team fight coming in now. Okay, well now they want to smoke back out as Aegis expires, or it's going to expire in about 40 seconds.
Dire are scanning.
They do see the outpost being taken. Blink away. No follow-up blink by the Lifestealer. So this is avoided.
Back. Apologies for that. It was
Height.
16 and 11 now. Played as
Yep.
Dire's top tower
And a
is under
disruptor.
attack.
He's gonna die here. Spear back on the Snapfire. Now there goes the puck with the Lifestealer in on top of the Mars with that BKB. Trying to get the teleport out, but they have the damage enough. That's a Requiem if I've ever seen one, but there's no follow-up at all. He can't get the races off. The kisses come through. Shaddai alive. A double kill for the Lifestealer.
it's that mid-game timing. The Lifestealer is pretty strong with that natural immunity coming in, and all you really do need is that really strong Echo Snap kicking in. You pair up your ultimates and those will be a lot stronger than what Colombia can come out with.
And what you missed before was SF soloed the Lifestealer. And then 2 seconds later, Puck got spear comboed into a Static Storm and died. And then they took Colombia took that tier 2 mid. And the ensuing actions were a smoke play by Cuba to equalize what was lost.
A set of kills that I was not expecting, or a sequence that I really was not expecting, but I suppose things will change when you have the BKB coming up for the Lifestealer. Or maybe the Sans and Yasha would be the item to go with. But this Morphling seems pretty farmed up, all things considered.
Yeah,
Radiant's
the
bottom
Butterfly's
tower
such a
is
nice
under
pickup
attack.
for that one-on-one matchup with the Lifestealer. And there's a DD bottom.
Ooh, the Morphling's gonna get that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And-
under
Now it
attack.
can't get purged by the Shadow Demon, so
Oh yeah, that's But how do you cut through the butterfly? Unless you use the magical damage to actually take him out instead. I think that's the only way you go about this.
yeah, you need Echo with the puck, Dream Coil on top of him to stop him from living. But I don't know if it's really that possible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's an Ether Lens as well as a Blink Dagger on the Shadow Demon as well, so he can come in with the long range saves for that Lifestealer. So you don't actually need that BKB, you just need to make sure you can get a disruption off. And that's one way to play about it. It is risky because at the end of the day, you are playing a little bit behind in terms of damage output. Just that one-to-one matchup is going to be favoring the Morphling as far as the farm goes as well. And it's only going to get worse, right? With the Morphling whose next few set of items are going to be granting him bigger power spikes than the other side.
Waveform right in, and they're going to bring the Willow here as well. This is next to a tier 2 tower. Disruption will stop some follow-up here, but the arena comes... The blink out! Oh, he got the blink out! And now the puck is in as well. They are trying their best to get in. The Sonic Storm is down, but that's not really going to hit much of anything. The left of the front of the pickup out of the back line. Renku is there. They have the Echo Slam available as well. And they find it onto the middle and the carry as they go in. They're trying to get right on top of the Morphling. He'll be able to live. The disruption actually saved his life.
Oh no, that disruption was not the right play, and their lifestealer did not return for the fight. The lifestealer just went back and decided to abandon the fight, even though they came out with such a great Echo Slam. And now he wants to go in.
He's really committing. He's just walking in. I mean, the TP is out for the Shadow Fiend. He'll be able to get away in time, easy peasy, and they're just going to leave the Morphling alone. They know they can't do anything to him.
That was... Shadai really needs to play with his team. It's the fact that Cuba, they're a bit dis-synergized right now. They need to either go in with the infest, you know, with the in the puck, a natural infest bomb, or maybe even with the Earthshaker. Yeah. And that you can, we just saw the damage output coming from that Lifestealer on that Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend can't match up. You can take him down with one use of the Echo plus the duration of the Rage coming in with the Lifestealer.
When you have a hero like a puck on your team, one of the things that the Lifestealer really struggles with is catch. And then you put yourself into a puck and buy an Aghanim Scepter, you no longer have that issue. Earthshaker, nice blink away. But we did see in that last team fight, the disruption save into the blink out from the Earthshaker. Phenomenal work. And now you find another one. That's going to be the Mars. Chased down by Shadai. And the ultimate pro. Oh! Oh, he did not expect the Dream Coil, I don't think. Maybe he misplayed it, but the BKB didn't come out in time. Another Roche is going to respawn relatively soon. Yep.
Oh man, that was not good. But it's still not significant enough for you know, Colombia to be too far behind. I think the thing for them is, as long as you have your Morphling alive and doing fine, you're going to be good to go. Soon you'll have massive power spikes on your own side with the Shadow Fiend getting the Aghanim Scepter. And Cuba constantly, the more the time goes on, the bigger the moves they'll need to make to compensate for that Morphling. Roshan is up though. If they find a good team fight, perhaps they can come out with the second Aegis at the back of it.
This is an awkward fight. That skill will break the smoke. Get some wards down. Nabu, nice blink away as well. Puck couldn't quite catch him. It's a very awkward team fight right now. It's like they want to both go in, but they don't want to commit. And now counter smoke.
It's the second one. They already smoked before, but now they're going to go for another one. Really trying to force the issue, and I think it's that Roshan, right? Both teams recognize that this Roshan is such a valuable objective to get, and whoever grabs it will have a massive advantage in this mid game. And with the Scepter Requiem, it's absurd damage.
Assuming you can get it off, I mean, you do have the BKB, so that'll help a lot.
Does the Disruptor have an Aghanims?
No, not at 31 minutes. Has a blink though.
You know, the problem is always that late game timing where eventually you will have Arbolito make the Scepter, and at that point if you can't get your items off and you have no survivability, that one waveform coming in with the Morphling, because right now he's on that MKB. Soon he'll have a Daedalus.
Yeah.
And all of that damage inside of that Static Storm is going to be a bit of a disaster.
Yes, and it's upon the initiation. Both supports are stuck in no man's land. Disruption save onto one, but the double BKB is there, and that's going to be pretty easy peasy. But they will get the Dream Coil down as well. And to kill Shaddai coming in. They are going to pop the Echo Slam out onto the Mars. Now they want to turn their attention over to this Earthshaker. You got to worry about a glimpse, and there it is. The stun only hits 2, and this Morphling does way too much work.
The fact is, Cuba, they are avoiding contesting that Morphling because they realize that they don't actually have the damage output for it. And sure, they're going for return kills, able to find return kills, but the past 3 team fights I've seen, it's just been that Mars they've been able to punish. And punishing the Mars, don't get me wrong, he's a core, great, you get the kill, but he's already done his job in the fight. He's thrown out that arena, thrown out that spear and that rebuke, created the initiation, created the opening for the Morphling to get all of those kills, and taking the Mars down after the fact is simply not going to be good enough.
MKB finished for both the Morph and the Lifestealer, so the evasion that's happening is going to be negated by quite a lot. But Lianji is afforded free reign over the map as they have the Aegis and a full team behind them.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually take down this Morphling. It's might be just be straight up impossible. As anytime you go in, you have to be considering the fact that there's going to be at least plus 2 or 3 heroes that are going to come right beside him for that counter initiation.
Yeah.
Because of the Static Storm and the fact that Arbolito has the Scepter, like you mentioned, or rather the Blink Dagger, like you mentioned, and the Shadow Fiend has a Scepter. So he doesn't even need to launch that close range Requiem to provide support for that Morphling. He can just dish it out at a long distance because they can just use the fear. Now the Shadow Fiend is transitioning into from what was supposed to be an absurd magic build damage dealer to a controller because their late game carry is coming online. And soon you may even have a Hex up. It's a plethora of items that open up. Plethora of possibilities that open up. Getting those, of course, will still take time.
Very meticulous and thought out play style from Colombia so far, as they will find the Lifestealer. Doesn't have a BKB. They are going to get the disruption save down though, just in time, but the Arena Spear combo is there. Infest onto a creep just for a moment, turns around with the damage, but that's way too much. The Morphling does way too much work. Skill, dead to rights, blinking, doesn't get the Echo Slam, isn't even going to commit it as this Earthshaker just cannot touch the Morphling. Morphling is walking around having themselves a game, turned into the Lifestealer, got the Rage, got an open wounds as well. And that last team fight right there might have just sealed it. I don't know how you kill the Morphling now, if ever.
I think it's with 2 minutes left on this Aegis, you've already lost one bit of your barracks, and what a play coming in by that Shadow Fiend. He actually fake pumped that Requiem and forced out a disruption from Kuroko on a Lifestealer that had already used his Rage, which meant that all Mars had to do was use the arena and the Lifestealer was caught in. And without the Lifestealer, your entire team fight collapses on top of itself. You cannot fight. And without your Lifestealer for about 30 seconds right now, go for the buyback or don't. It's going to be, you're going to be at a loss. It might just be Mega Creeps and it might just be game over for you.
I mean, they're putting in a lot of damage on top of this Morphling, but pales into comparison to what the Morphling can do to use Snapfire.
And it's so awkward, right? Because even if you go for the buyback, he still has the Aegis. So there is no best case scenario. It's bad to worse. Those are your options.
Blink in, they get the silence down. So that'll be an Aegis. Blink forward. They get the glimpse. Oh, nice dodge. But the BKB comes out as well. They have the Echo Slam now down onto 2 with the turnaround play. That's a lot of damage, but there's nowhere near enough follow-up. Finally, the Lifestealer comes in with the Rage, walking through the portal. Oh my goodness, the damage from this Morphling. just kills him when he walks in, and everybody is trying to kill everybody else. Except Mr. Lens, he got caught with the Mapu with the right clicks, follows in, the glimpse on the puck. Langy is walking in the base, he doesn't care. These tier 4s are his.
That's that raged up Morphling that you were talking about. That's that 6-slotted Morphling. Or rather, he's actually 4-slotted, he doesn't have. Yeah, it's the Power Treads and the Vladimirs, but it's all over for Cuba. I think it was over when that life stealer died towards that bottom lane. I think that's when it truly ended the game for them. They were playing against a greedy lineup that got everything it wanted in that mid game, and that's simply not a position where you can come back from.
Too much work the life stealer had to do. Too many jobs it had to fill. The damage from the puck started to fall off a little bit, and of course the Morphling. No vessel or anything, no anti-heal on the Colombian side here in terms of the what was available, and you can see in these early team fights, you get the pick off on the Morphling to start this team fight, but it's a little awkward, and that Static Storm just ruins puck. But nice Echo Slam here, you'll see it. Well, it's not even an Echo Slam, it's just straight up an Infest Bomb that does the trick, and you kind of wonder where that happened. Like, where did that go? What happened to that?
Yeah, it's that fight was really good for Cuba because they were able to take down multiple of Colombia's heroes, but they were always going to be playing against the clock. You know that when you have a life stealer against the Morphling, and you need to take enough of an advantage to actually take Colombia down while you can. And I think that's an important scenario, right? Because while we're debating about Cuba's chances to win, Cuba were never even able to stack on those tier 2s played. So did they ever really have a chance? Or at the very least, did they have as much as a chance that Dota buff probability gave them?
I think a really big problem was just the fact that the life stealer wasn't getting proper infests in fights, and the Morphling at this point way too far forward. I mean, way too dangerous. Nobody's even casting spells on them because they know, well, they're just gonna heal it back up with the Vlads. And yeah, this is what Morphling players dream about games like these, where you just do whatever you want and you basically never get punished. The one time he died this game was because 4 people rotated on him and had to blow 3 else to kill him. And that was it. That was the only time he died.
A quick game coming out from Colombia. A contrast to their previous series versus Venezuela. As in that one, even game number 1 went late. This time around, though, it does seem like they have worked out their issues, at least against a team like Cuba. Perhaps the Cuba is a weaker team, although it didn't really seem like it, right? In that early to mid-game plays that they made, it does seem like Cuba was a team, and for me at least, in my opinion, it really seemed like it would be a back and forth game. It just seemed like Colombia ended up snowballing, and it became a bit out of hand from Cuba.
Yeah, Liangi obviously carrying the team there, as you can tell. 10 kills for that hero, and in a game that we were questioning the Morphling pick, to be honest, we were like, well, you have stuff to deal with the Dream Coils and the Echo Slams and the Kisses, and it just never really materialized from the Cuba lineup here. The team fighting just wasn't as clean as you might have liked, and I feel like this was a statement game for Iesf, right? You get the arenas, you get the combos, and that's basically where it all goes there for them.
Yeah, no real cohesive intent or even actions coming out from Cuba. They simply allowed Lianji to do whatever he wanted on that Morphling, and I don't think there was ever a single time outside of that one team fight that we saw near the bottom pit where Colombia overextended and ended up losing their cores. Outside of that one team fight, I don't think I saw a single moment in that game where Colombia were actually pressured or even felt the heat in a significant way, where they're like, against Venezuela, they really felt the heat, because in that game 9 heroes didn't have the buyback. In this one, it was just very comfortable. But that was just the first game between Cuba and between both of these two sides. We'll be back for that second game to find out if Cuba are about to get clean sweep or if they will be able to mount up a comeback and take it to a game number 3. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the International Esports Federation. We are in the Americas qualifiers. We are in the best of three, the second one, and the final one for today. As Cuba, they tried their very best, but it just seemed like their life shooter couldn't stack up against that Morphling. Good it played.
Morphling OP, please nerf, delete from Dota 2, exclamation point, when is the next patch? Question mark, exclamation point.
I don't think I want a next patch.
You don't want another patch of Dota, this is it. Totris has reached peak patch, guys.
I really like this patch. Like, it gives us such great games, you know, whether it's the tier 1 stage, tier 2 stage, or tier 3 stage. I constantly see games that are going back and forth. I see a return to the old meta where we are having, you know, those back and forth games, those heavy team fight oriented drafts. Sure, we have that zoo meta slip in every now and then, but it doesn't seem like it's overpowered. You remember that one TI which had 15 to 20 minute games with the death ball pushes coming in, right? I don't want to ever go back to that. I think Dota is in a really good spot. I think the international scene is in a really good spot, as this Iesf is turning out to be super exciting. And I think South America, you know, since I did Africa as well as Asia, wasn't there for Europe, but the European scene is pretty dominant in Dota overall. But the South American scene is a very close second. All of these teams, even ones, it's not every day you have players who don't have a Liquipedia profile able to take games away from players, or even able to come close to players who have those verified Liquipedias.
Yeah, and the thing too about a level of gameplay like this is you really get surprised by some of the players that just don't have those pages, right? Their information is hidden from the API changes that Dota made a couple of years ago, and I think that in combination with the way the meta is now really has spiced up the meta in a lot of ways that people approach the game nowadays, and you really kind of have to just figure it out for yourself. You can, you know, follow the websites online, but they won't give you the full picture anymore. And we're seeing a little bit of that here today, where a team is coming in, they come in and full team fight, full everything. They completely shut down their opponents, get a carry, and win the game. And this is really untraditional Dota that we normally see. Typically, we don't see the death balling. We see the I'm gonna farm, my 4 is gonna farm, my mid's gonna farm, my offlaner is gonna farm, and my 5 is gonna ward and then farm, and then we're gonna win the game with farm.
Now,
so it's really refreshing to see that change.
Colombia came out with a very greedy draft last game, and Cuba, they decided to punish that greedy draft with the mid-game oriented draft, which is normally typically the way that you play against a greedy draft, but that did not work out. So what could Cuba could possibly change against Colombia in order to come out with the win?
Not let the Dawnbreaker through, that's option 1. I know that the Dawn has not performed very well at the incredibly highest level, tier 1 specifically, but to be honest with you, who cares? It's such an easy hero to execute. You see one of your teammates get initiated upon, I press R. That's it. That's the entire gameplay loop of the Dawnbreaker. So for Cuba to go back to like that mid-game draft again in this situation when there's already that global counter initiation, I think is going to be a little bit problematic. They cannot go for an all-in team fight angle. It's going to be a little bit more nuanced, I think, their approach.
They do have, you know, like you mentioned, I think Dawnbreaker has just by sheer quantity, the most amount of synergy with the hero pool, right? Just synergizes incredibly well with just about any initiator or anyone who has ever wanted to make a Blink Dagger, right? Just come in with a Solar Guardian. At the same time, you will have the Disruptor, so all the Disruptor really needs to do is, at least until the Dawnbreaker gets that shard, is press that glimpse on that Dawnbreaker when he comes in, send the Dawnbreaker back, return that team fight back to its original state, and then potentially able to take a team fight from there. At the same time, though, no Nature's Prophet ban coming out, so Colombia can additionally stack up that +1 they have with the Dawnbreaker into a +2 if they pick up the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and that's going to be really problematic in my opinion. You cannot give away 2 global heroes. That's going to be too much that the Disruptor has to do. You either have to glimpse back the Nature's Prophet, which sets up the Dawnbreaker to counter and initiate fights freely, or you glimpse back the Dawnbreaker and have a Nature's Prophet hit your whole team for free. It's already looking a little bit problematic. I think that ban is forced in this position. It does not get picked, so maybe you go for it yourself and you go the anti-global strat, but you don't. Instead, you go for Tusk. I think Cuba are making a couple of really critical errors in the early part of this draft.
The Snowball is a decent save, though, against the Dawnbreaker. But again,
Yeah.
not the incredibly strong hero you want, considering the hero pool that is currently available to both of these two sides, right? Global heroes can be picked up. The Silencer is currently banned, so right now Cuba will not have the option to counter out this Dawnbreaker in a lot of ways. Because, well, sure, Disruptor Glimpse is great and all, but it can be countered out even against the Nature's Prophet. It's that BKB that once it comes out, the Disruptor can't send you back with the Glimpse. As... Ooh. Pugna. We were expecting the Pugna to come out. I was expecting the Pugna at least to come out in that last series when they had the Zoom meta to come out. Neither team actually went for it. But this time around, without the Zoom meta, they're going to be going for the Pugna.
Yeah, it's a really clever pick from Colombia to use the bans of Cuba against them, and they will go for the Nature's Prophet as well. So they've got themselves an incredibly strong fighting support with the Pugna that can tower pressure, Nature's Prophet who can farm up a Storm and then just commit to any fight that they want to, the Dawnbreaker to follow with that as well. It's already looking like Colombia have this insane tempo lineup that Cuba are gonna have to either draft saves and force TPs into like really bad situations, or you play for an insane pickoff burst and ignore team fights, because there's no way with the 3 heroes that are showing from Colombia you can 5v5.
I mean, pickoffs are great in all played, but how do you...
I know, believe me. I don't know.
How do you go for pickoffs when you're constantly going to be forced to go for those kills with the assumption that there's always going to be a +2 joining them, right?
I think if you go on the Dawnbreaker or the Nature's Prophet, you set up deep vision in the enemy, in the enemy jungle. We did see at TI one Nature's Prophet TP aggressively, and then they got countered. So that is one of the ways you can go about it. Initiate on the people that want to come in and counter initiate thereafter. But the Mars pick and the Sand King pick are pretty decent teamfight options that Cuba are going to feel comfortable going with.
So they're going to go with Plan A,
enough.
right? Which you mentioned, which
Yeah.
is just the insane amounts of teamfight and burst potential. Epicenter, Mars Arena, the Disruptor Static Storm. One of the things that the Static Storm also offers you is that if that Dawnbreaker does come in and you drop that Static Storm down, then you don't necessarily have to glimpse him back. You can just box him inside of your Static Storm, and then you come in with the AoEs that Cubas are building up, right? The Arena and the Epicenter. So maybe you create a setup where you can bait the Dawnbreaker in and actually take him down. But wow, a Slardar that comes out for the side of Colombia. They already have a Dawnbreaker, so is this going to be a mid Slardar?
Yeah, this is going to be a mid-starter up against that Sand King. They wanted some vision for the Sand King. The minus armor tears through Tusk and Disruptor very easily. And the other thing that you're setting up too right now is for Colombia, you can go for a support pick here. I had a support in mind that was very spicy, but I can't remember what it was. So forget me. Wow, I'm blanking on that pick. That was a really cool pick that I was thinking about too. Okay, never mind. It doesn't matter. They can pick whatever they want at this point. I think the draft is already won.
I will say that the Slardar is incredibly bad at scaling though. That's the one problem the Slardar has. Just falls off incredibly quickly. Also, it doesn't do very well against control. It really just feels like a hero that only offers you two things. A stun at the back of that initiation, and 2, that insane armor reduction debuff that you apply, and that's a pretty significant buff, right? I know I'm dumbing down the Slaughter's value because you have the Nature's Prophet that's going to be dishing out insane damage and that Nature's Wrath, so a nice healthy mix of physical plus magical damage. But I wonder how well this Slaughter is going to be able to scale. And it does seem like Cuba have boxed themselves into a corner because they have actually banned out the one hero that could have actually removed that armor reduction debuff. The Abaddon is now not going to be available for them.
Yeah, and they don't have any purges, any natural purges on their heroes right now. You wanted a core hero with a purge that doesn't care about being BKB pierced stunned. That was basically the Abaddon. That was the list. And now you don't have that list anymore. I guess the Ursa could have been decent too.
Okay.
Okay, remember when I said they could pick anything and it wouldn't matter or it wouldn't change anything? I have deep regrets. I have some very deeply founded regrets right now.
It's that tier 1 meta, I'm telling you. It's Ame inspiring everyone. You know, and I hate to I hate to say it, but the Swen destroys the anti-mage. I mean, doesn't care about losing his mana. All he cares about is making sure he can pop off with that God Strength. And it's going to be all over for the anti-mage. I will say that the anti-mage can go for the backlines. You can take the Disruptor down. But it's 4 melee heroes, so the anti-mage can't actually stack up in those team fights. At the same time, there's no AoE that they have. It's only Iesf with that Solar Guardian.
And I think the other problem too, the beauty of the Sven pick additionally, people really undervalue Sven Shard. Like, people really undervalue that, but that's like, what, 6 or 9 extra armor just for existing next to the Sven? In a lineup where you have a minus armor on the Slaughter? Like, the only way to counter minus armor in Dota is by buying armor. And the only way to counter armor in Dota is by using minus armor. So it's like a very polarizing game plan here, but I think the Sven just really covers that beautifully in this draft. I think this was a knockout last pick.
It does seem like they have a bit of an outdraft, but that's, you know, that's what we thought was happening in the previous game as well. When you had that Morphling come out and Cuba picked up the Puck and the Lifestealer, we thought that Cuba would be coming out ahead, but as it turns out, they just simply got outplayed. Do you think the potential for Colombia to outplay Cuba exists with this draft? Because I do think that this is an even more of an outdraft coming in by Cuba.
I think the problem is just that this anti-mage has a lot. I don't know what the place of this anti-mage is. I don't know what the AM's goal this game is going to be. There's only one int hero in the game on the Disruptor. There's a universal hero on the Sand King, and that's basically like your only 2 targets, maybe. But the int gain on Sand King isn't even like that great. It's only 2, which is less than a Mars, by the way, so fun fact. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of intelligence to really or the mana to burn away. If you get hit by Stormhammer and defend his God Strength with the Daedalus, you're dead.
I will say that
Storm, if you get caught in that, you're dead.
I will say that the anti-mage has a lot of survivability against the magical damage that's coming out from Cuba, right? The Epicenter, the Spear, the Rebuke, the Tusks, the hosts of spells. But you're right, if this Swen gets his hands on that anti-mage, then that anti-mage just will not be able to survive, particularly if you have that Daedalus up. But perhaps Colombia can play with the fact that they have a support Nature's Prophet and a support Pugna, so they will have a lot of push going against Cuba.
Sardar did also go for Brine Guard this game, giving himself armor for people's armor that he reduces, which is very good into this Fen. One of the ways that you can negate a lot of that damage that they get.
You know what the Slaughter should have? The Slaughter should have armor steal for every kill he gets. That way he can scale. You know how Silencer steals intelligence, Slark steals agility?
Yeah.
Slaughter should have armor steal. Not like the axe. The axe
He
just
just
gains
steals.
armor, but he instead of armor steal, like the opponents lose armor.
He just takes 1 armor from someone when he kills them.
Yeah,
Because if you do any more than that, it becomes ridiculous.
Yeah.
I feel.
I know. It can even be 0.5 armor. Who knows?
Yeah, even 1 feels like a lot, to be honest.
But I mean, let's see what they will be able to do. Colombia, they
Yeah.
were the ones who looked pretty strong against Venezuela, and also look
Up
pretty strong
top,
against Cuba.
Liang getting chased here. The tag team coming through. But is there any way to get on top of the AM? No. Kuroko went for the wrong skill. Shield crashes there as well. I feel like if you had charge there, that was an easy kill. Might have to be careful here, but yeah, this is not a fun AM lane. Not until you get level 2 and you can actually leave.
It's not a fun Pugna lane either. It really
Nope.
seems like this tag team is going to be overpowered this game, because anyone from Colombia caught in the crosshairs of the tag team is going to go down.
No glimpse available bottom, not enough mana on the disruptor for that.
This lane, however, it is one I think that Cuba can do much of the same thing that Colombia did to them. Play with that glimpse that Nature's Prophet back, and he will end up falling. And there's not going to be much danger to Shaddai. Even though Jesus has a pretty decent combination, the Dawnbreaker is a good laner. But the Swen has too much survivability, as well as that movement speed buff coming in, that armor buff coming in, which means that Nature's Prophet
Yeah.
hits don't exactly do all that much.
You're a mage that wants to burn people. I gotta think about this.
Yep, in this top lane, we just continue to see that pressure, right? The shield crash and the tag team combo does so much extra damage.
What is the Pugna supposed to do in this lane? Arbolito, it really seems like his only purpose is to soak experience and make sure that the anti-mage doesn't die, but he doesn't even offer that guarantee.
Oh, blink forward. They're trying to find an angle here, but they turn around with the tag team now. It's going to be Kuroko getting low. Yeah, I think the Mars needs to bring some regen to this lane.
He does have one tango. And Kuroko only has one left. Kuroko will be very sad if he has to give up his last tango.
I'll do whatever it
Yeah,
takes.
Mr. Lens actually
Oh,
ends up walking all the way back to Fountain.
Yeah,
so
that's a wasted tango. Kuroko will not appreciate that.
yeah, no.
Let's see if the Mars
But
brings the
again-
tango back for Kuroko though. Let's see. Let's see the test of
Yeah,
friendship
we'll see.
there.
I'm checking. No, absolutely not. This is a typical core player. Does not want to help the support out at all.
Oh man, mid lane. I mean, we spoke a bit about the Slardar and the Sand King, and there
Yep.
it doesn't seem like the Slardar that has a massive advantage versus the Sand King. Has a kind of an advantage, I suppose, but the Sand King should be fine, right? But what I'm more interested in is how many stacks Cuba build up for their Sand King, because they will want to be playing with that epicenter later on and have that early ping dagger coming about. But the Tusk is such a weak stacker. Can't actually stack with any spells. He has to walk to that triangle, dish out a hit in order to find some stacks for himself.
I think maybe with ice shards you can get something. Maybe. Oh,
Dire's
nice shards
turret
block on
has
the
been killed.
courier up top, but down bottom, you do have this disruptor lanes with the Sven just kicking around, chugging along, trying to do what they do best. It's not the best lane, it's not the worst lane, but they're vibing.
Jesus wanted to be going in, but again, it's very difficult. And similar to how the Pugna doesn't actually offer you all that much on that position or over on the top lane, you can't even push out because you don't want to be pushing your safe lane. You want the lane momentum in your favor so that your carry can farm. Which is why I think these support should be switched around. The Nature's Prophet should be the position 5 because he does offer a buffer against that tag team. Meanwhile, the Pugna should be on this bot lane because you can push away to your heart's content.
Yep, and force the Sven into uncomfortable situations.
Not to mention, even if you get Glimpse back, right? The only
Yep.
real source of damage in this lane is Shaddai with his physical hits. And against the Decrepify, Shadai won't be able to do much. So it really does seem like Colombia should have repositioned their supports. But, as I talk about that, I didn't agree with their picks anyway. So, my opinion
True.
is not really relevant or valued, apparently.
Well, I'm sure if they asked you. But hey, do you think AM is good here?
I think I spoke to Jesus recently. Did not know he was going to be competing in IESF, but
Yep.
a fun fact: there's more than one Jesus in Dota in South America.
There is?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I think one is a manager and one is like a team manager and one is a player. But
To be fair, there was a team that had 3 wands on it.
isn't that Colombia? No,
Is that Colombia?
I think so.
Is that Colombia? I'm doing a check. It is Colombia that has 3 wands on them. Yizu, Smapu, and Leon Yi. All 3 cores are named Kwan.
Oh, Jesus. He's going to end up dropping here with a few more hits, but turns it around. Arbolito will grab the kill.
Yeah, and unfortunately that does put the Tusk in a bad spot. Double kill for the Pugna.
You see what the Pugna can do when he's over on this off lane? This is the recipe for success.
And
that I
now
was
they
talking about.
TP the NP top. That's hilarious.
And this lead is quickly stacking up. I mean, it's a 2,000 net worth advantage at just the 6-minute mark played. It is pretty significant as the Angie will even find a kill on that Mars. Colombia 3-0 against Cuba. And sure enough, the rune isn't going to go their way. So at least Cuba come out with something. Maybe with an amplified damage and an epicenter, that buff coming into that magical damage too. You can grab yourself up with a kill. But you need someone to come in with the rotation. The Tusk and the Disruptor can guarantee the kill on the Slaughter if they really want to.
Yeah, the Corrosive Haze is a problem for Sand King in particular. You do only have 6 base armor. Gonna go for the phase boots next. And they do see that there are some stacks here, but it's not, it's nothing to write home about, so they'll just leave those. It's more about this Wisdom Shrine.
Dire are scanning.
Double damage.
Is there going to be a play? Because you can go for the Shrine of Wisdom play on this Nature's Prophet, but you need a lot of more support. Right now, Cuba, they are so wary of this Nature's Prophet coming in to steal their Shrine of Wisdom. They're going to bring in everyone. Apart from this one, even the Disruptor, his trajectory is actually hovering over that Shrine of Wisdom spot, so it seems like he wants to be going there too.
This is a bait. This is a masterful bait from Cuba. They're only showing Mr. Lens, but they have the Sand King below, and they have the Tusk above just for a little bit of extra vision. If Sutter comes in and only sees the Mars, he might feel like he can fight this out. And he's only he's level 6, but he's only got 3 points in Crash. He doesn't have enough Guardian sprint mobility to get out of an epicenter that comes down, especially if he gets speared.
An amplified damage epicenter played because he hasn't used a rune yet. But ideally, I think Cuba should wait not only for that Slaughter, but actually bait in the anti-mage as well. Allow the anti-mage to join in the fight, and maybe even the Nature's Prophet. Hell, you wait for everyone to come in, because they might just come in to back up their Slaughter. The anti-mage is right there. Nature's Prophet can teleport. And there's no Solar Guardian, so you have that bit of time.
And there's no way you're going to get the Solar Guardian either, unless the Dawn takes the Wisdom Shrine themselves while this fight is occurring, and then goes, oh, that would be so sick. That would be very sick.
Last game around, we spoke about the Morphling that clearly worked out for Colombia. So I'm going to assume that they have a plan with their anti-mage. I don't know what that's going to be, but maybe they shut down the Swen so that the Swen isn't going to be a threat against the EM. Or maybe you go
I
for a
think the
different
problem
build.
with well, the build on the AM so far is straight up cookie cutter. I'm getting my Battle Fury, and I'm laughing to the bank. But Sven kind of wants you to do that. Sven is not going to be in fights ever, period, until he gets his item timings. So if your core is also your carry is also doing that, it's a really big problem. It means that your fights are now 4v4. And if you take a look at the four heroes, Slaughter, Dawn, Pugna, Natures into Sand King, Mars, Disruptor, Tiny or Tusk, I think the Radiant win that.
They should, ideally.
I mean,
Just this
Arena plus Epi is just a lot.
Static Storm too.
Yep.
Hmm. And that Stormhammer.
This is such a good bait though.
It's a lot of AoE. It's so much stun. It really seems that Cuba have a very healthy mix of all of those abilities. Going to
Yep.
mean going to be a lot of physical damage needed to actually cut through all of that armor, even the Warcry. I think the Swen Shard should be a good pickup for him. Normally, we don't actually see it come about, but I think in this game in particular, against a Slardar in specific,
hmm
it would be pretty good.
And also the mana break damage from AM is physical, by the way, so you can reduce that with armor as well.
Disruptor has reconnected. Now you don't have many ultimates up. It's just the epicenter, right? So theoretically, this Shrine of Wisdom contest could have been so much better for them if they had the arena.
Yeah,
But they don't currently. I wonder if they'll bring their Swen in though.
I would be surprised if Sven comes. I think Shaddai is like, okay, guys, have fun, enjoy playing Dota. I hit creeps.
Are there any creeps towards the bot lane near the Dawnbreaker? Is the Dawnbreaker about to hit 6?
The Dawnbreaker hits 6 if they get the Wisdom Shrine.
Okay.
That will be enough XP to hit level 6, and you could make the argument that, you just Dawn ulti in on top of the epicenter after that's done.
So perhaps for Colombia, Dawnbreaker heads on over to his own Shrine of Wisdom, takes that, grabs that level 6 for himself, and then joins the team fight. And all Colombia have to do is hold that Shrine of Wisdom long enough for the Dawnbreaker to come in.
Yeah. That seems very doable with the Slaughter and the Pugna behind, right? You just pop a decrep on the Slaughter.
A lot of potential ways to execute this team fight.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be a very dynamic sequence here. We'll see what kind of game plan both teams have come up. I love it when, the casters, we talk about dynamics and what ifs and all these really fun and cool interactions, and then both teams walk away. And they just leave. And they just said, we're not going to do this. So we'll see what comes up here in this on this rune fight here. Mapu continues to walk up on the high ground, and they are going to get a rotation with an Ace Prophet in the backline. Nice spear right into the clutches of the Sand King. Burst strike in as well. That's enough damage. They will finally bring down the Mars, but they lose the Slaughter. However, both Wisdom Shrines will go the way of Colombia.
Yeah, I think that heavily favors Colombia there. Being able to grab up the Shrine of Wisdom, I think that was a bit of a mistake coming in by that Mars. He should not have speared there. The Slaughter. He should have let the Slaughter come in, contest that Shrine of Wisdom position, allow the Sand King to actually come in with the epicenter inside of that Shrine of Wisdom. So then you could actually get the kill, force out anyone who's coming in to defend the Slaughter or support the Slaughter, so you can find the kill on the Slaughter and also take the Shrine of Wisdom. I think Cuba trying to outplay Colombia and catch them out of position kind of went out of position themselves.
It was a little bit of an overcook. I think if they just play it simple, get the stun, right, as you said, right on top of the shrine, then just bring the Sand King in, walk him in, Sandstorm on top of the Shrine. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Still, though, this much experience is going to definitely help them out, particularly as Cuba are the ones with the more necessary ultimates, right? Their team fights depend on their static storm, the arena, the Walrus Punch, a lot of those spells.
They will get the glimpse back onto the Dawnbreaker, and the tag team damage is there with the God Strength to follow through that bottom lane. They will find the pickup, so nice kill from Skill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Arbolito will be level 6 soon, so he'll have that life drain. You'll also have that Solar Guardian. Something we didn't talk about was the amount of sustain and the amount of heal that's coming in from Colombia. It can be pretty difficult to overwhelm that life drain. So you're going to actually have to expend at least one resource into making sure you can shut down Arbolito's life ultimate.
Radiant's
But
top
for
tower
now,
is
he's
under
just going to
attack.
stack up those Nether Blasts. He just wants towers for himself, as Kuroko will go for the stacking now. But with this tower falling in so low, that's going to give Colombia the access to that triangle, at least from that top lane. And they can contest these stacks if they really want to.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They have the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of this as well, and Mapu's just there inside of the triangle. Epicenter is available, but there's no Blink Dagger from Senku, so good luck even contesting this team fight. And yeah, they're going to lose one stack at the very least.
This is hurting Cuba. I think they will need to play a bit earlier. I think instead of waiting for your Mars's blink, I think you just go for a smoke, or maybe try to make your epicenter work, because your towers are getting pushed in really quick. This is the second one that is going to start taking in damage. Sure, Senku is going to come in with the Sandstorm, that's great and all, but Arbolito doesn't really care about this. He's just going to dish out as many Nether Blasts as he can. Secure the topside rune. It is going to be a haste for Mapu as he can go in for a potential pickoff. And they have the Solar Guardian. This is the ultimate insurance policy, right, for the Pugna. Just constantly dish out Nether Blasts, and if Cuba try to contest you, you have that Solar Guardian.
Yep, and you can even see Iesf here stacking up and farming the stack on the triangle. I don't know if he made this himself or if the Nexus Prophet made it for him, but either way, this is a good amount of farm that he'll be able to get here. Going for that Blade Mail first, wants to be a little bit more active. And Blade Mail into Sand King, very good item.
Just
Highly
reverse that
recommend it.
damage. It's
Yeah.
But I do think the Scepter will be the big one, right? Blade Mail definitely not only good against the Sand King, but also good against the Swen, as he will not have the BKB early on, which means the Swen doesn't want to be trading hits. But of course, the Swen's going to be a bit more passive. Good against the Mars as well, I believe. You can literally just start whacking yourself on that arena wall and it'll damage your Mars instead. Interesting and unique mechanism, but you're losing towers on the side of Cuba. This is the problem.
Yeah, you are.
Arbolito was towards the mid lane, dishing out Nether Blasts. Cuba positioned their heroes towards the mid lane, and now Arbolito, the Pugna, on that bot lane. He's slippery played. He's a bit of a menace right now, as this lead is about to be a 4,000 net worth advantage in favor of Colombia. In Cuba, they need to farm up faster on this Swen, or they need to build up space for Shaddai.
Sven is not. I mean, you need to get level 6 on your Tusk. It's almost 12 minutes.
Those Shrines of Wisdom really hurt them there.
Yeah.
Or losing those Shrines of Wisdom, as right now it's Mapu with a Blink Dagger. He sees anyone, he's going to go, because he knows he has a +1 by his side. He knows he has that Solar Guardian that's going to come in, buy him some sustain.
Tower is under attack.
The smoke. Okay, there's the blink in. They are going to commit here. Maybe you glimpse him back, but he's got that shield in, so it's unlikely. And the minus armor coming in as well. It will get some vision. There's the glimpse back. We'll see the static storm down as well, and the God Strength. They're not going to come in with some help. They've decided that that guy is dead.
Surprising they didn't come with the Solar Guardian, but I suppose the Pugna wasn't nearby either, so I think they just assessed that it was going to be a wasted effort. Did not want to expend their big ultimate for that. But now Cuba have used their arena and that static storm. Colombia can just go at this again.
The good news for Shaddai is that now you're basically equal to the AM, even though you didn't have the same kind of lane as the AM did.
And he has a natural Battle Fury, right? So it's not as if the AM's Battle Fury is going to mean that he's going to be creating a difference in terms of net worth or farming capacity. The Swen farms just as quick.
Yeah, really the slow thing about Sven farm is he has to walk to camps, not that he can't kill them in time.
And that's interesting. Normally you have carries build up a Gloves of Haste first, just for that added attack speed. One of those micro upgrades to your farming capacity. But I suppose on the Swen, getting the Boots of Speed over the Gloves of Haste would actually increase his farming capacity just a bit more.
Yeah.
14-minute Shrine of Wisdom. This time around, Shaddai is going to be picking it up. So, despite of the fact that his supports did not get that 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom, he simply will grab up the 14-minute one. Mapu still farming on the slaughter.
Radiant are scanning.
He's trying to go for some sort of scaling opportunity here, but it's not really the way that most slaughters are played traditionally.
Nature's Prophet towards the bot lane is going to reveal his position, so he will fall.
Yeah, it's a nice try, but they have the snowball in, and of course that's an easy kill onto a position for Nature's Prophet.
Interesting. I think they're not using the Solar Guardian because, one, of course, there's the fact that Cuba are bringing in overwhelming numbers. And secondly, because he realizes that he can just get glimpse back. So he wants to be going in for that scepter and potentially a shard afterwards to make sure he can't get glimpse back. Might as well farm rather than use your ultimate, give up space, and not be able to save anyone anyway.
Yeah, I actually really like this decision.
It's a bit akin to what Extreme Gaming did when they decided not to build stacks because they realized the opponents would have been in a good position to steal their stacks. So why let them do that?
Blink in, they don't get the slaughter. Uh-oh.
That spear was not even close played. I'm surprised. Then left it with such a yeah, it's like you're trying to play darts, but the dart doesn't even hit the board. Bounces off the wall instead.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't shield crash first. Cause rebuke. Shield crash is a Pango spell that I despise because the name is stupid.
Also, the name fits the rebuke.
It fits with Mars better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, why does Destructor not have the spell Disruption?
You know what, I have, as of late, when I've been casting games in which you have had the Shadow Demon as well as a Disruptor, I have made that mistake. I have called the Shadow Demon the Disruptor.
Yeah, because it makes sense. It also makes sense that Mr. Lens is at top. He was completely alone.
This lead is slowly building up. I mean, it's increasing by about 1,000 every 2 or 3 minutes. Now it's at that 5,000 mark. 5,500 in fact.
Just comes down to the fact that the supports are much better at farming than on Colombia, in my opinion. Like, you can see the Nature's Prophet basically equivalent net worth to the Mars. So you will basically be fighting this game 3v4 in terms of cores.
And that Scepter Nature's Wrath does do quite a bit. A minimum root of 1.5, a maximum root of 3. That's quite a bit of time that your heroes are going to be held in.
Yeah. You do see the anti-mage here. Hello? Did they not see the AM?
Radiant's bottom tower
Not
is
Didn't see
sure.
under
the AM.
attack.
I don't think they saw him.
Radiant structures are
Oh,
Wow.
Roshan is up, but I don't think they can take the Roshan.
No.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still though, Swen is continuing to farm, so he will hit critical
Blink
mass.
in, they found the Mars, and that is okay.
Dire's
Hold on,
middle
they
tower
might have been
is under
cooking.
attack.
That was an absurd amount of damage. The Mars is no easy hero to take down, has a lot of sustain by his side. But just the fact that they were able to cut through him so quickly, I wonder again how well this will scale on that Slardar.
Well, the thing is, having less armor amplifies the amount of damage that you take from Mana Break. As they find the Pugnut, he's got himself that Ethereal, but the Ghost Pack is going to be good. This time they pop the ultimate, and that's going to be right on top of a Static Storm. As they still don't commit the Epicenter here. Blade Mail finished up as well. The Dawnbreaker is here. They have a Blink counter initiation from the Sven. Maybe they want to go in, maybe they don't, but the spacing seems to be pretty decent for Colombia at
Radiant's
this
middle
point.
tower is under attack.
And Mapu is going to be seen, spotted, Arena down as well. Will they pop the Epi? I don't think they need to. They have the statics or the stun there as well. They did use the Epi.
To use everything.
Radiant are scanning.
Even the God's Friend is off of cooldown. And using everything to get a Slardar kill. Meanwhile, the Nature's Prophet continues to farm. The Anti-Mage continues to farm. The Dawnbreaker continues to farm. Everyone from Colombia chooses to farm. It's as if they want Cuba to use up all of their spells.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, now Colombia can just do whatever they want, right? There's no, all the cooldowns are in their favor right now. They don't really want to fight anyway, or maybe they will. They are going to come in. They get the spear back on top of the Nature's Prophet. There is a snowball, blink away from the Tusk as well. So they do force mass rotations in the mid lane.
Unable to capitalize on the fact that Cuba don't have any of their ultimates, but they will play a bit aggressive, at least for the next minute or so. But the Static Storm is now back online.
Radiant's bottom
Yeezus
tower
does
is
have a
under
scepter
attack.
though. I think he had a scepter in that last time he used a Solar Guardian. Or the only time he used a Solar Guardian rather, but I can't exactly be too sure about it.
He
One
also
of the
does
things-
not have Shard yet.
This Anti-Mage plate, he is in trouble.
Are you sure?
He's not in trouble. Listen, Cuba thought he was in trouble too. That's why he came there. They came there. Okay, but it turns out he's not going to be any danger. And the point I was making, Blade, is the fact that you have two heroes that can split push. Not just the Nature's Prophet, but also the Anti-Mage. Pushing against this lineup of Colombia is actually going to be pretty hard.
You kind of just have to pick a lane and go and hope that that's enough and keep your, protect your creep wave. BKB
will be up for Mapu soon. And about I think 500 or so gold. Kuro?
They blink in on top of Kuroko. He's got himself that snowball blink play that we've been seeing on cooldown, except he can't get away this far this time.
Radiant's bottom tower is
There is a counter initiation here. They will get the arena down, and the blade mail is there as well. So this Nature's Prophet, pretty strong, but not too tanky.
Not tanky at all, but again, Dawnbreaker farming. This time around, it's not the Nature's Prophet who's farming. It's Arbolito. It's the Pugna.
Yep.
He's farming. Yep. And you can take a look at this lead. It's now 9,500 in favor of Colombia. Every single kill that Cuba take is at the back of multiple heroes going in on one. Meanwhile, it's the rest of the four from Colombia just farming away.
It's not solo pickoffs that we're seeing. It's like aggressive efforts, sending multiple heroes trying to get a kill. And, I really like the response that Colombia are doing, which is nothing. They're like, okay, I died, but my entire team is farming. I don't mind, dying here. they're gonna do the same thing again down bottom. They find the Pugna. Underneath that Netherward though, they will try to get the damage through, but the Ethereal comes in. Hold on, that is the Dawnbreaker ultimate, but there's the return Static Storm, and now the Epicenter's coming through. The Sand King's taking a lot of damage and ends up dying.
That's the Blade Mill you were talking about in action. Sand King will just deal damage against himself, and with the amount of sustain that Dawnbreaker and Pugna have between each other, is the Epicenter can't outlast itself. Or rather, the Sand King can't outlast his own Epicenter.
Yeah, and by the way, building a Ghost Scepter is not going to help. You need a BKB.
Also, played the Nature's Prophet has overtaken the Mars in terms of net worth, and if Colombia continue with this same trajectory, he will then overtake the Sand King.
And then probably the Sardar.
Yeah. Maybe the Dawnbreaker too. Maybe the Nature's Prophet ends up being the third highest net worth. I know there's no way he can overtake the net worth of the Swen and Anti-Mage, but he can.
I don't think so either.
He can come in third.
Now they don't have Epicenter for this fight, but they are going to get the blink in. The arena's good. That's really awkward. On the backline they go, and there goes the Sven. Bye-bye. Pugna glimpse back, but this Sven needs some help here. He's getting completely sliced and diced right now. The whole team is falling apart. The Tusk now getting chased outside of the pit. You cannot fight the fish in the water.
Just too hard. As the Cuba will lose 3 of their heroes, the Swen ends up going down. That is going to be a very devastating, I think a fatal blow to Cuba. There are only a few times you can lose your Swen in this game and still stay in it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I'm afraid if with this Aegis, they will be able to take down all of the outer tier 2 towers and then box Cuba in, and the Swen isn't going to hit his timings.
Sven going for a harpoon instead of that Daedalus means that his damage output is completely negated.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Not to mention the harpoon doesn't work against blinks anymore.
Yeah.
You know, you just blink away. It still doesn't drag the hero in or reel the hero in. As now it is about a 17,000 net worth advantage. As Colombia, they are looking so incredibly dominant. Mr. Lenz, though, he's looking for the kill.
Yep. They will get the tag team down and the punch to follow, but there's the snowball save. For a couple of seconds, they will have Epi for this, and Shadai's even come here as well. Pops the God Strength, they want to get the fight here. Nice Epicenter as well. That's going to be enough damage to bring down the position 4. Can everybody else get away? This little Slaughter man will pop the BKB, stopping that play, and now the blinks out are good. But here comes the AM. Has that blink, or has this blink up in 1 second? The TP is good from the Sand King. No! They finally catch him. That's 2 cores for 1 position 4. Toltris, this game is looking miserable for Cuba.
Blade, it's not fair to call the Nature's Prophet 1 support. Nature's Prophet has as much net worth as the Sand King. Okay, so it's 2 cores for a core. For a Cuba,
that's
for
true.
a cube core that's as far enough as Cuba's core. So, you know, it's still a bit of gold going their way, but of course, I think your point was that it's not worth it, and I completely agree, as they will be losing their towers, and their base is not going to be vulnerable, and they even use I believe they used the Epicenter for that one.
They did, and they only, again, got 1 target with that, so it's... The minus armor strat is way too much. There's way too much minus armor, they don't have enough tools, they don't have any Pavises, they don't have... And there it is. Just like that. You see, there used to be a disruptor there, believe it or not.
Radiant's top tower
it's tricky. I mean, you're taking a look at just the amount of pressure they're going to be able to stack up, and Santi Mage, Butterfly up. I don't even think the Sven can kill him.
No, Sven cannot. If Sven had a Daedalus, maybe. But they will find the Sven down bottom. They're gonna also pop the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of the Sven. The BKB nowhere near in time. Even if he had it, what would it do? What would it matter? What would it care? And now this AM is still hitting your racks. Blink in, they are gonna all in the Asante mage right now, but they're finally, the Pugna healing comes in, they get the Static Storm down now, they just want to kill this stupid AM with the Static Storm, isn't even gonna be enough, the spear is there, the glimpse back, they finally take the Aegis off of the AM's hands, but what will you do now? The Blink Sandfar there, the Nature's Prophet with that TP comes out, and now the Sven's got that, hold on, that's a ton of damage. This Sven has finally come into his own. God Strike, BKB, he's rocking in, needs one more hit, he'll get it. Liangi trying to man-fight this Sven right now. Talking about this man-fight, can it actually happen? Can the AM win? Yes, he can, and now he's going to turn his attention over to the Disruptor, the only int hero in the game. He's got himself an ultimate up in 1 second. Can he get it off in time? Yes, he can!
Is he?
And now it's a 2 versus 1. No
That's a
buybacks
dieback.
committed from Cuba. A dieback on the Sven. The buyback comes out from the Disruptor, but this Tusk and Disruptor combo can't get the job done. Not against these two. Ultra kill for the AM. And the hero that we both thought was a bit of a bait ends up cleaning house.
Yeah, that's that got disastrous really quickly for the side of Cuba, as they just simply were unable to mount up any kind of a response to the pressure. Despite, I will say that I do think that they had the better draft going into it. I just think their executions were a bit lackluster, and we even saw it towards that Shrine of Wisdom, right? Great thought process, but execution just was not there.
Yeah.
And time again, they just kept getting picked off. This time around, their game number 2 was even worse than their game number 1. But again, they're playing against some heavyweights in the South American Dota 2 scene. Cuba is still a budding Dota 2 region. And again, of course, round robin, right plate, anything can happen. You have multiple chances to be making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, it just felt like it got to points for Cuba where they had to commit every single ultimate to get kills onto Nature's Prophets, Sardars, and I really want to highlight Iesf's use of ulti this game. There are a lot of ultimates that happened in this game where if Iesf comes in to try to help, it's a complete bait. But there were others where you think it's a bait and then he comes in and it's not. And it really was impressive gameplay from him.
Unfortunately, I don't think there was a single team fight that went the way of Cuba. Maybe there was 1 or 2 where they came out ahead, but nothing apart from that. Even Shaddai did not have the kind of impact that you would want from a Swen, unable to actually stack up. Mapu, despite playing a hero that doesn't really scale all that well, it turns out that they didn't even need to play with the scaling, as this game didn't even reach that 30-minute mark. They didn't even have to go late against the Slardar. And I think one of the big reasons why Cuba were so lackluster in some of these team fights was the fact that the Mars just did not have a good time. Colombia recognized who the big initiator or who the big tempo builder for Cuba will be, 1 the Sand King and 2 the Mars, and most of their efforts were spent shutting those 2 heroes down.
Yeah, I mean, at the very end, you see something that you should never see, which is a Sven losing a 3v1 to an AM. And at that point, Liangi was way too strong. They knew it. Everybody knew it. Flawless performance from an AM, 9-0-6 in a game against a Sven, Disruptor, Tusk, Sand King, and Mars. That is crazy.
Yeah, heroes designed to either bring you back in, right, reel you in, or designed to hold you in place, and 1 hero designed to just hammer you down. But none of those players, none of those heroes were able to fulfill those individual objectives against Liangi. He was just simply too good on that anti-mage against them. And of course, I do have to give a bit of love to these supports out here, as well as the offlaner, because without the sustain coming in from this Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian, and even Arbolito's life drain at a certain points in that game, I don't think the anti-mage would have been able to do what he did.
Probably a disappointing result for Cuba, but you know, Colombia needed that after getting swept themselves by Venezuela in the first series of the day, I feel like, ending off on a 2-0 is probably going to make you feel a little bit better about your day.
Yeah, they have 1 series win, 1 series loss. I do believe that Group A has about 4 countries in total, 4 Dota teams in total, right? So you still have about 1 more series to play before you are done. And for Cuba actually received a forfeit win, right? So they are automatically having in possession of 1 series win, 1 series loss. They're actually tied with Colombia in a way. In a head-to-head, Colombia probably comes out ahead, but still, it's not as if they are out of this. Venezuela, though, that is the one team that I think is very likely to be making it into the playoffs simply based on the performance that they had. But of course, guys, that was it for today for IESF South America. We will be back with IESF South America at 8 p.m. Central European Summertime tomorrow. Do make sure to tune on in. This was your host, Toltrus. I was joined with the lovely Plate, as I believe he will be there tomorrow to guide you through those matches. It will be played between Peru versus Argentina, and then to top off the day, you will have Colombia playing again. It will be versus Panama in that series. Certainly do have a bit of a showcase for Colombia as they are coming in with the more renowned players. For now, though, we will be signing out and we will see you all later.